Hey, fellow crime cafeers. How are you guys this morning? Hey, Gail. Hey, Sherry. Ooh, look, we have a QB. Make sure to put your DNA all over that thumbs up button, please, and thank you. We will love you for it. And we don't collect any DNA over here. We like the DNA on the like button, but we don't collect any of it. Yeah. I like y'all, but I don't like you enough to have your DNA up all on me. Do all the other YouTube things, subscribe and hashtag replay and all the things for the replay crew later today. Did I already say good morning, Gail? Good morning, if not. And good morning 2 or 3 times by now, if so. Hey, Henny. Hey, Sherry. Um, Hi, Lauren and Morgana, Patricia. Hey, ma'am. Hey, Margaret. I hope husband's doing okay today. Headed into work, schmirk. No funsies. No funsies. Let's see. All right. So the plan for today, Sherry says you're looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. I'm a little bit more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. Not super much more than yesterday. Summer vacation has started off with a bang. Kiddo, I think it was like 3:00 this morning before big kiddo went to bed. And I just sat up and diamond painted and had a blast. So, I didn't wanna go to bed super early either, but, yeah, I don't know about this whole 3:00 in the morning business. That's a lot. Mm. QB, Lauren is at almost season 3 for Dexter. Love me some Dexter. God, I love Dexter so much. It's such a good show. Such a good show. All right, so today's plan is to, check out this Karen Swift murder trial. Has anybody in the chat watched any of it yet? Has anybody in the chat watched any of the Karen Swift murder trial yet? I'll watch and wait for an answer. Ooh, wow, you got into bed at 4? Mm. Morgana says nope. Gail says nope. QB says maybe. Hey, Mickey Jor. I have not, but there is something that I wanna do this week. I know Nate Eaton shared an interview with some jurors from Chad Daybell, and I would love to share that with you guys. I was actually just watching it, um, before I went live. Pretty good. More coffee and crochet. Good day to everyone. Good day. I said good day. QB fell asleep watching opening statements. Okay. Well, that's not, uh the should we be worried? Like, did you fall asleep because you were sleepy or did you fall asleep because you were bored? Doing morning things, but you'll be back. All right. All right. Oh, to be fair, it was your bedtime. Okay, well, there's that. Yeah, Sherry, right? Right. Right. Mm. Okay. So we're gonna get started with opening statements today. And then was you up at 3 a.m.? I was up at 3 a.m. because Eli was still awake. QB, Steph took care of him. Steph was like, "Wapa." Yeah, Steph was like, not playing yesterday. She did, right, Morgana? She's like, "Not today. Not today." All right. So let's add, here we go. Let's add the stream and we'll get started. I did want to say, look at this. Check this out. You don't get to see this very often, but I can already tell you I love the judge's voice. So this murder happened and the trial is happening in Tennessee, okay? Y'all know I love me a good accent. And this trial is giving me the voices from what I've heard so far have given me all the feels, okay? The judge in this trial has an incredible accent. Um and I love it because watch what happens. Watch. You'll see it within the first couple seconds of this starting to play. And you'll see what I'm talking about, okay? Here we go. You guys, watch this. Look, there's the judge. Kind of puts me in the mind of someone that I know very well. He puts me in the mind of one of my neighbors that I grew up with.
So we need to make sure we know that.
Maybe not face on, but sideways
Check 1 2.
with
Check.
someone.
Austin, are you getting me? Check 1 2.
Mickey, does he put you in the mind of Freddie? Just the side profile?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
He really does.
All right. These little microphones do have mute buttons on them, so if you don't hear anything, we'll have to remind people to unmute themselves.
Head on, he doesn't. Face on, but the profile, side profile, he reminds me of I think they're on day 6, Sherry, if I'm not mistaken.
Check 1 2 2 1 2 3. Check 1 1 1 1.
But he's sitting there on the bench. I mean, granted, they're getting things ready. The trial hasn't officially started. They're just getting all their tech stuff ready. But he's sitting there on the bench without his robe on. He just looked at somebody and said 10 minutes. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and just skip through to the actual beginning. I just wanted you guys to see him sitting here at the bench without his robe. Um, I just thought it was kind of cute. Yeah, right. It won't take long to catch up if we decide this is one we want to stay on, right? But the plan for today is to watch opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense so we can get both sides of the, you know, story, so to speak. And then, hold on, QB got a new coffee cup. Let's go check this out. Let me see what she's got here. Oh, that's cute. Where did you get that? Can I show it, QB? Can I show it to them, QB? Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, you got it on Amazon. Nice. Okay, good. I'll show you guys real quick. Look at this. So this is QB's new coffee tumbler ish. Hold on, let me make my screen bigger. Look. But then look at this. Hold on. It says bloodstains are red, ultraviolet lights are blue. I watch enough crime shows, they'll never find you. I think that's super cool. I like that. Oh, you got it when it was half off? Nice. Love a good deal. Love a good Amazon deal, right? Yes. I love me a good Amazon deal. Whenever I see things that's got the coupons on it, I'm like, check. Yep. Yep. Amazon is my jam. All right. Now let's scooch on, scooch on. All right. Now he's in his robe. So let's go. I will say we'll skip through the jury instructions at the beginning because those are take up an entire like 30 minutes or more. Like, why do they even make you check it? Well, maybe some people don't like to save money. Maybe some people want to pay full price. I don't know. I don't know.
Please be seated. Good
Please
afternoon,
be
everybody.
seated. Hold on, I got to hear that again. Listen. Please be seated.
Circuit Court for Wheaton County is back in session. Honorable Judge Marquez presiding. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Chair rolls.
That chair rolls.
We'll wait. Thank
Chair
you.
rolls.
Yeah, it won't take but a second, I'm sure. What do we decide on which one is the jury?
Yeah, right, Lauren? I love the accent. Please be seated. This chair, he told that woman or somebody, this chair rolls. I love it. Love it. Love a good accent.
As soon as we get officers in, we'll swear the jury officers. Mr. Taylor, let's wait on Mr. Swift and then we'll.
What was I going to say? Oh, if you see me looking this way, then that means I'm looking at the StreamYard. My StreamYard setup is here. And if I'm looking this way, away from the computer, I'm looking at my monitor that the actual YouTube video is playing on. So that's why I'm looking this way a lot. That looks like a pretty big courtroom. It's like Matlock as a judge. I love Matlock. You know, one that I always thought was so good looking was Perry Mason. I always thought Perry Mason was such a nice looking man. When I was young, I was like, he's cute. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I see David Swift getting ready to come into the screen here momentarily. There he is. Now, this is the victim's husband that's charged with her murder. Aw, Sherry. Sherry's from East Tennessee. Well, there you go. You got that accent, Sherry? If so, I need you to come up here, ma'am. I need you to come up on panel with me so we can hear you talk.
All right, folks. We've got a couple of matters to take up before we bring the jury in and get started. Mr. Taylor, I received on Thursday last your additional amended response to the state's motion in limine, and I think the issue right now is what do we do about each specific 8033 statement or testimony, whatever that is. And
20
the
minutes
thing to
from the
do,
Bristol Motor
Mr. Goodwin,
Speedway.
in my view, is the state should not refer to any of those statements until the court has an opportunity to have a jury out hearing. It may not be, if there's an objection, we'll have a jury out hearing on anything of that nature. It's that simple. Right. Right. Right.
Very handsome, distinguished looking. Perry Mason? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I can't hear what this attorney's saying.
Yeah,
Now you're on, I can see the green light.
probably better off. I'm just asking that there not be mentioned until we have a jury out hearing.
I think that's the way to deal with it. We'll, you know, if it comes up, there won't be any mention of any 8033 statements until they've been admitted by the court, and nothing's been admitted at this point.
Just let me make sure I understand, because you originally said there would be a jury out hearing if there's an objection. So
Right.
in other words, I have to ask the question.
Absolutely, you do.
And, well, okay, so it's not going to be a situation where I say, okay, Judge, I'm getting ready to ask these questions. Let's do a jury out hearing.
I'm good with it that way too.
I
If
just
you
need some
say I'm
guidance.
getting ready to get it,
So they should have already done this, to be fair. But this is where they're deciding how the judge wants, like, objections. Do we want, like, you know how some judges are like, no speaking objections and no argument about the objection in front of the jury. We have to remove the jury, blah, blah, blah. That's what they're discussing.
into this particular kind of testimony, then I'll send the jury out. We'll get them all out there right now. You can put your stuff on. We'll deal with it.
I'm saying the prosecutor needs to stop and then ask their approach, and then we'll have the jury out hearing before it's even mentioned.
Is that a problem?
It shouldn't be argued in opening either until none of
Well,
these things
Judge,
have been.
I don't want to be held to that if I ask something that I don't think is actually this order pertains to, and there's an objection.
I understand.
If I know that it's something that you've already addressed, then yes, I will. But there could be other questions that may be the same situation.
I understand. I'm not trying to tie your hands, but if you know that it's a statement that I've already said,
Right.
I've got to determine whether it's
Understand.
unfair, whether the timing, the context are right for admissibility under the exception, then I need a chance to deal with that without the jury.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, I understand. And if there's an objection, then I'll deal with the objection.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
I think we're on the same page.
okay, that's why I filed the motion, just out of abundance of caution, and then I received Your Honor's ruling,
Yeah.
and then Your Honor, in essence, stated we have to have a jury out, and I will object, but the things that you excluded, I'm asking for a jury out hearing.
Okay.
It's mentioned. All right.
What
That
was
means
the other?
And that means opening too. The next thing, Your Honor, is I did ask for the rule of sequestration after jury selection. And I do ask that my expert, Mr. Williams, and my investigator be excluded from that. Now, he's not here. So they have an expert about these digital and things, We gave notice about ours too. And so generally it's allowed that experts can listen to the other expert testify because it may affect their testimony. And that's why I'm asking for it. Now, my investigator, she's helping us control witnesses and things of that nature. And I don't anticipate her being a witness, but I do ask for her to be excluded from that rule.
Okay, well, let's take one thing up at a time. One is you want witnesses to be excluded from the courtroom. When do you want that in effect? Before opening statements?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's when I generally will ask if anybody calls for the rule, is that point. I anticipate we get the jury in, get everybody sworn the way they need to be, and then I'll do preliminary instructions, and then you're gonna read the indictment, and then before opening statements, I will call for the rule. Okay?
I do ask for those two exclusions.
Well, I mean, I'd like to see some law on it. He says this is the custom. I haven't received any notice of this, and it's not been the custom anywhere where I'm sure I don't have Mr. Taylor's experience.
I'm talking about experts.
Right.
And I'm talking about one expert. They have an expert, we have an expert on the same subject. The rules allow for an exception, the rule of sequestration, for the other side to hear. That cuts both ways. And so that means theirs and mine. And so under our rules, there's experts can be allowed to hear the testimony of the live witness. Now the others, and they're an exception under the rules of sequestration for experts.
Yeah, I just want, what's the state's position?
Well, we got the same book. I'm waiting for him to say which rule.
Under expert testimony.
Traditionally, opposing experts have the opportunity to hear facts and expert opinions of the other side in order to be able to respond to opinions that are rendered. And as Mr. Taylor points out, the rule does cut both ways. Your experts are certainly permitted to remain in the courtroom during any defense expert testimony for rebuttal purposes if you choose to do that. So what I'm thinking, Mr. Box, unless you can find something that tells me otherwise, that is the traditional way. And it's not, I don't think it's a part of the rule of sequestration, but I think case law under the rule is pretty clear about it.
Okay.
So I've asked for those exceptions.
So right now, that's the way. If you may find something tonight,
I still don't see any reference to the rules of evidence. So that's why I'm asking.
okay.
It is an exception. It's black letter law, case law. I mean, you get to listen to our experts.
I get that.
We're not required to follow notice.
Yeah. Everybody got their audio, visual they need. We got everything. What do we need to do with the televisions right now?
And also, one other thing, the tire experts, he's also another exception. Both sides have somebody that may testify about the tires.
Right.
So that would be another exception.
I thought that was included in what you were asking for
Well,
the time.
we got cell phone, we got records, Mr. Williams, and they've got people from the TBI. And then there's the issue of the tire. They have somebody that's going to testify about the tire examination. And then we've given notice that we have and given a report that we're going to have somebody. So there are exceptions to the rule of sequestration for those
Okay.
witnesses. And then our investigator.
I think
Yeah, and that's fine. Cell phone expert wants to sit in here, but we'll let the court know now, we will be objecting to that expert.
I'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yes, sir. Just gonna put you on
Okay.
notice that that's going to be coming.
I understand.
Which one?
I understand.
We did give notice.
Let's deal with it when it becomes an issue. I can't anticipate and deal with everything, until it's actually, you may or may not call somebody. It just depends.
Yes,
And we'll deal with it. Is there anything else we need to take up then before we?
That's all I can think of.
Beg pardon?
That's all I can think of.
Okay. All right, good deal. Let's get our officers together, as many as we can there. Anybody that's going to be working with the jury at any point? Mr. Jones is going to administer the oath. You ready to go? All right. Yes. We've got them. All right. Any of the officers going to be working with the jury, if you'll come up and raise your right hand for me. All right, Mr. Jones.
You as officer designated to serve with the trial jury, solemnly swear you will faithfully discharge such duties that you will render any and all assistance to the trial jury while in performance of their duties, otherwise discharge your duties as sworn officers, so help you God.
All right, thank you all very much. Hey, Gavin, you'll let me know how many jurors you got? Seven, okay. So we're gonna be in.
Hey, sorry, I had to step away from the computer for a few minutes. QB said they were actually discussing how he wanted to handle exception to the hearsay rule 803B. Prosecution already filed a lemonade motion regarding several witnesses. That's what they were discussing. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Morgana says, so can somebody give me a small rundown of this case? And then QB says he killed her brutally, literally with a boot to the head, and dumped her down the road from the house. I know, all I know about it basically is that she was killed at or after a Halloween party. And this happened years ago, like 2011 or something. Defense. Oh my God, the guy's jacket. I need to scroll it back and look. Yeah, Gail says, did I see the jacket? I did not. I don't think I saw a jacket. Defense says that she had a flat tire and was attacked on the side of the road. Karen was killed in 2011. Why did it take so long to go to trial? Well, I don't know why it took so long, but I'm getting the feeling that they didn't have an arrest for a long time. But I'm not positive again. Let me go back and see what you were talking about. How far back was it? Ooh. What are they doing there?
All right. Any of the officers going to be working with the jury, if you'll come up and raise your right hand for me. All right, Mr. Jones.
Oh my Lord.
You as officer designated to serve with the trial jury, solemnly
What
swear
are
you will
those, like
faithfully
pink flamingos or something?
that you will render any and all assistance to the trial jury while in
Oh, they're
performance of their
American
duties,
flags.
discharge your duties as sworn officers, so help you God.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Oh my God.
Hey, Gavin, you'll let me know how many jurors you got? Seven. Okay. So we're gonna be in recess
What in the
till we
world?
get all the jurors in. Okay. All right. I don't know where I'm going. I can't go back there.
Oh my God.
Huh? Just tell me where I sit.
Flamboyance, right, man. Lord have mercy. So what are they waiting on now? Flashy. I hope they show him every day. That's funny. Patriotic, right? I thought at first it looked like pink flamingos. Well, when does the opening statements actually start? Okay. Looks like he's welcoming the jurors in. All rise. I want to hear that again.
All rise.
We can.
All rise.
I looked.
Makes no difference where you sit. Sit wherever you like.
I looked. Hold on. Let me turn. Hi. I turned my big bright light on. So sorry if it like totally washes me out. I don't know if it does or not. Um, the they look like flamingos at first, but then when I looked at it closer, they look like American flags to me, but I'm looking at it on a smaller screen here. He was arrested in 2022, not sure why it took so long. I'm looking.
Within the box.
We'll go with the flags. I really think that they were flags.
Everybody. Good afternoon, folks. Everybody feeling okay? Feeling good? Okay, everybody's good. Let me ask you this. Has anybody approached you about your service as a juror in this case? Anybody had a problem there? You're obligated to report to me any efforts to do that, if you'll do that. If you will, be sure and do that. Mr. Tom Jones, who's the circuit clerk in Dyer County, is now going to administer the juror oath to you. So,
Juror.
come on up, Mr. Jones.
Oh, it is flags. Look. Oh, wow.
Is anybody who did not accept the oath of the juror? I'm hearing some back feed.
That attorney is sitting there like wiped his eyes. He's like, whoa.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the trial, I want to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings and describe how the trial will be conducted. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching your decision, but for now, I want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. The essential elements of the offense are listed below. One, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, and two, that the defendant acted intentionally, and three, that the killing was premeditated. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charge. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the jurors in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, the attorney for the defendant may make an opening statement if he should choose.
Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through
Hey,
witnesses
Chaloon.
and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to
I do,
testify.
Chaloon.
The burden
Hi,
is
I have my
always on the
camera on.
state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and defense may present final arguments. Final arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the
First
trial
degree.
occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, the jury will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. I will decide which rules of law to apply to the case.
All
My
right.
decisions will be
I'm going to go ahead and skip on to the actual opening statements. Like I said, this is just the jury instructions. So we'll get on to the opening statements. But hello, Chaloon. Yeah, I knew I had the camera on. I'll be turning it off and on. And probably pretty soon I'll be turning it off, like off, because um when Jolie gets done doing and playing with what she's doing, she's gonna be like, I want to be in here with you, Mom. So
reflected in my
all right.
punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment. This completes my opening statements to you. We'll now proceed with the reading of the indictment. General Goodman.
Indictment. In the Circuit Court of Dyer County, Tennessee, State of Tennessee versus David Swift, indictment for first-degree premeditated murder. The date is August 8th,
Hey,
2022.
Wink Baby.
Indictment number 22 CR 186. The grand jurors of Dyer County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that David Swift, on or about October 30th, 2011, in Dyer County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, unlawfully and knowingly, with premeditation and intent, did kill Karen Swift in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 39-13-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. This indictment is signed by me, Danny Goodman Jr., District Attorney General, 29th Judicial District, and also a true bill by the grand jury foreman, Walt Bradshaw.
Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant pleads not guilty to each charge embraced in the indictment. The rule of sequestration has been called for in this case. Any person that's going to be testifying in this case will need to wait outside.
The state would like to announce that we have Chief Investigator here to Friday, our party.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wink Baby, we're gonna be watching, and that is what basically the what this trial's about. David Swift is on trial for murdering his wife, Karen Swift, in 2011. But he wasn't arrested until 2022. So he's just now going to trial. Chaloon says, I like when I see you, but understand needing to keep it off sometimes. Yeah. When kiddos in and out, I just prefer, you know, keep the camera off. Wing Baby's like, hey, besties. Hey, Wing Baby. So we're going to watch opening statements today, Ween Baby, for this trial. And then after the opening statements are over, I'm going to do a poll and find out from you guys whether we want to continue with it or not. All right? All
All right,
right.
we're ready to proceed with opening statements. Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you a few moments ago, opening statements are an opportunity for the lawyers to give you a preview of what they expect their evidence to show. Opening statements are not evidence. The state goes first, then followed by the defendant if he chooses to do so. General?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank you for your time and attention to this matter. It's a very important issue, and we need you to pay close attention, and we appreciate the fact that you're here and willing to do that. Unlike cases that you see on TV, shows like CSI or Law and Order, this is not one of the cases where you're going to see positive DNA results. You are not going to see fingerprint analysis. You're not going to see ballistic testing. There are not going to be any of those things in this case. We will, however, give you several pieces of a puzzle. And when we get through giving you all of those, we think that we're going to have a complete picture, and you're going to see that complete picture of exactly what happened to Karen Swift. Once you put all those pieces together, we're going to ask you to find David Swift guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. I want to start by giving you some background. David and Karen Swift were initially married in September of 1989. They had 2 children, 2 sons, Preston and Dustin. In 1996, Mr. David Swift had a 3-year affair. And out of that affair, a child was born. Ms. Swift found out about the affair about the time that the child was born, and she filed for divorce. The divorce was granted on January 18th of 2000. And after being divorced for several months, Mr. David Swift and Karen Swift decided that they wanted to try to give things another chance. So the 2 of them were remarried, and they were remarried in that same year that they divorced, and they were remarried in September of 2000. After being remarried, 2 more children were born. They had 2 daughters, Ashley and Keely. After being married several years that second time, Miss Karen Swift had an affair. And she had an affair with a gentleman in Arkansas. And upon discovering that, Mr. Swift decided that they needed to move. And that's your first indication, and you're going to find out throughout the trial that Mr. David Swift wanted to control every aspect of Karen Swift's life. Once he found out about that affair, he abruptly made the decision to move his family from Arkansas to Dyersburg, Tennessee. And that's regardless of the fact that his job was actually in Arkansas. But he moved his family to Dyersburg, Tennessee. And they moved so quickly that Miss Swift never actually got a chance to look over the house very well, see what the house looked like much.
Right,
And
Morgana?
they left so fast that they left their oldest child, Preston, in Arkansas to finish school. After being in Dyersburg for some time, Karen Swift began to make friends. This is something that the defendant did not like. He wanted to keep his thumb on her at all times. You're going to hear that many of the friends throughout this trial are going to testify, and they're going to tell you that Karen Swift was very unhappy in her marriage, and she wanted a divorce from the defendant for a long period of time. Miss Swift started to hang out with some friends. She had a neighbor who lived across the street. Her name was Jenny Guerin, and you're going to hear from her. And she also met a person who became a very good friend to her, and this was through a dance school. This person has a dance academy where they teach children to dance and do performances and competitions and those kind of things. Her name's Kathy Bona, and you're going to hear Kathy Bona and Bill Bona's name a lot throughout this trial. Karen spent a lot of time at their house. She spent time at Jeannie Guerin's house. She spent a lot of time at Kathy and Bill Bona's house. You're going to hear testimony that the defendant did not like that at all. And the minute Ms. Swift would leave the house, he would start calling, he would start texting, and it was constant. It was every few minutes. He would call and text. And then it got to the point that that wasn't good enough anymore. So then he started having stalking behavior. And he was seen just popping up at all times where Miss Swift was. He had to keep his thumb on her and know exactly what she was doing. You're going to hear from Janie Helm. Janie Helm is a neighbor to Kathy and Bill Bona, or she was at the time of this incident. She's going to testify and she's going to tell you that she came outside one day and she was startled by the defendant who was in her yard. And he told her, "Shh, be quiet. I'm trying to listen and look through your fence and see what's going on next door." So he was trying to spy on Karen. He was trying to listen in through the fence.
Weirdo.
And Ms. Helm told him, "You can't do that. You need to leave my yard and don't you come back." You're going to hear from numerous friends. They're going to tell you about times that the defendant was stalking Karen, about the fact that he was not welcome to be at their homes. You're also going to hear that David and Karen Swift were having severe financial problems during the year of 2011. But regardless of the fact that they were having all these financial issues, Mr. Swift still did not want Karen to work. If she went to work, she may meet someone. She may meet a friend. He may fear that she was going to meet another man. But he wanted her at home and not working. Because of that, I told you earlier that Miss Swift wanted a divorce for a long period of time. The problem with that was that she didn't have the money to file for divorce. Mr. Swift controlled all the money. He controlled the finances. She didn't have any money, and she couldn't file for divorce. Despite the fact that the defendant did not want her to work, she started trying to do some things on her own. She started doing some landscaping work, and she even started to clean houses some. And she did that in an attempt to try to make money in order to get that divorce. In October of 2011, you're going to hear that Bill and Kathy Bona loaned Ms. Swift $2,000 to file for that divorce. In addition to that, they also loaned her a cell phone. And this cell phone was called a Voyager. That was the name of the phone. And you're going to hear about this Voyager cell phone throughout the trial. They loaned her this second phone because she needed a phone that she could talk to her attorney without the defendant being able to monitor her calls, monitor her texts, and know exactly what she was talking to her attorney about. So she was using this second phone for that purpose. You're going to hear from Jason Creasy. Ms. Swift hired Mr. Creasy to represent her in the divorce, and she actually filed that divorce in October, and but she was afraid to be around when Mr. Swift was served that divorce. So Kathy and Bill Bona had already reserved a room. They were going on a vacation for fall break. The children were out of school for fall break, and they had rented 2 condos. Well, one of the couples decided not to go, so they just had an extra condo that was already paid for. So they told Ms. Swift, said, "Hey, why don't you just get the girls and come down with us? And that way, while he's being served from the divorce, you won't be at home. You won't be around." So that's exactly what she did. The thing was, she didn't tell the defendant that that's what her plan was. So she took the children and she left to go to Orange Beach. She did leave a note for the defendant. She left him a note and said, "I've filed for divorce. I've taken the children with me. I'm not going to tell you where we are because I don't want you to come find us. And I'll let you talk to the girls as soon as we get there. We'll call you. And I'll let the girls talk to you. But you got to promise me you won't ask where they are because I don't want you to come down and find me." She also told him that to keep him from being embarrassed and being served at work or or being served by a police officer somewhere when he was out, that he could go to her attorney's office and he would just serve him and give him the paperwork. And she did that to try to actually to benefit him, just to make it easier so that he didn't get served at work with divorce paperwork. Mr. Swift did do that. He went, and on October 10th, 2011, he accepted service of the divorce at Jason Creasy's office. Some of you had talked about the fact that you had been divorced or been through one. One of the things about a divorce is once you are served, you have 30 days to file an answer to that divorce. If you don't do that, there are some consequences, and you'll hear about what those might be later on. Even though the defendant had 30 days to file a divorce, to file an answer to the divorce, he never did. He didn't file that answer because Karen Swift was killed before that 30-day period ever arrived. You're going to hear proof also that those divorce papers that he was handed and was served with were found in his trunk under a spare tire.
Don't you love how the
That doesn't
defendants
sound like a
always like
person who
make these like
intends to
shocked
give that
and
paperwork to an
surprised
attorney and
faces?
file an answer.
Like, what? I didn't do
The state
that.
submits that the defendant started planning the murder of Karen Swift several days before her before her death, and shortly after receiving the paperwork for the divorce. You're going to hear that the defendant had a knee injury earlier in the year, and he did. He had a legitimate injury that happened around April of 2011. But he had surgery for that. He went through rehab, and his knee had gotten stronger. And it was healed to a certain degree, and you're going to hear about that injury as well. But what you're also going to hear is that his knee was strong enough to lift and move hay bales the day before she was murdered. What you're also going to hear is the next day, after lifting those hay bales, and Miss Swift was missing, that he was on crutches all of a sudden. He's going to tell you that he had injured his knee at work on October 25th, just a few days before her disappearance and murder. This was Mr. Swift's first attempt to plan and to attempt to cover up the murder that he was planning. You're going to hear from witnesses that are going to tell you that the defendant's knee appeared to be fine the day before Karen's murder, but on the day that she was murdered, he was using crutches. Witnesses are also going to tell you about numerous lies the defendant told after Karen was thought to be a missing person. Because what you're going to find out from the proof is that Ms. Swift went missing on October 30th, but her body was not found for 40 days.
Wow.
So during this period of time, the defendant started to demean Ms. Swift. Now, typically, if your wife was missing and you still loved that person and you didn't want a divorce, you would think that you would be talking about how much you missed her and how much you loved her and what a good person she was. But the proof's going to show that Mr. Swift did the opposite of that. Anyone that he could talk to and talk about what a bad person she was and to demean her character, he did that. He tried to portray her as this wild party girl who was just seeing multiple men everywhere. Now, on October 29th, 2011, that's the day before Karen Swift was missing and murdered. Karen planned to attend a Halloween party. The Farms in Dyersburg is a country club, and a bunch of people had gotten together and they were hosting this party, and it was going to be a costume party. And there were lots of people in Dyersburg and Dyer County that were going to attend this costume party. Well, Karen decided she wanted to go to that party, so she did go. She went along with Kathy and Bill Bona. Now, the defendant was still trying to prevent a divorce on that date. And he actually asked Miss Swift if she would not go to the party, but instead go to dinner with him. And let's talk about things and let's see if we can work things out. She refused to do that. And she basically said, look, David, it's over. You need to accept it. It's over. I'm not going to dinner with you. I'm going to this party. You're going to hear from Janie Helm, once again, the same person who he was in her yard looking through a fence. You're going to hear that night that the defendant showed up at the Dyersburg Mall. And she was there working in a store that her sister owned and was helping her sister. She's going to tell you that the defendant came in and talked to her, and that he told her that night that he did ask Karen to go out with him to dinner. And he told her that she refused to go. And Ms. Helm is going to testify that the defendant appeared to be furious. And he was really, really angry that he had been shunned by Ms. Swift and that she would choose a party over him. Now, their daughter, Ashley, who was the older daughter, she was spending the night with a friend that night. And the younger daughter, Keely, was staying at home with Mr. Swift. You're going to hear from witnesses that while at the party, Karen did not dance with anyone other than just the friends that she had in her group. I'm sure all of you have seen a group of people dancing where it's men and women and everyone in a circle or in a group dancing. That's the only kind of dancing she did that night. She didn't dance with any other men. She didn't dance alone with anyone, only with the groups. You're also going to hear that while she was at that party, she never got in an argument with anyone, that it was a good, calm night, nothing was going on. And she stayed with her friends throughout the night. They all pretty much just stayed together, sat at the same table, just enjoyed being with one another. They left the party, and when I say they, I mean Karen Swift, Kathy, and Bill Bona. They left the party a little after midnight. They decided that they would go by McDonald's in Dyersburg and get some French fries. And they were going to go back to the house, and Miss Swift's plan was that she was going to spend the night with the Bonas that night and just sleep on the couch. They got home from McDonald's. They sat in the house in the living room for a little while. They were eating their fries. They were just talking about the night, talking about things that had happened.
Hey, Steph, we're watching opening statements. We are watching opening statements. And then after both the state and the defense's opening statements, I'm going to take a poll and see what you guys want to do. If you want to keep on watching it or if you want to not watch it. And Patricia, I saw your comment. She says, gosh, I could not be impartial here. I'm already like guilty. Lock him up. The whole stalking thing is what's creeping me out. Yeah. Yuck, yuck, yuck. And then the fact that he had he was fine enough to lift hay bales and stuff the day before, but then the day of or whatever, he's walking around on crutches or what is that what they said? I can't remember if they said crutches or what, but Margaret made it. Margaret made it. Yes, a poll, ma'am. A poll. A poll, a poll, a poll. Steph's catching up. Okay, no worries, baby. Hi, Steph. I'm stitching. This is what I was showing you guys. So this is what I'm stitching. This is the design. It's a Christmas design. And then this is how far I've made it. Working on the house. Now I'm working on the red door. Super pretty, pretty, pretty. So that's what I'm doing. I'm stitching, stitching, stitching. All right, let's get back.
And Miss Karen Swift received a phone call from Ashley. That's the oldest daughter. And if you'll remember, she was spending the night with a friend.
Morgana.
This was a little after 1 a.m. And Ashley told Miss Karen Swift that she wasn't feeling well. There had been some issues with the other girls there, and she wanted to come home. And you're going to hear a lot of proof about what a great mother Karen Swift was. So she immediately dropped everything she was doing, changed her plans, and went to pick up her daughter to bring her home. While she was doing that, the defendant, Ms. Karen Swift called the defendant. And she told him, said, hey, Ashley's not feeling well. I'm on my way to pick her up, and we're going to be on the way home as soon as we do that. Mr. Swift told Karen Swift that Keely, the youngest child, was in bed with him, and you'll find out that they slept in separate beds. Mr. Swift slept upstairs, and Miss Swift slept downstairs. And that's something that had gone on for a good while. So the defendant told Miss Karen Swift, the Keely's with me. She's in bed upstairs. And what I need you to do is to use the side door to the garage. So he told her specifically which door he wanted her to come in.
That's not weird, is it?
This was a little bit unusual that he would ask her to come in that side door because he always kept the garage door open. So that was strange, and that's a part of the planning. It's a part of the premeditation. It's part of what Mr. Swift was planning to do later that night. Now, in 2011, you need to remember back, this was 13 years ago. Technology was not as good 13 years ago as it is today. Now, we did have cell phones, and I know all of us remember when we didn't have cell phones, but we did. But the service was not quite as good in some areas. And Mr. and Ms. Swift lived in a rural area, so the service was not quite as good out there. But Mr. Swift was required to be on call with his job. So his job furnished him a network extender. And what a network extender would do is it will boost your signal. And it's kind of like now where you go home and you hook to Wi-Fi. As soon as you go in, you get better service because you're actually going through the internet. Well, that's the way this thing worked. It was a network extender, and when you connected to it, it boosted your signal. So
QB needs one of those.
Service. The way that this network extender worked is when you got home, when you would come into the house, and this thing would only connect for about 50 feet. So when you came into the house, your phone automatically connected to this network extender. When you left home, it automatically disconnected from the network extender. You're going to hear proof from experts that network extender was tested. And we know that Karen and Ashley Swift arrived home at 2:08 a.m. Now, the times are going to be very critical in this case.
Well, it don't work.
I ask you to pay close attention to the time and pay close attention to the timelines. She arrived at home at 2:08 a.m. and we know this because her phone connected to the network extender. This is where the defendant's story starts to change. He told multiple stories about what happened when Karen Swift arrived at home. He told some people that he never saw Karen, but he talked to her from the top of the stairs. So he said he was standing at the top of the staircase. She was down at the bottom, but she was in an area where he couldn't see her, but he talked to her and made sure they were home. That's his first story. His next story is he was at the top of the staircase that he actually did see Karen Swift. He talked to her, but he didn't know what she was wearing. His third story was that he was at the top of the staircase. Miss Swift came in. He saw her. He talked to her, and he knew what she was wearing, and he could describe in detail what she was wearing. And then his fourth story that you're going to hear from Jimmy Hancock is that he saw her when she came in. He saw what she was wearing. She went to bed and then later decided to leave. And he saw her when she was leaving and asked her where she was going, and she wouldn't tell him. 4 stories about what happened when she arrived home.
And he wouldn't suspect from the beginning?
That as soon as Karen and Ashley got home, he went back to bed. He said he slept all night, and he didn't get up till the next morning around 10 a.m. when the girls came in to say, hey, Dad, Mom's not here. Mom's missing. We don't know where she is. That was the story that he told. We're going to show you proof that that's not true either. We're going to put on proof that not only was he not asleep, he was up most of the night on his computer, on his phone, surfing internet sites, and he also was deleting pictures off of the computer and off of cameras of Miss Swift. Why would you delete photos of your wife that you care about, that you don't want to divorce? But we will prove that he was up deleting those photos. When Karen Swift arrived home that night, she dressed for bed. We're going to submit proof that she took something similar to a Tylenol PM, and she went to sleep. And she took Tylenol PM on a regular basis to help her sleep. She got into the bed along with Ashley. So now, if you'll recall, Keely is upstairs with Mr. Swift. Now, Ashley is downstairs with Miss Swift. The proof is going to show that sometime in the night, the defendant took Keely from his bed, brought her downstairs, and put her in the bed in Ashley's room. The proof is then going to show that he went into Karen Swift's room, got Ashley out of the bed, took her across the hall, and put her in the bed with Keely. He did that so that the children would not wake up. And that if one of them did wake up, they would have the other one in the bed with them, so they would go right back to sleep.
Premeditation.
We submit that the defendant then went into to Miss Karen Swift's room. He gained control of her. He stripped her clothes, except for her panties, and he dragged her to the garage.
Trigger
Once inside
warning.
the garage, the defendant stomped Karen on her head with such violence that it caved her skull in.
Oh, Jesus,
And
Jesus.
it caused shards of broken bone to enter her brain.
Oh, my God.
The proof will show that it was such a violent blow that it severely fractured Karen's skull.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
it did so from one side all the way across to the other. Proof's also going to show that it was such a violent blow that it separated the sutures. And you're going to hear from a doctor that when you're born as a baby, your skull is not quite connected yet. But as you grow, it starts to connect and it creates sutures in your brain.
Yep.
And it was such a violent blow that it separated the sutures in the brain as well.
Jesus.
After stomping Miss Swift's head on the concrete, the proof's going to show that there are fractures on the left side of the head, which show that it was against a solid object such as concrete, causing small fractures to this side and a large fracture to the other side.
How much anger
He then
must
loaded
have taken?
Miss Karen Swift's body into a car. He went into his backyard and got bleach, and he used that to clean up what blood there was in the garage. He then drove up Harness Road, and he dumped her body near Bledsoe Cemetery and a large cross that overlooks the river and the Pagoda community. And this is a large cross that can be seen for a mile or more away, and it's a very popular and well-known in the community. And that's where her body was dumped. He then rushed back to the house. He got a screw and manually inserted the screw into Miss Swift's tire. This didn't cause the air to go out. So he had to intentionally deflate the tire, let all the air out of the tire, which is going to be the right front passenger tire. Once he did that, he put Karen Swift's purse and cell phone in the car. And we know this because her phone disconnects from the network extender at 4:38 a.m. She got home at 2:08 a.m., and it disconnects at 4:38 a.m. The defendant then drives Ms. Swift's car 1/4 of a mile, and it's at the intersection of Harness Road and Millsville Highway. He leaves the car there, and he does so to make it look like Ms. Swift drove down the road, got a flat, and someone abducted her.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to hear from Mary McQuarters. She's going to tell you that she lives right down the road from David and Karen Swift, or where they lived at that time. And at 4:40 a.m., she was awakened by the sound of a car with a flat tire being driven past her house.
Oh my God. You're
She
kidding.
testified that the sound stopped when the car got to Millsfield Highway and Harness Road.
You know that sound. Thump,
As
thump,
the
thump,
defendant
thump,
was walking back towards his house, if you'll remember, it was only 1/4 of a mile. So as he's walking back towards his house, he realized that he needed to get rid of Karen's phone. So the proof is going to show that her phone was receiving data all this time, but at 5:09, it suddenly stopped. Now, this phone was later found and it was crushed. We submit at 5:09, the defendant realized he had to do something with that phone, and he crushed it on the road the same way that he crushed her skull.
Mm.
At 5:09, the phone stops. At 5:15 a.m., Ms. Swift's car is seen by 2 different individuals driving down the road that knew her car and knew her. So only 16, I'm sorry.
Who are
not that
those people,
much.
reckon?
It was 5:09, only 6 minutes after the phone was crushed, her car is seen on the side of the road by 2 different individuals. A few days later, while they were searching, and Ms. Swift is missing, at that time she's just a missing person. So the Sheriff's Department has called everyone in that's available, help us search for this person. The community is searching. Everyone is out searching for Ms. Swift. During that search, a highway patrol officer finds Karen Swift's cell phone, which was her iPhone, the one that was crushed. And they also find the Voyager phone, which is the phone that was loaned to her by the bonus. And they're both found together a few hundred feet from Mr. Swift's house. The defendant told investigators on several different occasions that he just found out that Ms. Swift had a second phone. He told them that he didn't know anything about this phone until after she was missing, and then he found out she had a second phone. We're going to put on proof that that was a lie. We're going to put on proof that the defendant knew she had a phone. He actually had the phone saved in his contacts, and he had called the phone numerous times. Another story that's not true. On October 30th of 2011, the morning that Ms. Swift was missing, Mr. Swift never called the police. He called his neighbor, Jenny Lamb, and this was sometime after lunch, around 1 o'clock or so. He called Jenny Lamb and asked her would she watch the girls for a little while, that Karen wasn't home, he was going to go look for her. And she told him at that time, well, her car's at the end of your road. It's just 1/4 of a mile up the road. It's right there parked on the side of the road. We saw it this morning. He then received a call from Kathy Bona just shortly after that. And she told Mr. Swift that she was concerned because she had not been able to get in contact with Karen, and that she always answered the phone, and she always texted her right back, and she couldn't get in touch with her, and she felt like something was wrong. At that time, Mr. Swift told them, well, I just found out that Karen's car is at the end of the road here at Millsfield Highway. The Bonas called the Sheriff's Department. They called before Mr. Swift did. They were first ones to call and say, hey, we've got a problem. We think Karen Swift is missing. Something's happened.
Mm-hmm.
They went straight to where her car was at that point. And when they get there, they're the first ones to arrive.
I wonder if they can find a connection between.
Mr. Bona
Hold on.
leaves to go try to look for
I'm wondering if they can find like some sort of a connection forensically, which he said they didn't have much evidence, but whatever. Um, between um, I'm trying to connect the phone and her head because he's saying that he thinks that he used the same method, which would have been slamming the his foot down to bust the phone up. You know what I'm saying? Just wonder if there's a forensic connection there. Anyway. Let's see. Hi, Mary Adams. Welcome and don't feel stupid. Um, so this trial, we're just watching it for the first time. It's been going for a few days, but we're starting with the opening statements today. And then deciding after we watch the opening statements if we want to continue watching it. But this is the trial of Tennessee versus David Swift. He is on trial for murdering his wife, Karen Swift, back in 2011. I guess it turned into sort of a cold case, and he was never arrested until 2022. So it's just now gone to trial. Actually, Mickey, I read, Mickey said, well, he's had a nice long life after doing this, if he did. Um, I read that he remarried. So I don't know. But welcome, Mary. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. We'll continue on.
For Miss Swift. While Miss Bona was there and she's waiting on the sheriff's department, the defendant showed up. And the first officer to arrive was Deputy Brandon Alexander. He's going to testify that he searched the car. He didn't find anything suspicious at the time that he searched it. He then called his sergeant over the shift, who is Heath Walker. Sergeant Walker is going to testify also that when he came up, he looked at everything, but something just wasn't right. And he just felt like something wasn't right with this case. So he immediately called Chief Investigator Terry McCright, who just happened to be out of town with his pastor was in the hospital, and he was visiting with his pastor. Mr. McCright told him to impound the car, and he began an investigation immediately. Mr. Swift was initially interviewed by investigators Rick Gregory and Calvin Johnson. Now, Chief McCright listened to those interviews, and he just felt like something wasn't right with that interview. So he called and asked Mr. Swift if he would come back the next day for a second interview. And that was conducted by Chief McCright and TBI agent Nathan Bishop. There were several discrepancies between his story that he told the day before and the story he told the next day. After Karen had been missing for a few weeks, a search was conducted by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and they did a search of the home of Mr. and Ms. Swift. While they were doing that search, they seized several electronic devices. It included cell phones, it included computers, numerous computers, cameras, and they took that took those devices back to the laboratory, and they downloaded all that information. And you're going to hear from those agents that did that, and they're going to explain to you exactly what was on those devices. They're going to tell you what the defendant was doing the morning that Ms. Swift came up missing and was murdered. They're going to tell you what the defendant was doing in the days that happened after she was missing. Now, the defendant's going to give you a lot of ideas. He's going to give you conspiracy theories. He's going to have all these rabbit holes that you can chase and go down. And they're doing that to try to take your focus off of the facts of this case. Was it a stranger who just happened upon Karen and abducted her and killed her within that few minutes?
Steph, that's
Was it
funny.
a neighbor who didn't like dogs? Did he kill her because there was an issue over the dogs? Was it the prominent family in town? Were they the ones that killed Miss Swift? Or was it someone she was having a secret affair with? The problem with all of these theories is that none of them had a reason to kill Karen Swift. There's only one person who had the motive to kill, divorce, who had the means to kill, which was by stomping her, and who had the opportunity, because he was the last person to see Karen Swift and the only person that had the opportunity to do so. We're going to ask that you pay close attention to all of these witnesses that you're going to hear from. We specifically want you to pay attention to all of the lies that the defendant told throughout this investigation. At the close of the state's proof, we're going to have woven such a tight web around the defendant that it's impossible that anyone could have brutally murdered Karen Swift but the defendant.
Well, but we're going to
We'll
need a
ask you
little
to
bit
find
of
him
forensic
guilty
something,
of
brother.
first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Going to have something.
Mr. Taylor?
Now let's see what this defense's story
You are
is.
the members of the jury. You heard me talking earlier about, how serious it is to be on the jury. But let me start out by either congratulating you or telling you I'm sorry that you're on the jury, that you're chosen, and how important it is that we pay attention and listen through all the detail. State just gave their take on this situation. Let me just talk to you about some issues and things that I want you to listen to as we go through the proof. And this is going to be a long trial because there's a lot of potential witnesses. Please listen to both sides. David and Karen Swift got married, as prosecutor said, back in 1989. They've been together. David Swift had worked at manufacturing management for a period of time. Karen had worked a variety of jobs, part-time and stuff during that time. They had the two boys, and they did get divorced, and they reconciled. They were married in 89, and they got remarried on the same date in 2000. And then after they got remarried in 2000, there were issues that they both had affairs. They tried to make the marriage work. They had two girls after that. And David Swift continued to work, be the major breadwinner for the family. Karen Swift and David were raising their family. And as we move on till 2007, David Swift and Karen moved to Dyersburg because he started working at Tenaris in maintenance management. There were issues with the schools around there. Where he was working wasn't far. People commute. The schools were better in this area. It was a fresh start. And I guess it would be if you're having problems and you're looking to make something work. And so they moved to Dyersburg. David continued to work at Tenaris full-time. Karen was into fitness. She was very fit, very strong. It meant a lot to her. And she would get up early in the morning, sometimes and leave, go to YMCA and go to classes. And it was just, she'd get up early and leave and go. As we move on until closer to 2011, Karen had friends, and they both lived in Dyersburg. They were both busy working. He was busy, David was, and with activities.
Oh, thank you,
kids.
Mary. I appreciate that.
She worked
Thank you,
part-time
and welcome,
occasionally,
welcome.
did some landscape work eventually. And Karen had friends, and as happens in couples sometimes, one
We're a
changes.
good bunch over here.
And I submit to you that Karen had some friends she used to do activities with that lived around her, and they would do family type activities. And it kind of started changing with Karen. And it became more of a wanting to drink and to go to clubs or different things like that, especially when she met the bonus. And it became a more frequent thing as we're moving closer to 2011. And it became an issue because something's changing. And in fact, some of her friends her lady friends that she met and made started sort of backing away from her because as she became more active with the bonus, there were issues about conduct and things that were going on, adult parties, things about hot tub parties and with the bonus and
Come
her
on.
and just some things that maybe some others considered not appropriate.
Is he going to try to turn this into some sort
David
of
Swift started hearing
pineapple
about this, noticing that she's
swingy
gone.
thing or something? Come
They
on.
have the girls, they're small, and it becomes more of a frequent thing. She just would go somewhere and then be gone. And there are family responsibilities and things going on. And eventually she's pretty active with the bonus. And there was some things that happened over there that David personally saw when he went over and heard about that caused him concern. And it was just some inappropriate conduct. And I think the proof's going to show that this went on. He's still working. He's still doing his part. He's trying to make it work. He's starting, like we talked about earlier, if you think that something's changing or if they're not being truthful to you or they're lying or they're sneaking out.
Complete victim blaming.
Checked
Yeah.
up on her. He was trying to find out if there was something going on and trying to find out if what was really going on, if we could trust her or not. As we move on to 2011, David did injure his knee in April of 2011. And the prosecutor referred to it. It was a serious knee injury in April of 2011. And it caused him to have crutches and operation. And we move on and there's problems with the bonus and it becomes, obvious and active at this time that Karen's going away a lot. And so sometime in, Karen filed for divorce in October the 10th of 2011. And before that, the bonus, they're the ones that provided her with another phone. And David and Karen had their plan, through a certain company. And yes, he got the records, but Mr. Bona kept up with Karen also about what her calls were and things. So he gave her a phone and, you have to decide, what's the situation here. She's a married woman and he's given her a phone and he's also providing her a way to go away. And she's over at their house. They're going to different things. They're going to clubs. They take her to a concert in which she meets up with a guy and they're sort of encouraging this behavior before she files for divorce and during this time. Karen did file for divorce. It was contested. She filed for divorce and she did go to Gulf stores with a bonus. And, she didn't tell David till afterwards until he found the note. And she took the two girls. The boys are one's in college and the other one's getting ready to start college. And that's how he finds out. And so after a few days or a week, she comes back. She didn't ask for an order of protection. She didn't try to get her lawyer to put him out of their house. She goes back and lives in the house where David and the girls are and his son is. And the other one, the oldest one, I think is off to college. He's coming back occasionally. So her actions doesn't indicate she was fearful of David. And they're both in the house and they're both carrying on with their lives. And they see each other. He's trying to figure out what's going to happen, what's going to go on. Is this another situation where we're going to have a problem and then try to work it out? And so that's going on. Around October the 25th of 2011, David re-injured his knee. It had originally been seriously injured in April. We know that because the person that saw it, and this is before she goes missing October 30th. I guess the state is trying to tell you that that's some plan to commit murder. But it's an accident. It's an injury. He had the injury, but he re-injured himself, and it had an effect on his knee. And he had like a stabilizer on his knee, a mobilizer thing they could strap on his left knee. He would wear that, and also had crutches. He couldn't. I submit that medical proof is going to show that it was hard for him to put weight on it, and that it made it stiff and hard to lift up and to walk a great distance, especially trying to carry something a great distance. Carrying at this point, we'll contend, was 125 pounds. And people saw him with the crutches and the mobilizer. Now, there's a
I can
difference
tell you
between
one
a hay
thing
bale and a lady's body.
that is like common sense when he's talking about how he can, he's got this injured foot, injured leg, injured knee, whatever. But when you are in a rage and you've just committed this massive like crime of passion or whatever you want to call it, you're going to have lots of adrenaline, and adrenaline trumps body injury, right? So in my opinion, and that's not a professional opinion because I'm not a doctor, period. But you know how it is. I mean, right? You see people who are in fear for their life, or they see things like accidents, car accidents, where people like I know someone who literally ripped a car door off in an accident because his mother was in that car. Like I know someone that happened, those kinds of things happen. So I don't believe that any knee injury is going to keep him from, mm-mm. Steph's like, I'm just going to shut up now because I'm going to hear responses like an hour late. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, there's some stuff going on, Steph, with Micah Miller. I love Gavin Fish. Mary says, I don't know why the defense always puts the blame on the victim. They can't talk for themselves anymore. Right, exactly. All right, let's get back to it.
Body, the weight. And so, and there's proof that David was seen with crutches by different people and at Walmart and at the roller skating rink by some of these witnesses the day before, the 2 days before. And you're just going to have to listen to that and decide what you believe. Now, Karen goes missing Sunday morning. On Friday and Saturday, she was cleaning a house in Trimble, Tennessee. She was making some extra money for Habitat. She was cleaning the house. But and she would drive up there and go. And there was a hayride bonfire at the Swift's house where Karen and David are there at their house, and they're having like a little party. pre-Halloween for families and kids. And she's there and David's there, and they go get the hay and they come back and other people see him there. She's not afraid of him. She's around him. And then Saturday, I submit there, Karen went and cleaned the house in Trimble. And David went over, saw her, took his daughter with him, brought her lunch. He's still talking to her and trying to help her out and continue on. And a witness saw him. And it just doesn't add up that it's somebody trying to hurt somebody, but it's somebody trying to support somebody. And it may not be, they may be having problems, but can we make it work, or can we be adults about this? Saturday night, after doing the cleanup at Trimble, Karen goes to the party, and she did plan to stay all night. And David didn't call her back and say, come home. You know, her daughter, who was with somebody else, but was supposed to spend the night, called her and said, come get me. I don't want to stay here anymore. And then Karen left the bonus, and they had been to the country club, and you know, they had been doing some activities there, drinking and, you know, at the party. And Karen was and went and picked her daughter up. And then she went home. She came home, and I submit to you that David was there. He said he heard or saw her, and that
Hey,
their
hey,
children were
Shiraz.
there.
Good to see you, friend.
The
Good to
two
see you.
girls. And then Sunday morning, October 30th, 2011, Karen goes missing. Now, before we get to that, Karen's plan was to get up Sunday morning and finish cleaning the bathrooms in the house at Trimble. So she would get up early and go do things, go to the gym, or that was her plan, to go to the house in Trimble and finish cleaning it up. And I mean, that's what he understood, or that's what her plan was, and she told other people. So it's not unusual that she'd get up and leave early in the morning. Now, the prosecutor said some things about her car, and her car was found a quarter mile from the house. And it did have a flat tire. And I guess you're going to have to ask yourself, what proof is there of all these things that the prosecutor's alleging or contending? That David, when she come home that Saturday night, early Sunday morning, and I submit there's no proof that David Swift left the house with his two girls there. And the prosecutor says that David Swift murders her and bashes her skull in a violent way in the garage of their home at 65 Willie Johnson Road. And there's nobody that heard any screaming or any disturbance. And you're going to hear that on that Sunday morning, after David Swift gets up, and there may be things with people using the computer at the house at different times. And the prosecutor said about Karen's phone registering on the extender before and after is consistent with Karen coming in and Karen leaving in her car. It was her car when she got in. Her car that was found down the road. Karen Swift was a attractive woman that people said she could walk in Walmart and guys would go up to her and say things. She left, I contend the proof is she left the house. And there was a neighbor, a Mr. I went blank, hog shooter that lived across from him and down from him.
Did he say hog shitter?
And there was an issue with him poisoning their dog and their neighbor's dogs. And these cell phones were found in an area down
Is that
from
what he said?
behind where he lived or where he had his property later
I gotta
on.
rewind that and hear that.
And I don't know, the issue could
Is
be,
that what
you're
he
going to hear
said?
from two different experts about the tires.
Is that what
There's
he said?
another one.
Hold on. I gotta go back.
And that lived, oh, I went blank.
Oh, right here. Right here.
But
Listen.
Mr. Oh, I went blank. Hog shooter that lived across from him and down from him. And there was an issue with him poisoning their dog and their neighbor's dogs. And
Did the judge make a
these cell
face?
phone
One more time.
hog shooter that lived across from him and down from him. And there was an issue with him poisoning their dog and their neighbor's dogs.
Oh my God.
And these cell phones were found in an area down from behind where he lived or where he had his property later on. And I don't know, the issue could be, you're going to hear from two different experts about the tires. There's another one that talk about
Hog shooter.
what these tires do show or don't show and what tests were done or not done. This issue with a nail being intentionally drilled into the tire, whether the facts support that or not, you're going to have to decide after listening to both of them. David
Hey,
Swift
Billy.
got up. He does call and look for his wife. After a while, he don't hear from her. He talks to other people. He hears from somebody that he talks to, one of her friends, that she saw her car down the road. I submit to you that witness is going to say he acted like he was genuinely surprised and concerned. And he calls Mrs. Bonner. And he does go ask this lady to watch his children. And she's at the mall. He goes to the car, and then he goes to the mall, and then he comes back. And when he comes back, the Bonas are there, and they're out there. They're kind of really involved in Karen Swift's life and all of her activities. And he's concerned about the car's broken down. There's a flat tire. Where is she? And they call the police. Well, Mr. Bona does, to see if she's been arrested or in jail. And David does, but he's not sure what's going on. And it's not unlike Karen to get up and leave. And so before you bring the police in and say something, you want to at least make sure, because it can be embarrassing. But that's what's going on. From there, the law enforcement comes. There's nothing in the car that indicates. The prosecutor said that her body was loaded in her car and driven down there and then driven back. Prosecutor said this grisly murder occurred in her garage, in their garage, while his daughters are in the house, and nobody's heard this. Law enforcement comes down after that this Sunday. Law enforcement comes into the house and looks around that day and in the days after, immediately after. Law enforcement very quickly looks through the house, takes pictures as they're going through, looking for anything unusual or anything that possibly might be questionable. TBI comes out, they're called in, they go through and do extensive analysis, I submit, of the house, of her car. They have search warrants for David's vehicle too. And they examine all these things. I mean, they go into the crawl space. They look at every bottle or container. They take samples from the garage. They take swabs from the garage to send off. And they send them off for analysis. The prosecutor says there's no scientific proof, and don't concern yourself with it. But extensive things were done to all the things I'm telling you about. The house, all the rooms were looked at, the garage where he says this grisly thing happened, and her car, and also all the vehicles in the area around his house. They do walk down the road. They do continue searching and do all kinds of things. You're going to say there's proof that the cell phones were found behind where Mr. Hogshooter lived. There were issues with the neighbor they had a problem with.
He did say shooter that time.
But if her car is on the side of the road down from where you live and it has a flat tire, issues about did she get out? What did she do? Who came up? I don't know. But there's no proof David Swift left the house during this time frame until he came out with his daughter and sees her vehicle after hearing about it, comes out looking for her after she's already gone. After he hears her car's out, with a flat tire, and he starts looking for her. There's no proof in the house or the garage or any of these physical things. And they did a lot of tests. They did do a lot of tests. They did blood tests. They did DNA tests. They did do ballistics tests. I don't know why, but they did. They took his weapons and did ballistic tests. I mean, they did a lot of things over a period of time. Her body was found December the 10th of 2011 down at Bledsoe Cemetery. Some of the witnesses involved saw before that, driving down by the cemetery, people out there looking through the cemetery. It's an area out near the cemetery, real close. But I don't know. But her body is formally found December the 10th, 2011, down the road. It's about 2.9 miles away from the house. And yes, she had damage to her skull. Yes, it was an injury to her skull, and the medical examiner will tell you about it. He said it was a homicide, blunt force trauma, and that was the cause of her death. None of her clothes were found. Her panties were pulled down when they found her body. And I'm not trying to be crass or anything, but her panties were pulled down below, down towards her knees.
God.
It could look like a sexual assault. There was no semen found or DNA on the panties, but I don't know. But that's the state they found her body. And I'm not saying that to belittle or anything, but it looked like an assault. None of her clothes were found. None of her clothes, other than in her car, a change. It looked like she had changed out of her clothes at the party, and her clothes were found in her car. There was no blood found in her car, her blood, or anything that indicated that her body had been loaded in her car, like the prosecutor said. These are things you need to look at and think about. He says, yeah, don't concern yourself if there's no scientific test. There's no proof through science or whatever, but they did a lot of things here. And what they don't show, he's trying to, I just submit, you got to ask yourself, is that realistic or reasonable? Now, after that, David Swift talked to him several times that day. He did call law enforcement. They did talk to him. They talked to him several times. He told him about his injury. It was just a fact of his state, how he was, at that point. But the prosecutor's making it seem like David Swift murdered her in their own home, in their garage, and there's no scientific evidence to back any of that up or proof of that. I submit to you there's no proof of where it occurred. Did somebody pick her up? I don't know, but he doesn't have to prove he's innocent. I'm not saying that, but there's no proof to back anything up that the prosecutor's saying about the location of the garage or anything of that, or her car. So those are things that I think you should concern yourself with. After that, 2011, he talked to him several times. They came back to the house several times. He agreed to let them come and search. Like I said, they even looked at the cleanup bottle out next to the pool. He had a bottle of bleach out there, and they checked it to see if there was anything on it. So they measured everything under the house. They looked at everything. In some ways, I've not seen as much documentation as I've seen in this case about those things, in some of the cases I've seen. After that, things go on. Nobody's charged for a long period of time. This is 2011. It becomes mentioned in a race for sheriff and the race for the district attorney's office that nothing's been done. Better do something about it. And over time, in 2022, the indictment was issued. After all those years, there's been no scientific breakthrough or anything other than what we just talked about. There's been nothing new that's come in or anything. After all this time, there was a charge. And it's important about
That is a little suspicious.
proof, about asking, how do you prove what you're claiming? And so I ask you all, I could sit and talk about a lot of things here, but this is some of the issues that are going to be involved, some of the major issues. Sometimes when people are going through a divorce, they start talking about each other, both sides. They want you to understand how they've been wronged. And I submit to you, both parties were doing that before. And so, or sometimes they just want to talk to somebody about how they feel. So please listen to all the questions and all the witnesses. And those are issues that I think you should look at as we're going through this trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, we didn't think we'd get this far today. We thought it would take the better part of today to select you for service on the jury. And so we've gone as far as we can go today. We're going to let you all go in just a few minutes. We're going to start tomorrow morning. We need you here at 8:15 tomorrow morning, 8:15. And again, if you will report directly to the jury room like you did after lunch, just go straight to the jury room. At 8:15, we should be able to begin promptly at 8:30 tomorrow. If for some reason you have a problem, family issue, an illness, an emergency that you can't deal with, you need to call in or get someone to call into the clerk's office first thing in the morning so that we at least know there's a problem. Okay. I hope and I keep my fingers crossed that there's not for every reason, but certainly not right now. So we'll see you all in the morning. Before you get up and go, though, let me say this again. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Okay. If I was on the jury, I might be tempted to go home, get out my iPad or my computer and try to see where Harness Road is in Dyer County. Don't do it. Don't get your phone out. Don't get your iPad out, computer out. Just don't do that. Do not speak with the attorneys, with the defendant, with any family members of the defendant or the victim, any person who claims to be a reporter or a media person. You're not permitted to give any interviews. They're not permitted to approach you at this time under any conditions, including if they say you'll just be an unnamed source. Don't do it. Do not do that. Do not form or express any opinion about this case. Again, there are many reports, a lot of information out here. Don't go home and look at it tonight. Please don't do that. You have to help me. I can't go home with you. And I'm not making you stay in a place where I can control the information flow. And so I need you to help me preserve the integrity of this trial and make sure that when you make a decision, that your decision is based on what you're going to hear in this courtroom only and exclusively in this courtroom there. So don't do anything that I've asked you not to do. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask you again if you've done anything like that, or if anyone has approached you, and you need to honestly assess what's going on in the intervening time. Any of you have any questions about any of that in the period? I thank you very much for your attention this afternoon. Anything before we dismiss the jury for the day? No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Very good. We'll stand for you and let you all be dismissed. All right.
All right, you guys. Morgana, I don't know if his last name is Hog Shooter or if the defense was like, I can't remember his name, so I'm just going to call him the Hog Shooter because he shoots hogs. I don't know. Either way, I liked what I called him better. Okay, let's start a poll. All right, there you go. The poll is up. Make sure to go vote in the poll. Do you want to continue to cover the Karen Swift murder trial? Yes or no? Easy peasy. His name is literally Hog Shooter. He's going to be a witness. Oh my God, this is going to be cute. Can I keep calling him Hog Shooter though? Yay, yay. Yeah, I like the judge a lot. I like the judge a lot so far. He has a very soothing, calming, he seems like a very calm, level-headed judge, but he also seems to be um like he could flip his lid if needed, when needed, you know? Mm, wow. So we're only 8 votes in, and we're already have 100% vote on yes, that you guys wanna cover it, so, I mean, that's cool. That's cool. Wonder if he carries a weapon at all times? I don't know. Prosecution's rested, so we should be able to get through it fairly quick. Yeah, it said it was it was on day 6, so it's gonna be a pretty quick, um gonna be a pretty quick trial, so that's pretty cool. Judge says he can't come home with them, but I wanna take him home, like, put him in my pocket and keep him. Same. Me too. No, not Hog Shooter, QB, the judge, or Steph, the judge. The judge, the judge, the judge. Not Hog Shooter. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That's really the guy's last name, Hog Shooter. Shoot. Literally, right? Hog Shooter. All right. Well, I guess we are, you guys have spoken. We're 9 votes in, and y'all say 100% of y'all say yes. So we're doing it. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Y'all have spoken. Gail just wants to see what that one guy's going to wear next. We're 9 votes in, you guys. 9 votes in. It says there's 16 watching. Y'all should have voted. Y'all should have voted if you wanted it different. But we're going to cover this Karen Swift murder trial. It's a quick one. So yeah. Let's continue then, shall we? Shall we continue? He ain't going to fit in your pocket, says Morgana. We need a pocket size judge from Tennessee. All right, let me go over here and stop sharing this feed. Let me go over to the other one. All right, and then we'll go into day 1. Where's day 1? Well, I guess they're calling it day 2 because I don't see a day 1. They must be considering day 1 as opening statements. So day 2, let me share. All right, present, share. All right, day 2. Share. Okay. There we go. There we go. Oh. Which is a good thing because I'm going to tell y'all I'm about to wet my. I got to go to the wee break and get more coffee. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start this. Wait, she says there is day 1. Stand by. There is? Really? I didn't see a day 1. Mm. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. Opening statements. Okay, I don't see a day 1. It just says opening statements, and then the next one is day 2. I hope if they do have a day 1, I don't know where it's at. Taylor Swift. You think this guy might be related to Taylor? Oh my goodness. All right. Let me click start. It looks like they're going straight into some sort of something. So let's see.
Everybody doing okay on this side of the room this morning? We are. Mr. Swift, Mr. Goodman, y'all good this morning? Yes. Anything we need to do before we bring the jury in? Right?
I have the volume all the way up, folks. Well, no, I don't. I take that back. There you go. All right. I got to run to the potty, but I'm going to leave this running. And I'll be right back. Oh, Margaret. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, you guys. Margaret is going to do something I don't normally do and ask my crime family for some prayers. Husband's mom will be in surgery today, 400 miles away from us. Oh my goodness. That's tough. That's tough, tough. Sending you all the love and squishy hugs and prayers, Margaret. Yeah, you guys in the chat, throw Margaret some love and prayers. Lots and lots and lots and lots. In Jesus' name. All right, I've got to run to the bathroom, but you guys continue to love on Margaret. And I'll be right back momentarily, okay?
All right, Mr. Taylor, what do you think about that?
In your order on motion in limine, you went through each of these statements. You analyzed in your order. That's part of the court record. Each of the statements, and you made comments in there about it. In your order, you talked about context would have to be set up. Some of them were speculative. Things were about the conduct of another. The things that were listed in 803.3. Your Honor indicated in your order that you would, I think you, in essence, dismissed some of them, saying, but you left the door open on 2 or 3 of them. And so we had the order. I filed a response on the same day, I guess right before I got your order, a motion in limine additional, asking that these 803.3 statements not be introduced into evidence until we had a jury out hearing in which the witnesses can be questioned about it, and it could be determined, not in front of the jury, whether the context or the had been set up. Now, yesterday, before we did start opening statements, I asked Your Honor to exclude or prohibit the prosecutor from that they shouldn't be mentioned until context can be done until we had a jury out hearing. Your Honor said you seemed to agree with me, and then the prosecutor said what the prosecutor said, but I went on record saying that, and then afterwards it was brought back up, and Your Honor, after opening statements, and Your Honor said the statements of counsel are not evidence from yesterday. The things he said, if he can't match it up, because I objected to some of those after I mentioned my motion in limine afterwards again, that, and Your Honor said the statements of counsel are not evidence. I did not specifically refer to any of those statements. I just listed what I thought the evidence would prove. They're the arguments of counsel. And I have not opened any door, obviously. Opening the doors with a witness, asking a question of a witness. And I guess what I was trying to do is not take the chance of having any potential prejudicial questions brought up in front of the jury, or what Mr. Swift said, or what he allegedly said, or about his conduct. So I have not opened any door. And so that's what I submit. And I would still reaffirm what I said yesterday about we need a jury out hearing. And I think I'm asking Your Honor to make a definite ruling whether it's for or against me on this issue, because I have to protect the record. And I'm trying, you appointed me to this case to do my job. And I'm going to do it, Judge, how I see fit. We may disagree about things, both sides, and maybe with the court, but that's what I'm asking. I have not opened any door, and I still ask for the jury out hearing. All right. Respond briefly.
Sure.
Your Honor, the only issue with that is, as you know, we have to put our proof on first. And if we are going to be prohibited from being able to ask these questions and to put in proof about her actual fear, then the defense should not be allowed to then argue that she was not in fear. Your Honor, if they put their proof on first, then it wouldn't be an issue for us because we would know whether or not we could use that. But Your Honor, if you're going to prohibit us and you're going to limit the fact that we can't put on proof that she was afraid and that she was in fear, then it's unfair to the prosecution to allow the defense then to use that as a defense for this crime.
I'll be quiet. Jury out hearing means outside the presence of the jury. And what I'm asking to request, and I requested yesterday and before, is if the state's going to try to do that, we have to dismiss the jury and we'll have to bring the witness in, and it'll be incumbent upon the state to lay the groundwork for the admissibility, whether or not that applies or not. That's all we're asking for. I mean, I think that's the way to do it. It's the way we've always done it in other trials. So.
Irrespective of whether the defendant has opened the door, and I'm not convinced that opening statement constitutes an invitation for that testimony, the court still has to analyze these statements in view, outside the presence of the jury, in view of relevance, in view of whether they fit within the narrow exception of 8033, and whether the context and timing of the statements are appropriate. And so I don't think there's anything for the court to do right now other than to say, once again, I'm going to follow the rule and we're going to determine these matters outside the presence of the jury. That is certainly an argument and a factor that I will consider at the moment, but I've got to hear the specific testimony to be able to analyze these matters. I've given you the best guidelines I can pre-trial in the May 17 order. Other than that, we're going to follow the rules of evidence, and the court's going to analyze those things, and then I'll give you a specific ruling on specific testimony there. So, anything else before we bring jury in?
No, Your Honor. So I guess I'm asking, Your Honor, saying that he depends on doing that, we need to approach and say we're going to have a jury out hearing, dismiss the jury.
You need to make an appropriate objection at the time that you think that 8033 or any other rule of evidence comes into play. You all are asking me to make a blanket ruling. I'm not going to do it. I've asked the state in the order, if you anticipate you're getting ready to answer that, ask those kinds of questions, give me a signal. Let's know. Let's do it. If you don't, then please make an objection and let's deal with it.
That's what I'm asking. I think it just come say, Your Honor, we need a jury out.
Once again, if there is an objection, we'll deal with it. If the state will let me know when that time comes in direct examination, we'll analyze it at that point. I'm not going to create some artificial rule at this moment that if the state doesn't do this, I'm going to automatically exclude it or I'm going to get mad. That's not the point. The point is, let's head it off if we can. If it doesn't get headed off, then object and let's deal with it then. Okay? Can't hear you.
Can I ask, you asked the state to let you know at that appropriate time?
I did.
Okay. I guess the state let me know too.
Well, I think if I know, you'll know. And I'll tell you if you don't. I promise you. Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring jury in.
All rise.
You need the podium microphone up. Is that what you need? All right. We good? Hang on a second. I think they've saved that blue seat for you. Yeah. Let's all be seated. Good morning, you all. First, tell me if everybody's good this morning. I'm just going to start at my left. Everybody good this morning? Everybody feeling all right? Okay, that's good. That's good. You all heard the warnings and the rules yesterday afternoon. Let me ask you this. And again, I'm going to look up and down the line to make sure. Has anybody approached any of you in any effort to talk to you about this case? I'm just looking by. Sir, anybody bothered you about this case? Did each of you follow the rules that I asked you to follow yesterday in terms of how this case goes? Okay. All right. Good deal. Thank you all very much. Stay ready to call the first witness. All right. Sorry, would you say that again in the mic?
Brandon Alexander.
Thank you.
Pictures and such.
Daggone it, I missed quite a bit. Did I witness or did I miss the judge getting? Oh, okay. Gail says the judge got sassy. Daggone it, I missed it. Hey, Kel. Hi, Kel. I went to get some. Oh, here comes Kiddo with her microphone. Hold on.
Come on up, officer. Good morning. Morning. Come on up. Would you come up and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
You solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give to be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Shrez says, I can't go home with you. I can't go home with you. Good luck with her and her microphone. Thank you.
Sir, you're a Corporal Brandon Alexander.
I am.
Well, he's
Okay, and where are you
cute.
employed, sir?
Right now, I'm employed at Dyersburg Police Department
Okay, I'm
Where were you employed
smitten.
in October of 2011?
at the Dyer County Sheriff's Office.
Smitten.
Okay, and how long had you been employed in October 2011 with the Dyer County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9 months.
Okay, were you post-certified at that time?
I was.
Okay, and do you recall being on duty on October 30th, 2011?
I do.
Did you have the occasion that day to be called out to the intersection of Millsfield Highway and Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the nature of that call?
Possible missing person.
Okay, were you informed of who the possible missing person was?
It was Karen Swift.
Okay, and what did you do when you got that notification?
I went out there to investigate the possible missing person.
Okay, when you arrived at the intersection of Harness and Millsfield, what did you find?
I seen Miss Swift's vehicle parked on the side of the road with a flat tire.
Okay, what tire was flat?
The front passenger side.
Okay. Was there anyone at the scene when you arrived?
Mr. Swift and William and Kathy Bona.
Okay. Did you check the vehicle when you arrived?
I did, and the vehicle was locked with all the windows up.
Okay. Did you previously know either David or Karen Swift?
I only had a dealing with them previously a few weeks or a month later in reference to
Gotta love a pretty man with a pretty accent, right? Kel says he's got one full luscious beard. I don't know. My husband's beard is better than that one, but I'm just saying. He be using some Mr. Beard product, right? It's shiny. It's shiny. You could tell he put some beard oil in that. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's get back to it.
The poisoning of their dog.
And I'm gonna have to mute myself because kiddo's in here with her microphone and she's not gonna be quiet. So
Was it earlier or later?
It was before this incident.
Okay, I was trying to make sure we're clear on that. Did you know the bonus prior to that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did David tell you anything on the scene about his wife?
That
He can testify about what he saw.
They're incriminating statements of the defendant. They're certainly admissible.
okay, their white noise machine is very, very loud. Y'all need some Jolie commentary. Well, I'm sure she's got plenty of it. I'm sure she's got plenty of commentary. All right, let's skip through. Skip to Malou. Yes, Margaret, but he wasn't arrested until 2022. This was virtually a cold case from what I've gathered.
Did David Swift make any statements to you about his wife that day?
He made a statement that he woke up, noticed that she wasn't home.
Did he tell you what time he woke up?
Roughly 10:30 a.m.
Okay. Please continue.
After waking up and noticing that she wasn't there, he said he started texting her, asking her if she was going to bring food home for the kids. Upon further investigation, I believe he found her car at Millsville Highway near Harness Road, and then contacted us in reference to her being missing.
Did he tell you anything about the last time he had seen his wife, Karen?
He mentioned that he's seen her approximately 2 o'clock when her and I believe his daughter Ashley arrived home.
Did he give any description of what she was wearing when she came home?
She did. Can I refer to my report to confirm it?
That's up to the judge. He's asking if he can look at his report to refresh his recollection.
He said what I believe it's like blue jeans and a shirt, but there's several different outfits mentioned in the report. And it was 12 and a half years ago. So,
and the witness have permission to look at his report?
He can consult with his report, but then Mr. Taylor's going to get an opportunity to look at it as well.
Yes, sir. Do you have his report? I can give you this. Have you had a chance to look at your report?
yes, sir. It was blue jeans with hose in it and a gray jacket.
Okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary from Mr. Swift's appearance that day?
He was on crutches and had a brace on one of his knees.
Okay. Were you able to get you stated that the car was locked and the windows were up. Were you able to get a look inside the car?
Yes, I believe it was later. I ended up getting a spare key from Mr. Swift to investigate the vehicle further.
Okay. Did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us what you did when you were able to inspect it further?
Before inspecting the vehicle, I took photos of the vehicle. I opened up the driver's side door, took photos. I took photos of the entire vehicle. After taking photos, I entered the vehicle to see if there was any relevant information on where she had been in her past few hours or any clues whatsoever. I noticed in the driver floorboard was some boots and a mini skirt, black in color. Other than that, nothing appeared out of ordinary.
Okay, you're a pretty tall guy. Do you recall whether or not you had to move the seat back to get into the car?
No, sir. I'm approximately 6'2", and I didn't have to move the seat when I sat in the driver's seat.
Okay. Having the bailiff,
Oh, okay. 6'2", he didn't have to move it to get in there. Now wait, did he mean to get in it like he was gonna sit in it and drive? Or did he mean, you know what I'm saying? I need to rewind that back and listen to that one more time, because how tall is David Swift, right? That's like, obviously, if he was the one driving the car, right? Got the yeah. All right, let's rewind that back and listen one more time.
Just in the driver floor information, driver's side door, took photos. I took photos. A brace on one of his knees.
okay. Were you able to get excuse me, you stated that the car was locked and the windows were up. Were you able to get a look inside the car?
Yes, I believe it was later. I ended up getting a spare key from Mr. Swift to investigate the vehicle further.
Okay, did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us what you did when you were able to inspect it further.
Before inspecting the vehicle, I took photos of the vehicle. I opened up the driver's side door, took photos. I took photos of the entire vehicle. After taking photos, I entered the vehicle to see if there was any relevant information on where she had been in her past few hours or any clues whatsoever. I noticed in the driver floorboard was some boots and a mini skirt, black in color. Other than that, nothing appeared out of ordinary.
Okay, you're a pretty tall guy.
Okay, wait a minute. And he said the boots and the mini skirt was in the driver floorboard. That's weird. Why would she be driving with the boots and the mini skirt in the driver floorboard?
Recall whether or not you had to move the seat back to get into the car?
No, sir. I'm approximately 6'2", and I didn't have to move the seat when I sat in the driver's seat.
Okay.
He said when he sat in the driver's seat just then. So he's 6'2", and he didn't have to move the seat back to sit in the driver's seat. Now, I don't know, Sherry, how tall Karen was, but I'm doubtful that she was 6 foot. I mean, we'll find out, when they get to the autopsy part, but that's interesting. That is like enough. That's a big clue right there.
Having the bailiff hand you some photographs that previously been shown to defense. Would you look through them for me, please?
Yes, sir. This is the vehicle I took photos of.
Okay, those photographs were all taken by you?
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate representation of the condition of the vehicle as you encountered it that day?
Yes, sir.
I asked that they be admitted to State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, and published to the jury.
We want to mark those as collective, number one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and get them marked, and then we'll pass them to the jury if you want to.
While they're doing that, I'll continue, if that's okay, Your Honor.
Beg pardon?
I'll continue asking questions while they're doing that, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When you were in the vehicle, did you notice any signs of a struggle?
No, sir.
Any obvious blood stains,
No, sir.
pulled hair?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to open the hatchback of the vehicle?
I was.
Okay. Did you discover anything in the hatchback?
I just observed a cooler, and inside that cooler were a few beers.
Okay. Could you tell whether or not the spare tire had been attempted to be accessed?
It didn't appear so.
Okay. Did you stay with the vehicle until it was towed?
No, I believe I had other calls I had to answer, and I believe Sergeant Walker was on scene, and I left it to him.
Okay. And who was Sergeant Walker?
He was my supervisor at the time.
Okay. Did that end your involvement in this case?
No, sir. I ended up returning back later to Mr. Swift's house to ask him some further questions. And that's when I went over there.
Okay. What did Mr. Swift tell you when you went to his home? Well, first, how did you gain access to the home?
I knocked on the front door, and Mr. Swift allowed me inside through the front door.
Okay. Did you have a search warrant at that time?
No, sir, I did not.
He willingly let you in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now talk about your conversation, if you would, that you had with Mr. Swift at that time.
If I remember correctly, we walked in through the living room area, through the, I believe, dining area towards the back room. I believe that was Miss Swift's room at the time. I remember speaking with Ashley. She advised that her mom picked her up. They laid down in her room, and Mr. Swift showed me on the computer where he had been messaging and calling Miss Swift, trying to find out where she was at.
You said he showed you on the computer. How was he able to do that?
He logged in through Verizon and showed me on the Verizon.
Did Mr. Swift ever show you into the garage that evening?
No,
Do you recall whether or not the garage doors, the outside garage doors, were open or closed when you?
I believe they were shut.
No, would you publish those to the jury? Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor, if you'd like to wait till the jury's seen the photos, you're welcome to do that. Have you seen a copy of the officer's report that he consulted earlier? Okay.
Is he waiting on something specific? Like, why are we waiting? What is the, like, is he stopping to smell the roses or what? Hmm. Oh, okay. Jury's reviewing pictures. I was like, I missed that part. Sorry. I was reading comments. I have been corrupted. Y'all are really bad corrupter people. Jurors are looking at pics. Okay. Thank you guys for catching that. I did not catch that part. I just heard him say, pass the witness, and that was the last thing I heard. So I was just envisioning the The lawyer's sitting there at his table highlighting stuff saying da 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 da. Da 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 da. All right, I think he's getting ready.
Yes, sir.
Officer Alexander, let me ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor mentioned a report, you refreshed your memory.
Correct.
You have a copy of that report with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. You were an officer and you went to the Law Enforcement Academy?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had been employed as an officer for several months before you were dispatched on this call?
Correct.
And part of the training is to observe, take, and discern what's important when you go to scenes?
Yes.
Okay. And you do reports to remember things,
Correct.
and you put what you deem to be important in the report.
Yes.
All right. And you were taught that before this day.
Correct.
And you know how important it is because you've done this on a lot of cases before you went out on this dispatch. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you received a call at approximately 15:10 from David Swift, or dispatch did.
Roughly, yes.
All right. So Mr. Swift called law enforcement about this.
Yes.
All right. You went out there.
Correct.
All right. You went out to where the car was.
Yes.
All right. And before you got there, you were the first officer on the scene.
Yes.
All right. Before you arrived there, you don't know who had been in the car or not because you weren't there. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And when you arrive there, you see people around the car.
Yes.
You see David Swift there.
Correct.
And you talk to David Swift.
I did.
All right. He's standing there, and you see her car with a flat tire.
Yes.
Okay. And you ask him to unlock it.
Later, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think he had the key at the time.
Okay. And then did he have to go get it?
That would have been the time that I had left, and I've come back and took pictures because I answered the call when it was completely daylight. When I took the pictures of the vehicle, I had the key, which was closer to nighttime.
Okay. And so when you first came out there, David Swift is there,
Correct.
and you didn't take pictures at that time. You just looked at it.
Correct.
All right. And then you didn't go in at that time.
No, sir.
All right. And then you left.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you left to go do something else?
I believe it was to answer other calls. Yes, sir.
Okay. And because right then it was just a missing person report.
Possibly. Yes, sir.
Possible.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in your report, did you indicate that, let me back up. When you left the people there, David Swift.
Correct, but I believe Sergeant Walker was saying.
Okay. All right. And you came back, what, an hour or two later, or several hours later?
Sometime later. I'm not exactly sure what time.
All right. And it was daylight when you saw David Swift when you first arrived there.
Yes.
And you looked at him.
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you if you noticed anything unusual about Mr. Swift.
I did not.
All right.
Besides him being on crutches and something wrong with his leg, a brace or something on one of his legs.
Now, you looked at him.
Correct.
You didn't see any scratches or marks on his face or hands, did you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. If you had recalled, you would have put this in this report, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Because you're trying to put important things in your report.
Correct.
And you didn't put anything about it because you didn't see any of that.
Correct.
All right. And you asked Swift questions, David, and he answered them.
Yes, sir.
And he was cooperating with you.
He was.
He was trying to find his wife.
I believe so.
All right. And you left and came back later. Did you call him and say, come up here and open the car? Or how did he know that you were coming back at a certain time?
I believe he was still on scene when I showed back up to the car, and that's when we unlocked it. Then I went to his house after that.
All right. Did you take pictures when you came back?
Yes,
All right, and it's getting close to night,
correct.
and you actually open the door and go in the car.
Yes,
All right, and when you left and did other calls, you weren't there, so you don't know what happened about who went in or who didn't go in the car, do you?
correct. No, I did not.
Because you weren't there.
Correct.
All right. And you come back, and then that's when you take pictures.
Yes, sir.
That's when you actually get in the car.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you don't, the prosecutor asks you this question. You don't see any blood or anything that indicates a disturbance, do you?
Not that I observed.
Well, and you didn't write anything that you observed as a struggle, blood, or anything in the car. You didn't put anything about that in your report, did you?
No, sir.
Because that would have been important, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you mentioned you found clothing in the vehicle.
I did.
All right. And you took pictures.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say you smelled bleach or any strong odor either, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you took pictures, and then after that, you asked David Swift if you could go to his house.
I don't remember if I asked it if I could go to his house. I believe I just showed up after he had already went home to ask him a few other questions.
Okay.
And that's when I ended up at his house.
Were there other law enforcement there while you were there?
No, it was just me.
Okay. And you knocked on the door and he let you come in?
Yes.
All right. You asked to talk to him and he said yes?
Yes.
All right. He showed you back there. You asked about things and he answered your questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask to search his house?
No.
All right. You didn't say, hey, let's go in every room and look around or anything?
I did not.
All right. Because you're just there to ask him questions and he's answering your questions.
Correct.
And he let you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he took you into his house in different rooms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you ask him whatever you're going to ask him. And you could have said, hey, can I walk around the house upstairs and downstairs?
I could have. Yes, sir.
Right. And he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
All right. And you didn't ask to, and at that time you didn't deem it necessary to do that, did you?
I didn't believe I did at that time.
All right. And you left.
Yes, sir.
Before you left, that's all the involvement you had on October the 30th
Yes, sir.
with this case?
Correct.
Okay. Was the Swift vehicle, Karen Swift's vehicle, facing north before Harness Road on the east side of the road?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. Now, prosecutor asked you a question about the seat being back.
Yes, sir.
All right. In your original report in 2011 on that day, you didn't mention that, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you added that just a few months ago, didn't you?
Added what?
That the seat was back.
I didn't add that. I was asked if I had to move the seat, and I did not have to move the seat.
All right. But you don't know where it had originally been positioned, do you, before you got in there?
I know when I got in the seat, I did not have to move it.
All right. But you had left.
I did leave.
And when you first arrived on the scene, you don't know who had been in the car.
I don't know what position it was before I entered it,
Right. And whether
except for what it was at when I entered it.
Right. And whether somebody else had moved it back or not.
If they did, I don't know.
Because you were gone from other
Correct.
calls.
Yes.
Okay. And before, when you first arrived, you don't know who had gone in the car before that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, but this thing about the seat being back, you were asked that question just a few months ago by the prosecutor. And that's when that was revealed.
I'm sorry. Repeat that again. I couldn't
Think
hear you.
about the seat being pulled back.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you discussed with the prosecutor just a couple months ago?
I was asked that question by the prosecution a couple weeks ago. Yes.
Okay. But you didn't put that in your report or state that in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, you had been dispatched to that area before October the 7th of 2011, hadn't you? on the thing about the dog.
I believe when I was originally dispatched to the animal care hospital on St. John, if I'm not mistaken, because they were already there with the dog at the vet.
You talking about the Swifts,
Correct.
David and Karen.
I don't remember if David was there or not.
Karen
I remember
Swift?
Karen and one of her sons being there.
Okay.
David may have been there, but I don't recall him being there.
It was before the car incident.
It was before the car incident, correct.
And you did an incident report about it.
The dog, yes, sir.
All right. And if it's dated October, do you have a copy of that with
I
you?
do not know, sir.
Can I approach Judge?
Margaret, ma'am, I'm sorry. These are your family members
Ask that for you to refresh
in the
it.
chat.
Just read it when you're
You know
through.
how it
Look up.
goes. I mean, at least Morgana sprayed. So there's that.
I'm mainly just interested in the date.
Do you guys think we should bump it up to 1.25? Or 1.5? I don't know if we can handle severe southern draw with at 1.5. Let's try it. You guys, I put it on 1.5. Tell me if it's too fast for you. We'll play it for a few seconds, for a few minutes, and see what you think.
Okay. Can you pass it back to me, please? Does that refresh your memory about that incident?
Roughly.
Okay. Was that October the 7th of 2011?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was that about the Swift dog?
It was.
And it was about poisoning?
Correct.
All right. And was it also about Mr. Hogshooter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Which is a neighbor that lived
He
down.
said
across
hog
from you?
shitter
Yes.
again.
Okay. And you responded to that call?
I did.
All right. Did you go out to the scene and talk to any other witnesses?
I know I went out there eventually to look at Hog Shooter's place, and there was a bowl of some blue something that we believe the dog got into because it was around the dog's mouth, from what I was told.
All right. Did you eventually go to court on that?
I did not.
Okay, let me be clear on this. When you went out to the vehicle the first time, were you able to get into the vehicle?
No, I was not.
Was anybody at the scene able to get in the vehicle?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. When you went back the second time, was anybody able to get in the vehicle?
I was able to get in the vehicle
And
because
how were you provided access to enter the vehicle?
I believe Mr. Swift handed me the spare key.
So I think.
All right, you guys. Like I said, I've got it on 1.5. You let me know if it's too fast or if it's okay. Tell me in the chat what you guys think. If I need to slow it down to 1.25, I can do that. However, this day is 9 hours and 13 minutes long. So there's, I mean, I know there's a big long lunch in there, but it's also going to be, it looks like a pretty big day of testimony. So, and it's already 2 p.m. Eastern. Morgana says, yes, I have good bathroom etiquette. I don't poop like the hogs.
You came the first time. Did you ask to get in the vehicle?
I did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Anything else?
You can step down. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Taylor, can you raise and hold witness?
Not today, but I would ask the subject to call on Monday.
Officer, you're subject to recall on Monday. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
State Chief Walker.
What was the first name, Mr. Box?
H-E-A-T-H.
Thank you.
Brenda, honey, ma'am, when does hi, Brenda. But ma'am, let me ask you, when does this chat never not talk about poop?
While we're waiting on Mr. Walker, will you and Mr. Taylor come up for the
Sidebar City. It's not supposed to, though. I know, right, Margaret? I know, ma'am. But yeah, I can't help it. I can't. You know, they do what they do. There's no controlling these people.
Come on, Ram. Good morning to you.
Shall we raise our hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're Heath Walker?
Yes, sir.
And what is your profession, sir?
Retired officer.
Police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you employed on October 30th, 2011?
Dyer County Sheriff's Department.
Did you have a rank or a title that?
I was sergeant of second shift.
Okay. Did you have the
Exactly,
occasion on
Kelly.
that date to be dispatched to the intersection of Millsfield Highway and Harness Road?
Deputy Alexander was dispatched. I was sitting in dispatch when the second call of the missing person come in, so I went to the scene in case he needed anything.
Okay, when you say second call, who made the first call, if you know?
All right,
first
I'm
call
sorry. I got a
was-
1.25. This guy, he talks a little bit quicker. I got to go to 1.25 for this one. Sorry, guys.
Received a dispatch from the Bill and Kathy Bonner.
Okay, and you said the second call. Who made the second call, if you know?
Dispatch received a call from David Swift.
Okay, and did you in fact respond to the scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and what did you find at the scene?
What did I find?
What did you encounter when you arrived?
I pulled up directly behind Deputy Alexander and the bonus, which was parked to the south of where the Miss Swift's vehicle was parked.
Okay, and as the shift sergeant, what were your duties when you responded to the scene like that?
To start gathering information and try to find out if there was anything, the next step that we needed to go for the missing person.
Okay, and tell us what those steps were that you followed.
Margaret.
I spoke with the bonus briefly. I spoke with Deputy Alexander. I believe Mr. Swift arrived. I
It
spoke
would
with
serve
him,
you right if you did.
and that proceeded then to ask him about maybe going to his house and looking around to see if I could detect anything out of the ordinary there.
Before you did that, did you call any of your superiors or higher ups in the sheriff's office?
I did. After speaking with the bonus, I felt that I needed to let the investigators know that I had a gut feeling we needed to proceed.
Just a second, sir.
So they're going to sidebar. Said he had a gut feeling. So are they going to be like, speculation station?
When you were there, did you get in the car at all?
Did I?
Did you get in the Murano?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you arrange to have anything done with the Murano?
After speaking with Investigator McCray, we come to the conclusion we needed to have the vehicle towed to possibly protect any kind of evidence that could be saved.
Okay. And who was Investigator McCray to you at that time?
Who was he to me?
To you, yeah, in relation to the chain of command at the sheriff's
He
department.
was a senior investigator, Chief McCray.
Okay. While you were there, did you have the occasion to ask the defendant any questions?
Did I ask him any questions?
Yes.
I asked him about going to the house, and we did that. And at the house, spoke with him. As I walked through the house, he walked with me. I noticed that he had some type of, I don't know if it's reserve or auxiliary type uniform of a police officer. I did notice that hanging in the laundry room.
Did he talk to you about being a reserve officer?
After my second trip there with Sergeant Petrie, we did talk about his time as a reserve or auxiliary, and yeah.
Okay. When you were investigating a missing persons case, do you try and obtain cell phone information about the missing person?
Yes, sir.
Did you do so in this case?
I did so. I spoke with Mr. Swift about Karen Swift's cell phone and was able to obtain the number. I had dispatch contact Verizon and fax in the proper paperwork to have her cell phone pinged in an attempt to get a location possibly of where the phone was last used.
Were you successful in that?
Sorry.
Were you successful in that attempt to locate her?
We did get the ping, but it was an old ping that ended up not being relevant at the time.
Okay, were you able to determine at your time on the scene whether or not Ms. Swift had more than one phone?
I was, and I had been notified that she had a second phone, which was also pinged, that was given to her by Bill and Kathy Bona.
Did you ask the defendant about Ms. Swift and the second phone?
Not directly for that phone, but I asked her if she had any other type of cellular device as far as that he knew of that I would be able to have pinged, and he told me not that he knew of, that she didn't have anything but their family plan phone.
Okay, and you said you went into the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was there anyone with you when you went into the home with him?
Just myself and him
Okay, and how did you enter the home that day?
through the garage.
Okay. Did he tell you when the last time he had seen his wife was?
He advised me that, Mr. Swift advised me that the last time he had seen her was spoke with her was approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. He knew that she had come in with her daughter because the daughter was staying with a friend and was ill and needed to come home, and that Miss Swift come in with her about 2 o'clock in the morning after getting her from a residence in Rowan.
Did he state whether or not he was able to see her that night?
I did. I specifically asked him that, and he said he did not see her, but when he heard her when she come in and they talked, he was at the top of the stairs of a 2-story house, which was his bedroom, and Miss Swift come in was in the downstairs, and he spoke with her from the top of the stairs, but didn't actually see her.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary of the defendant's demeanor while you were asking him questions?
When myself and Sergeant Petrie was talking to him after my second trip there, I noticed that he would, every time we would ask questions about Miss Swift, he would look at the ground. He wouldn't look me in the eye. He would just look at the ground, and then we would start talking about his experiences and what have you with the auxiliary and reserve. And he would look me dead in the eye, just wide-eyed, and like he was enjoying that conversation. But I would start back talking about or asking questions about Miss Swift, and he'd look back at the ground. He wouldn't look me in the eye again.
He's able to testify to his personal observations, Your Honor.
I hope they get the
So, Sir Warren,
audio
when
figured
you left
out,
the house that
'cause-
evening and you'd had the vehicle towed, is that the end of your involvement in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear for the call.
After you left Mr. Swift's home that evening for the final time and you had the vehicle towed to the law enforcement center, was that the end of your involvement in this case?
It was not. I continued with the next day with the search part, which I don't remember the exact timeline, but I was in with the search part the day the cell phones were recovered. And I'm sure I had talked to Mr. Swift in between. He lived about a mile from where I lived, so I didn't know him at the time, but yeah, I mean, it was my community, so I felt like I needed to do what I could do. But I did speak with him more.
Was anyone inside the vehicle while you were on the scene up on Millsfield and Harness?
While I was there was nobody in the vehicle.
Okay. Pass the witness, Sean.
Officer Walker, at the time, how long were you with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department?
At that time, yes, sir.
All right. And you've been with them for how long?
I started January 19th, I believe, 2001, as a correctional officer.
All right. And so you had basically 10 years experience with that sheriff's department at that time?
I was a certified officer April 2003 is when I was actually a certified officer.
So it was just a little less than 10 years.
Close to it, yes, sir.
All right. And you received the call and went out to where Karen Swift's vehicle was located.
I didn't receive a call. I was sitting in dispatch when the second call come in from Mr. Swift. That's where I was sitting. So with it being two different calls, I thought I needed to go to, because Deputy Alexander was already on the scene.
And I guess before you arrived, you don't have any knowledge about who went in the car or not?
No, sir, I do not. I do not.
And when you arrived, the other officer was there?
Deputy Alexander?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you stay at the car and then leave at some point?
Deputy Alexander stayed on the scene the whole time until the car was taken by the tow truck driver. He waited on the tow truck. He waited on the tow truck driver.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand because I want to be clear. So Alexander was there when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
All right. David Swift was there when you arrived?
I believe he showed up.
Okay.
Right after I did.
All right. And when you saw David for the first time that day,
Yes, sir.
you observed him.
Yes, sir.
You talked to him.
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary about his appearance as far as scratches, marks, or cuts, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you're a trained officer. You look for those things, don't you?
I would call myself very observant.
All right. And you also noticed that he had crutches or have an injury to his leg?
Crutches.
Okay.
He was on crutches.
All right. And you're saying Alexander was there and then you left before Alexander did?
Yes, sir. Me and Mr. Swift left and went back to his house and left. The bonus were still there, and Deputy Alexander was still there, and the car was still there when I left.
All right. And so you didn't stay there, and Alexander left when you got there.
Sorry.
When you got there, Alexander and the others were at the car scene.
Yes.
All right. And you left before Alexander left.
Yes, sir.
All right. You believe Alexander stayed?
Do I believe what?
You left and Alexander was still at the car.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
Yes.
And so he didn't leave after you got there, Alexander.
Not that I know of. I left and went to his house.
All
His
right.
house.
And then you pretty quickly asked Mr. Swift to go to his house.
Yes, sir.
All right. And he said yes.
And he what?
He agreed.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you drive over and he drives over in his vehicle.
Right.
And you ask to look in the house.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you walk in through the garage.
We walked through the garage into the house. Yes, sir.
And when you're walking through the garage, you don't see anything out of the ordinary, do you?
I actually looked around the garage after I exited in the residence, but no, I did not see anything at that time.
So you actually walked around the garage and looked at it when you first went out there with Mr. Swift.
I looked, but did not search. Yes, sir.
All right. You looked and you didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
No, sir.
All right. You didn't see any blood or issues like that or the smell of strong bleach, did you?
I did not.
All right. And if you had, you would have written that in a report, wouldn't you? If you had noticed some of that things, you would have alerted law enforcement about that.
Yeah, I did not detect anything
All right.
that was noteworthy at that time.
All right. And so then you went into, did you go into every room of the house?
No, sir. I know I never went upstairs. I never went upstairs at all.
Well, you asked David Swift to look around and he let you look around wherever you wanted to, didn't you?
He followed me, yes, sir.
Right.
He took me to each room, telling me which room was what.
Okay. And if you wanted to look at any certain place, you just had to ask him, didn't you?
He did not deny anything. He did not deny me access to anything, no, sir.
Right. And you looked at whatever you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't see any scenes of blood or a struggle, did you?
I did not see anything out of the ordinary.
All right. And then you're at the house for a while after that, aren't you? Talking to
Not
him?
for a while, but yes. After speaking with him, after looking through the garage, I left the Swift's house and went back to jail to do the paperwork for the cell phone pings.
All right. Let me make sure I understand.
Okay.
The cell phone pings, did they ping to a certain location?
The pings that we got pinged around the Mississippi, somewhere around the Mississippi River.
Okay. And this is Mrs. Swift's phone?
Miss Swift phone? Yes.
Yeah. That's what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you came back to the Swift house on October the 30th, that same day.
That same day, yes.
All right. Were other officers there when you came?
That's when me and Sergeant Petrie went back and spoke with Mr. Swift.
Did y'all walk around the house again?
I believe we did, because I remember seeing a burn pile back behind the house where they had looked like burned garbage and stuff.
Okay. But nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing.
All right. And you and the other officer came back again and walked through the house.
We did not that day. After that, we mostly stood out front in the garage. Myself and Deputy Petrie stood out front of the garage talking.
All right. And David Swift was there?
That's who I was talking to, yes,
Right.
sir.
Next to the garage.
Standing there outside the garage door.
And did other officers, did other officers come while you're there?
Nobody else came while myself and Petrie were there, no, sir.
All right. All right. And did y'all go back and look around outside in the area down from the house on October the 30th? You and the other officers?
As in which area? I mean, we looked around.
Outside of the yard or any other place?
We did walk through around the yard. Yes, that's how I noticed the burn pile.
Right. But nothing out of the ordinary?
No, sir.
All right. And you asked as many questions as you wanted at that time of Mr. Swift?
Yes, sir.
And he answered your questions?
Yes, sir.
He completely cooperated?
He did.
All right. And then y'all left that day?
You
left?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
Myself and Sergeant Petrie left.
And the day after or the days after that, did you personally go back to the house?
I had been, yeah, I'm sure I did, because we had walked around the yard before with his consent. We had walked around the yard before. I mean, I spoke with him, but it wasn't nothing I documented.
You went back out
we
there?
were just still following up on leads and trying to get anything to try to help find her.
Okay. And he was answering your questions and cooperating?
He was.
All right. Just 1 second. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
He was familiar with that Mississippi River area where the alleged phone ping was located.
Did you ask?
Did you ask?
Did I ask? I'm sorry. I did. I asked him about the Mississippi River. He said I only cross it. He said we don't go there. He said I only cross it when I go to work. He said we have rode four-wheelers down there once, I believe is what he said. That's the only time they had ever been there.
Sir, you can step down. Mr. Fox, you releasing Mr. Walker?
I am releasing them.
Mr. Taylor? All right.
Release.
Sir, you're free to go. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're gonna need video for this next witness. Why don't we go ahead and take about a 10-minute break there, and that'll give you a chance to get that set up. All right, let's do that.
Steph says 1.5 plus 1.5. I ain't never gonna catch up. I was getting so close. All right, so they're going to take them a 10-15 minute break, and they're back. That was quick. Whee! Y'all doing all right in the chat? Would love for you guys, while I'm thinking about it, would love for you to hit the thumbs up button. Would appreciate that. Subscribe if you're new around here. Make sure to click that all notification bell. We go live just about every single day. Well, every weekday. Sometimes on the weekend, but not usually. But hello and hello and hello and welcome.
Anything else we need to do before we bring the jury in?
Judge, can we approach again?
Yeah, hang on just 1 second.
Trying to get through these guys' sidebars is like not an easy task. All right. Let's go. Turn your mics on, folks. Turn your mics on, folks. Turn your mics on, folks. Got an agent. Can't hear you, dude. Can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
There we go. There we go.
Were you on duty on that Sunday, October 30th?
No, I was not on duty on that Sunday.
Okay, what were you doing that day, if you recall?
I was visiting with a sick pastor in Memphis.
Okay, but while you were in Memphis, did you receive any calls relating to your position as chief investigator?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, you recall the nature of that call and who made it?
Sergeant Heath Walker had called me.
Okay, and what did he call you about, sir?
He had called me and informed me that we had a missing missing mother in Dyer County.
Did he relate any more information?
He related that she was missing. There was a divorce had been filed to that nature.
Okay, what if anything did you, what if any directions did you give Sergeant Walker on how to handle the case at that time?
He had told me the car was found on Millsville Highway at Harness Road. It was there with a flat tire. I told him to photograph the car, secure the car for evidentiary purpose.
Okay, did you tell him to do anything else with the car?
I asked him to, once the car was secured, tow it to the sheriff's office so it could be transported to the crime lab.
Okay, you mentioned Harness Road and Millsville Highway. That's in Dyer County, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, do you know why Sergeant Walker is retired?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us?
He had a stroke.
Okay, thank you. Did you learn who made that missing person call to dispatch that day?
Sergeant Walker told me that Mr. Bill and Kathy Bonner had made that call, initial call.
Okay, were there any other calls to report?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who made that call?
He told me the second call came from Mr. Swift.
Okay, did you know either David or Karen Swift prior to that day?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, did you notify Sheriff Box of the situation that day?
Yes, we spoke.
Okay, so let's move forward one day. Next Monday morning, are you back in Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you have a priority? Was there any, let's just say, where on your list was the Karen Swift missing person?
Immediately when I arrived at work, I gathered investigators together so we could start trying to reach out and find out what happened.
Was it a priority for you that morning?
Yes, we made that our priority.
Okay, do you recall who was at that meeting? That morning?
Lieutenant Calvin Johnson, Investigator Gregory, Investigator Barton, Sheriff Box.
Okay, now our Rick Gregory, you said Investigator Gregory, is that Rick Gregory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is he going to testify at this trial?
No, sir, he's very ill.
Okay, and you mentioned Lieutenant Calvin Johnson, is he going to testify at this trial?
No, sir, he's deceased.
Okay, so when y'all are all meeting together, is there some sort of protocol that police departments follow with missing person cases?
Yes, we start contacting family members, friends, checking for phone records, cell phone numbers and things of that nature.
Okay, was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you able to obtain any personal information about Karen Swift?
After the investigators spoke, we realized that there was a divorce had been filed and that she had went to a party the night before at the country club in Dyersburg, Halloween party.
And you said that a divorce had been filed. Were you able to determine whether or not she had moved out of the family home?
No, she was still living in the home.
Okay, were you able to determine whether the parties had any children?
Yes. They had 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Okay. You said that in your investigation, you had determined that Ms. Swift had been to a party the evening before.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where was that?
It was at the Farms and Country Club there in Dyersburg.
Okay, did you try to interview any of the people who attended that party?
We did. We obtained a list of those individuals and they were interviewed.
Okay, were you able to discover any relevant information about the disappearance from those witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine if Ms. Swift had gone to that party with anyone?
Yes, sir.
And what did you determine?
We determined that she went to the party with Bill and Kathy Bonner.
Okay. Were you familiar with the bonus prior to that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. Did you determine, or were you able to interview anyone who saw her at the party?
They were interviewed, not personally by me.
Okay. Was any relevant information to your knowledge obtained from those interviews?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn what Ms. Swift did after the party?
That she had left the party with Bill and Kathy Bonner and went back to the Bonner's residence.
Okay. Did she spend the night there?
No, she had received a call from her daughter saying her daughter was ill, so she immediately left to go pick her daughter up.
Okay. Do you know where they went from there?
Once she picked her daughter up at a friend's house, she immediately came home.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because of her phone records.
Okay. What happened to Karen's Murano that the officers found on Millsfield that day?
It was told to the TBI crime lab.
Okay, was it, you know how it got to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, a local towing service took it, and it was, we had a Deputy Fisher to trail that vehicle to the crime lab.
Okay, was it processed to your knowledge in Nashville?
Yes, sir.
Okay, to your knowledge, what type of processing does the TBI do?
We had requested that, if there was to locate any blood stains or any usable evidence in that vehicle.
To your knowledge, was there any relevant evidence obtained by the TBI in the vehicle?
No, there was not.
Okay. We've been in court when we talked about her tire was flat. Did you have anything special done with the tire to have it examined by someone other than the TBI?
Yes, sir. Later, we sent it to a special lab, examiner with Mr. Gary Bolden.
Okay, do you recall where that is?
It's in Ohio.
Do you know how the tire got there?
Yes, sir. Investigator Gregory personally took it there.
Okay, and do you know how it got back?
Yes, it came back by FedEx.
Do you recognize the document that's been handed to you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a receipt receiving the tire by Investigator Gregory.
And do you recognize Investigator Gregory's handwriting on that?
Yes, I do.
State, I can move that as next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll mark that. I believe that's number 2.
Regarding the tire, did you ever receive a request from anyone associated with the defense to examine the tire?
No, sir, I did not.
And to your knowledge, where's the tire today?
It's in our evidence at the Dyer County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you investigate phone numbers that were associated with Miss Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you determine?
We issue documentation to Verizon to obtain the sale records.
Okay. And did you determine how many phones Miss Swift had?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
There were 2 phones.
Okay. Did you determine the origin of those phones?
One of the phones were on Mr. Swift's family plan, and one was a phone that Bill and Kathy Boney had given her.
Okay. Do you remember any of the characteristics of either phone, or do you recall the number of either phone?
One of the phones that the Boners had gave her was I believe the name was a Voyager phone.
Okay. And do you recall the make and model, so to speak, of the phone on Mr. Swift's plan?
I knew it was a Verizon. I'm not sure the exact make and model.
Okay. Did you contact the cellular providers?
Yes, we did. We submitted documentation
Okay. And how do you do that?
by issuing a judicial subpoena to obtain phone records.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, that was done.
Did you receive a response?
Yes,
Okay. Did you bring those records with you today?
yes,
Do you have it?
yes.
Okay. Judge, pursuant to our prior 90211 notice, we moved phone records into evidence with their affidavit. Yeah, it's on the phone driveway. Give it to Helen.
That'll be marked as Exhibit 3.
Investigator McCoy, were the Karen Swift's phones ever found?
Yes,
Okay. How were they found?
they were found with the search party we had with THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and their cadets.
Okay. Where were the phones found?
Her phones were found approximately about 500 to 600 feet from the drive of the Swift home.
Were they on the road? Where?
No, they were in a wooded area about 170 feet.
Okay. Do you recall who found the phones?
I believe it was Trooper Jason Page.
Okay. And were you notified of that at the time?
Yes, I was there at the time.
Okay. Yeah, you've seen these. Investigator McCray, I had the bailiff hand you some photographs. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs of the cell phones that I found along with Trooper Page.
Okay. Now, do you recall who took those photos?
Yes,
Can you tell us?
Investigator Barton.
Okay. There's a gloved hand in one of the photos. Do you recognize that hand?
Yes, that's my hand.
Okay. So you were the one who recovered the phones
That's correct.
that day. Okay. I believe we're publishing them to the jury. State would move. Are those pictures a true and accurate representation of the phones as you discovered them that day?
Yes, sir.
State would move to enter the photos as the next state's collective exhibit and ask them to be published to the jury. That's a different one.
Mr. Taylor, any objection?
No, Your Honor. Which one? As far as I know.
You want to pass those to the jury now? Okay, let's take a minute and let them look through them.
Can't wait to see these phones.
You all know my math is that good, but that is number 4, right, Helen? Okay.
So the phone records are number 3. The thumb drive is number 3. Okay.
Can't wait to see these
So it's not just me.
phones.
then. Thank you. I do feel better.
Are you nervous there, buddy? If you didn't do it, you should be nervous. And if you did do it, you should be nervous. Just saying.
Evidence, were they sent anywhere for analysis?
Yes, they were sent to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay. Did you ever have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where the phones had been discovered?
Big pardon?
Did you have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where you discovered the phones?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was Trooper Goshley.
Okay, and describe Trooper Gossley and what his position
He is with the CERT team, the special response team that we got to come and do the mapping from the phone and where the body was located.
Okay, so now at that time, the body had not been located.
That's correct.
What day, do you recall the day they were recovered?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Was it early on or was it later on
The phones,
in the investigation?
early on in the investigation.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I missed you when you said, did Trooper Gossley, after you had showed him where the phones were, did he come back to Dyer County?
Yes, he did.
And what was the purpose for that?
It was to show him where the body was located, had been found.
And you showed him that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Did you ever ask the defendant to give a more formal statement than he had given to Sergeant Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
We spoke with him, Investigator Johnson and Investigator Gregory. We asked him to come in to give a more formal interview.
Okay, did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did you video record that statement?
Yes,
Okay, did you bring it with you?
yes.
Okay, you know which,
This one here.
okay. Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And is that a true and accurate, well, to your knowledge, is that a complete recording of what was recorded that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay, State would have to play the recording.
All right. I think this is the interview that I watched.
To the recording. Okay.
Just hand it back to him. And I'm just asking you, Investigator McCright, to make sure that when the interview comes on the TV screen, that it's the same interview that we're referring to, the one that was conducted by Gregory and John.
Sure. Yes, sir.
I hope the audio is good. From what I remember, when I watched it, it seemed okay.
Have a seat right over there.
Keep in mind, this was in 2011, right? So this has been quite a few years ago.
Well,
There he is on his crutches. And the dude that he's in there with is the guy that's on the stand right now.
it was Easter morning. I had to have knee surgery. I had to
Listen at that voice. He's got a quirky kind of voice. It's funny how when you see somebody, you envision a specific, like you don't have a specific voice in mind, right? When you see him sitting there in the courtroom. But then when you actually hear him speak and it's not like the voice doesn't match the person, it weirds me out sometimes. No worries, Shiraz. Welcome back. Glad that you're here. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Happy to have you, ma'am.
have a seat right over there. Well, it was Easter morning. I had to have knee surgery. I had to have a total quadricep tendon ruptured. Yeah. Was at my daughter's soccer game, and had to be taken by ambulance and had to have surgery the next morning. And about a week ago, it's been giving me a lot of problems. I haven't been able to, stairs and stuff like that because I had to pull sutures and drill holes in the kneecap. It's restricted, but about a week ago, I was at work and turned wrong, and so I had an appointment today with another specialist to get a second opinion. But almost all this. All right.
That's my name, Rick Gregory. What's your name, Dave?
Glenn. J-O-E-N.
Just one in. When's your birthday?
1/9/68.
Instant arm cross. Every time the prosecutor says okay, it sounds like okay. Yeah, he did that a while ago, and I wanted to hit the button, but I didn't. But look, he's got his arms crossed. He's automatically in defensive stance.
Social.
It's 497-68-0506.
Cell phone.
870-740-1577.
870-740-1577.
Yes.
What area code is that?
That's Arkansas. That's my company phone, my BlackBerry.
Where you work at?
Tenaris. Used to be Maverick too.
What do they do there?
We make a pipeline for oil and natural gas.
Okay. Can you spell that?
Tenaris.
Okay. Just like it sounds.
Yeah.
Spell it again.
Tenaris.
Tenaris.
Yes. Yeah, it's an Argentine company.
Who owns the company?
Well, it's Polo Rocco is the CEO and president. It's been his family for years. And I mean, we have globally 270,000 employees, I believe. Over there, they're the largest employer in Mississippi County. We have about.
It was pretty funny, Shiraz. I know.
January will be 4 years.
The only cell phone number that you have?
Yeah.
You have a home phone?
No,
You don't have a home?
no, but we got 5 other lines that, that she's had and the kids have had.
Are all them accounted for?
Yeah, they're all.
Let me have them just.
Well, I can't tell you I know them all by memory. I know, of course, Karen's, we've got her cell number. He did. It's 731.
All right.
377-5549.
Is that her primary?
Well, I'm finding out that she's got other phones, but that's the one that we've had, that she's had on the Verizon account that I pay for.
Right. Any other ones that you know of?
That she has, that she would have. Well, I found out yesterday that Bill and Kathy Bono had given her another cell phone. She'd been using it for.
Any idea what that number is?
I suspected because she'd been known in the past to have multiple phones, prepaid phones and stuff like that. And about a year and a half ago, she had one that I had found.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
questioned her about it, and I confronted Jamie Garn about that yesterday because she'd been calling him a lot, and she told me that he gave her the phone, and he lives in Lake County, but he said that they just talked, if they weren't meant to be involved or anything like that.
What is it?
Jamie Gurin, Gurin or EN or. But he's the father-in-law to the girl across the road when we first moved over there, and that's when Karen really started changing and doing this all kinds of stuff and drinking and but it was her father-in-law that would come over there all the time and became friends.
Okay. So, David, we got to go through this part here, okay? It's just policy and procedure for us. I'm going to read these off to you. And as I read them, as you understand them, if you would just put your initial out there at the side. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. Just what initial, if you understand that, put your initial there, initial. There we go. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questions if you wish one. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. The final paragraph is, I have read this statement of my rights and understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. You understand that? Okay, sign there. DCSO, the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. And it's 11:15. Close enough.
I'm willing to do whatever I can to try to help and find her. I just want her home safely. And
all right, let's go back to Saturday morning. You can just start from there. How the day went.
Well, Saturday morning, she had actually Friday night we had even at our house we had a hayride and stuff for the kids, and even though all this, Friday night. So I got to get you Saturday morning, and I mean even under the circumstances, we've been still trying to be there, for the kids and still communicating, and so she actually had a girl that spent the night Friday night, and Reagan Wheeler, I believe. Reagan.
Your daughter had?
Yeah, my daughter had a girl after the hayride, so she had a girl to stay Friday night, and then so Saturday morning I got out because Karen had a house to go clean over in Trimble, and so I got up and took the girls to skate. Took my two daughters, Ashley and Keely and Reagan, and then stayed there with them. We got there about 9:45 probably, and stayed there until 12, and then Ashley wanted to spend the night with Reagan, and so I said, well, that'd be okay. So Ashley went home with Reagan, and Keely and I came back home. We went to get something to eat or something. We came back home, and then we went over to Trimble where Kim was cleaning the house, and gave her something to drink, and I even did what I could around there to help with the light fixtures or whatever, because she was Habitat for Humanity. And
who does she work for somebody in this house cleaning?
No, she just started. Mary Claire Hopper wanted her to clean it. She hadn't worked in years, but since all this, she's wanted to get some jobs and work, and she's just recently started doing the YMCA and some training there. So, and then Kathy and Bill paid her to come on Mondays to clean their house and pick up their kids, and she usually stays there till 8:30, from like 12:30 or 1 till 8:30, and then she does landscape for them and stuff. And
But let's back up for a second. Where's his house in Trimble?
It was 203 Walnut Street. And actually, there was she was a little bit concerned because there's a trailer next door to the little ways, and she said that was the ex-husband before they got evicted from that house. It was a Habitat for Humanity home, but they were only paying like $200 a month. The house was destroyed. It was on like 7 years old. Who?
Kathy's ex-husband?
No. The people that lived in the house that got evicted. That's why they was having Karen to clean it because they're going to sell it. Yes.
So this house was empty?
It was empty, yes. But you could see, and I kept noticing the man, he kept, looking over and stuff. And Karen said, that's the ex-husband of the wife that lived here. And the wife finally got evicted after a year. So anyways, I was a little concerned about that, but we stayed a while, and then Kim and I came home probably about 3 o'clock. And then she got home probably about 4:30, and 4:30 or 5, and she asked me, she said, why don't you take Keely to go see a movie tonight? I'm going to Kathy's.
This was Friday night?
This was Saturday night, on Saturday, yeah. And I said, so are you going to a costume party, or what are you doing? Are you all having a party? And she said, no, I'm just going to Kathy's. I said, well, okay. So I asked Keely, if you want to go see a movie. And she did it first, and then we got talking and everything. She'd rather me take her home or buy her toy or something. So I just wanted to take her so she wouldn't be upset because her mom was going out again. And so we left about 7 o'clock, I guess, 7 p.m. Saturday night. I took her to Walmart, went to Walmart, and went to the mall.
Did you buy anything at Walmart?
Yes. Matter of fact. Let's see. She wanted a toy. Let's see, this was 10:30. We went to the mall, we were at Claire's. Yeah. That was the Walmart where our Keely is. And then we were in Claire's, I saw Kathy's neighbor, Jamie, and she was talking about the situation and that everything that was going on with Bill and Kathy. She said, so if you want to know what's going on, you need to come to my backyard and you'll see what all's going on.
Okay, so explain to me what the situation, we don't know.
You don't know?
We've done heard that about 3 times, I guess, so.
From other people?
Oh, no, you,
from me, yeah.
You keep kind of hitting on it.
Okay, well, okay, probably Kathy owns.
He's like, oh, from other people? And they're like, no, from you. So this is the narrative. I hate that word, but if it was ever a time to use it, this is a good time, right? So this is his narrative that he's going to go with, right? So, my math isn't good. That's 4, right, Helen? I think he needs Jenny being the count from Sesame Street to help him count. What is she talking about? What is Steph talking about?
Fine Arts Warehouse, Kathy Bowman. And she, her and Karen became really close friends. Our daughters went there and danced, and then she was over there, all the time. Karen started, sneaking out of the house, and she would go to be with Kathy and Bill. And I know even this past summer.
And when you say go to be with them, when you go to party with them,
go party, and I find them naked in the hot tub in the backyard. I found Karen naked in bed with Kathy one night. This was there was once after Kathy's birthday party at the country club, and we all went over to.
Okay, so see, I could feel that from from the defense's opening statements. He's insinuating that this Karen and whoever, Bono or whatever, I forget the husband's name, Karen and Bill or Karen and Mike. I can't remember what the dude's name is, but yeah, Sherry. Yeah. Yeah, he starts out explaining his injury a lot for someone who's supposedly worried about his wife, right? So he just said that he found her uh, naked in the bed with the friend, right? So, or did I mishear that? Let's get back to it.
Young Kathy's house, and Karen party naked in the hot tub.
And when you say go to the beach with them, when you go to party with them,
Go party, and I find them naked in the hot tub in the backyard. I found Karen naked in bed with Kathy one night. This was there was once after Kathy's birthday party at the country club, and we all went over to young Kathy's house. And
I'm getting the feeling, Morgana, and you know what? I don't know that it's not true. I mean, maybe this is true. I don't know. Yeah, he said naked in a hot tub, and then he also said he found her naked and her and Kathy naked in the bed together right after that. But I don't know if this is true or not. So it may be true. But if it is true, he's definitely using that to his advantage if he's guilty, right? That's what I'm saying, Steph. I think that's where he's going with it, and I think that is the um what the defense was leaning towards in his opening statement.
Karen, there were several that just got naked in the hot tub, and anyways, we could find Karen, and Robin Alfred said, "Where'd Karen go?" So she went in the house to go find Karen, but Bill Bono had already gone in there in the house. And so Karen said, Kathy, Robin said, "I'm going to go check on Karen." And Karen was so intoxicated she passed out. She was on the couch naked. And so we all went in there and we said, "Everybody's ready to go." And they had to get her dressed. Well, Robin Alfred told me later that she prevented Bill from raping Kathy. Said he was trying to take advantage of her. And said she's the one that put the towels on her and everything. And after that all happened, I tried to pull Karen out of the situation. I said, "Listen, it's not good to be over there." I said, "I see what's going on now." There were school teachers that were over there that was involved, Brian and Shannon and Lee. They were naked in the hot tub. Everybody was. And I didn't think anything about it at first. I thought, and yeah, I just thought, but then when I realized what was going on and I tried to pull Karen out of it, and then I called her over there another time, naked back in the hot tub. And Dustin would come home at night, and I'd say, "I need to go check on your mom," because there'd be times that somebody would have to drive Karen home. Or, or I'd have to go get her and drive her home. They'd call me. And so I was always concerned and worried about her. And so whenever the night that she went to the country club with Kathy and Bill, or she told me just Kathy, but I found out later Bill went too. But she had promised me she'd never go get in the hot tub again. That was bad judgment. I even confronted Kathy about it. Okay. And Kathy said, "Oh, said I wasn't not that way. We decided not to do that anymore." But anyways, and Dustin got home. Right back, I think he might be over your son or something, but he got home. I said, "Dustin," I said, "I need to go check on your mom." I said, "It's almost 1:00 and don't know where she is." So I went to park down the road. I went to Bill and Kathy to their backyard and went around, and I'd heard people in the hot tub and everything. And there's Brian, Shannon, and Lee that looked like they were engaged in sexual activity. They were telling the man getting Bill was getting out of the hot tub. But I heard Shannon say, "Where did Karen go?" And I thought, "Oh my God, she promised she'd never do this again." And And so I just went inside the door. Bill had already gone inside. I said, Bill, we're inside the door. And I said, Bill, where's Karen? It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about Karen. Oh, she's upstairs talking to Kathy. I just went on upstairs and I stood there in the doorway and I heard Karen, and I could see Karen was in bed here and Kathy was over here. And, you know, they were talking, and I heard Kathy say, well, I think it's Bill coming up here or something back. And Karen said, oh, well, if he wants in bed, said, or back in bed or something, he can kick me out or whatever. So I finally said, Karen, I said, what are you doing? I said, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about you. And she said, oh, just going home. I'll be there in a little bit. I said, well, why are you in bed with Kathy? I said, what's going on? I said, have you been in the hot tub? She said, no. And then she got upset and started cussing. And so I said, well, get up. I need to talk to you. I need to make sure you're okay. And she said, just leave. I said, I'll be home in a little bit. I'm tired of you always checking on me, blah, blah, blah. So I went over there to the covers and I pulled them back and she was, you know, wet. She did have a towel, but she was totally naked. And I asked her, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And later on, I confronted Kathy about that too. And there's just a lot of stuff that's been going on that people have told me, you know, Robin
You confronted Kathy. What was her attitude?
oh, no, I'm not that way. It was by phone and that, you know, it was just bad judgment. And,
You didn't say anything to her that night?
oh, yeah, she wouldn't say nothing. She was just over there. But, you know, they were both drunk and been drinking. And that's what always happens over there is to the point of all the partying. Then another time, and I've got dates, you know, when she did this, but Karen snuck out. It wasn't that long ago. It's 1 month and a half ago, 2 months, I'm somewhere in there. Karen was sneaking out of the house again, and she, which I'm upstairs, and even since I worked a third shift, and we haven't slept together in years, the marriage was not bad until recently, until all this happening with Bill and Kathy. And that's whenever I confronted the situation, I got shunned, Rob and Alfred got shunned because we confronted what was going on over there. And that's whenever, you know, we got, you're not welcome no more, blah, blah, blah. And Robin confronted them too. And she, you know, they just shunned her, and she didn't want to be friends because she realized what was going on and everything. But going back to, it was about 9:30 one night, and Karen was sneaking out of the door. And I happened to hear the door open. I went downstairs and went outside. I said, Karen, where are you going? She said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. I said, well, I asked you earlier, you know, we were out of groceries and everything. And she said, I said, you're going to Kathy's, aren't you? No. And she got mad, and she said, fine, you go get the stuff we need at Walmart. I said, okay. And then she got really upset. And so I didn't trust her and all that. I said, Karen, fine. I said, you know, I just want to trust you. I said, but if you're going to Walmart, it's fine, whatever. So that was about 9:30, and then Dustin got home about 11. And I told Dustin, I said, you know, she was there with the girls. I said, Dustin, I said, I need to go check on your mom. I said, make sure everything's okay. So I went to Walmart, and I parked away from her vehicle. I saw her vehicle there, and I went inside, searched everywhere, couldn't find her. So I thought, I'm going to find out, you know, if she's having an affair, whatever's going on. And so I went and sat in the garage. And I probably waited an hour and a half, and it was hot. And I kept texting her saying, you know, where you know, I need to go to bed. You know, I got work the next morning. This was like on Wednesday or Thursday night. And I think it was on Thursday night because I had to go to work. And she said, no, I'm just enjoying myself in here. She said, it's very peaceful and quiet. Well, a little while later, about a half hour later, here comes Kathy driving up and parks. And I just get out of the vehicle and I tap on the glass and scare, you know, Kathy. And then I go to Karen's. I said, where you been? I said, Kathy, why are you taking her around and stuff? I said, if she was going to go to your house, why don't she just go to your house? I said, you're all hiding and covering up something. There's more to this. And which Kathy has a degree, a master's degree in psychology, but she has a dance studio. And I think that's been a lot of the stuff that's been missing with Karen's head and stuff. And then with excessive drinking and partying that Karen told me no, said Kathy came pick me up and took me to her house. And it just nothing makes sense. And so, you know, there's been times during the day even, you know, I'd come home early from work or something, and Karen would be, she was so drunk once that she was, had passed out on the porch in her own vomit. And Dustin came down and saw that, and he just reminded me that recently. He said, I was there that day. I came down and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. You know, and so when I got there, I took care of the girls, and also Holly Jones was there, a friend of hers that I took care of her boy because she couldn't leave at that time to drive home or anything. And then I found out another time that Jennifer Lamb, that's our next door neighbor, she had told me that Robin was over there one day with Karen, and I guess they were drinking, but Karen was drinking so much that Robin was going to have to leave. They were going to have to go somewhere. And it was probably like 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 or something. said, Robbie called Jennifer and said, can you come over here? You help me get Karen in bed, get her dressed, get her in bed because she's sick, throwing up. So Jennifer went over there and they got her undressed, got her in bed. And Karen told the girl she had another virus or something, the same thing she did that one day on the porch incident. And so they got her in bed, and then Jennifer took the girls over to her house and took care of them. So Karen used to never drink. I mean, she grew up in an abusive, her dad was alcoholic and used to abuse her mom, and she saw that, and she has resentment towards, her parents for not taking her out of the situation, her mom, and also her, dad doing that. But
We got a basic idea now, at least I do, of, what it was like. Let's get forward to, maybe I might have missed something here, but I have to bring you up to date on it. So this past weekend,
okay,
when you first noticed it,
okay,
she went at home.
Yeah. Well, so I guess it was she went out. I texted her probably at
what time do you think she left to go out?
I don't know the time point because I know that Ashley called her and said she didn't want to stay there at Reagan's anymore. So Karen called me about, and I've got the text and see it when I was out there charging. But it was probably about 1:15, 1:30. Said I'm going to get AM. I'm going to go get.
We know it's AM hours in the morning.
Yeah, right. Okay. So she said I'm going to get Ashley. I'm going to put her in bed with me. I said okay, I'll leave the door.
Okay. Hold what you got. When she came home with Ashley, Ashley's your daughter, correct? How was she dressed?
She had jeans on. I think they were like homely jeans and a gray coat.
Okay. Remember what kind of top, anything else underneath the coat?
No, I didn't see it. I don't know.
Okay. Was there any kind of argument or anything there?
No. I just, it was very brief. I want to make sure that Ashley was okay. And then she was, because I questioned Karen about driving and getting her. I said, if you can't drive, I will get Ashley. And that was all the conversation was.
Okay. How close did you get to her? Could you tell whether she'd been drinking?
Oh, yeah, I could tell. I could always know she was drinking, and that was, but that was it. As soon as I realized that Ashley and they were unsafe, I went back upstairs, went to bed, and then I that's all I know until we got up about 10 Saturday morning, like 10, I woke up and I thought Karen was in bed. I thought they were all in bed. And so Ashley and Keely got up probably about 10, and they went in there and she wasn't in bed. And so probably about 10:15, I sent a text. I said, well, I thought maybe she went down and the girls were hungry. And I said, where you at? I said, you bring the girls breakfast or do I need to fix something? Never got a text back or anything.
Okay. What number did you text her on?
My phone, right.
From your phone to what number to her?
The only number I know of was the 5549.
Okay.
And so, no response. I could call it, it'd go straight to voice message. I left several messages, and also I kept texting. And then so finally, about a little after 1, I talked to girls and let's go try to find, she's probably Kathy's or whatever. I was even texting her saying, are you Kathy's? Or did you go to, I thought maybe she had to go clean the house and get a Trimble. And so
this is like 1 in the afternoon now.
Yes.
And still no word from her, no phone calls. Has anybody else called to inquire about her or anything else?
No, nobody had. So I just thought she was with Kathy or something. And so I called Jennifer next door, Jennifer Lynn, and because Keely didn't want to go. Keely, my 6-year-old, was kind of a homebody, and of course Ashley was ready to go try to find her mom. She's 9, and we're starting to get worried. And so I called Jennifer and I said, we're going to go look for Karen, but Keely wants to stay here. I said, are you home back from church or whatever? She said, well, isn't that your all's vehicle up there on Millsfield? And I said, I don't know. I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, when I left out of church at 9:30 or so, said I text Karen, said I saw it had a flat. And she said, go on up there and see if that's your vehicle. And so I loaded up the girls, got them, and went up there and sure enough, it was our vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and asked Kathy if she'd heard. She said, no, I've been trying to get a hold of her. And I said, well, the vehicle's here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. I said, so you haven't talked to her? I said, do you think you can call Mary Claire? Or we had that conversation and offer to see if she can go clean the house, or but I couldn't figure out, who she would have called, or if she would have started walking, or, it just, I don't understand. But I didn't know at the time that she had another phone, but from my understanding, there's no activity on that phone. But so that's all I know up to this point. The only thing I know is Jennifer Lamb at school, when I dropped the girls off, she told me that Kathy called her at 10 o'clock last night and said that there was a ping off of the phone, I guess the 5549, that was around 4 a.m. Saturday morning, and it was around near the Mississippi River. And so I called.
She heard that?
Yeah, she said from the police. And so I called Kathy. Now, when Jennifer told me that, I called Kathy right before I come down here. And because I saw Kathy coming this way, she was headed somewhere. And so I called her. I said, have you heard anything? And I said, by the way, Jennifer just told me that you had information about one of the cell phones, that there was a ping off of it or something, a message that was received or something at 4 a.m. yesterday morning. And it was around the Mississippi River. I said, where did you hear that? Because I hadn't even heard that. And she said, from the police department. So I don't know if they're working with somebody else or what they're doing, but she's knowing, finding out information that I don't even know anything about, and telling it. And now they got they're passing out missing persons and all that, and which is fine. It's just that I feel that they're trying to make me. I want to go out there. I want to do whatever it takes, and I don't know. And Kathy's questioning Jennifer as the information that she'd given me about what kind of vehicle was there and all that. And, but I don't even know where the, Kathy asked me a while ago this morning, said, well, where would Karen be around the Mississippi River? I said, does she know where to go? Or I don't even know where the Mississippi River is, other than, when I drive across the bridge every day to Blytheville. I don't know where it would be. Now, she has been known to go four-wheeler riding with Jamie and others and load up her four-wheeler when nobody's home and take off and ride with people at the river, but I don't know if that's in Mississippi or not. But I don't know where she got this information.
And again, who got this information shared with you?
Jennifer Lamb told me, which is my neighbor. She works at the school. She's substitute teaching now. So I saw her, talked with her this morning because I took the girls and talked to the principal and told them the situation.
And Jennifer told you?
That Kathy called her at 10 o'clock p.m. last night and told her that there was a ping off one of the cell phones. Now, I don't know which one it is.
Kathy Bowman.
Kathy Bowman, that she's in.
Okay.
And said it was near the Mississippi River. So I called Kathy this morning and confronted her about that and asked.
What'd she tell you?
She said that there was a hit off of it at 4 a.m. and it was near the Mississippi River. And I said, where did you get that information? And she said, from the police. From the police.
She called the name, officer's name, anything? Going back to the time when she picked up Ashley, and you said that you told her that you would go get her.
Yeah,
was this a face-to-face conversation?
It was about phone. It was just, she briefly called me and said, I'm going to pick up Ashley. I'm going to put her in bed with me. And that's what she said. And then, but I said, are you certain you're okay to drive, Karen? Because, I mean, it's one thing to drive intoxicated by yourself, but then when you put the girls in the situation. And she said, no, I'm okay. But here's something else that's odd. When they were both questioned separately, Bill and Kathy, yesterday, I was told that Bill said that Karen came home after the party to their house and changed. Well, when Kathy was asked, the last time she saw her, said she was wearing a black mini skirt and boots. Now, it might be that Kathy can't remember. And, I don't know.
And again, how did you obtain this information?
From Alexander, Deputy Alexander. When we were talking last night, he had, I would, talk about the last person saw or whatever, and we were trying to figure out what she might have been wearing. And he was even questioning my daughter, my 9-year-old.
Does any of the clothing sound like something she may own?
Do I hear?
Does any of the clothing, the description you gave, the black mini skirt, does it sound like
That's
something?
all in the vehicle that you got. The vehicle, it's got the black mini skirt, the all black boots.
Is that her stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, she had it at home?
Yeah. I guess that's why she dressed up as at the party. So evidently she changed somewhere before she came home, because she had jeans on when she came home.
Have you saw the stuff that was in the vehicle?
I saw some of it, yeah. I didn't go through all of it because, they probably had to process it or whatever, but I know there was beer in the cooler in the back and kind of smelled beer in the front. And that's all I know is, and nothing surprising, everything.
How long have you guys been together?
We've been married 22 years, in a total of 22 years.
All for.
Well, we were married from 89 to 99. And for 7 months, we were separated, but we got remarried. We had the two boys at the
Why
time.
the separation?
The separation was that we were having issues, and I screwed up. I personally
What
screwed
kind
up.
of issues?
Yeah.
We need to know.
Oh, yeah, well, I had,
Just to-
I had an affair, and it was a person at work in the HR department. I was in management, and I screwed up, but I repented of all that. I, got, actually her husband back together. They had divorced. Karen and I, we,
So your relationship moved on from it. That's not.
yeah, from that point on, we got remarried on our anniversary date. Always really good. As you know, I knew I had failed. And then we were married. And even since that, in 2000, we had Ashley, which is 9 now. We had her later. And then I guess we were married probably 6 years, and Karen had an affair.
Has there ever been any question about whether either one of your daughters is yours or not?
No, because it was shortly after Keely was born, and if you saw my girls, you'd know. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, and it wouldn't change anything if it was, but
I guess what I'm leading to is, you've been married for 22 years, and you know that she's having these affairs. From what you told me, and this is the first time we've even heard of what's going on. The average man, now let's be frank, the average guy would just sit there and would take this. You got to the point you fed up with this, right? Yes, no, maybe.
I put up with a lot. But that's just my nature. I mean, I've always think there's hope, and I still love her and care about her. And I just think she's lost right now.
Okay. You know that you're going over to the neighbor's house. She's been in bed with a wife. She's been in a hot tub with a husband. She's acting out in ways that she doesn't normally. She started to drink. She started hanging out with some people that's partying and doing all sorts of things there. And then, how do you feel about this?
I'm upset. I'm hurt. I mean, but we kept communicating, and I kept asking her, if this is really what she wants in the life, and but I've dealt with it.
How old's Karen?
She's 44. She'll be 45 in January.
You think she's going through some midlife crisis?
I believe so, and I felt that if we could just get over that, but I also felt that 6 years ago when she had an affair, and at Pocahontas, and she got caught on video down at the gym, and he was quite a bit older than her, and on the small car lot, and his girlfriend caught him on video. She was a massage therapist down there, and it was a big ordeal, and that finally ended, and I said, listen, Karen, let's move on. I forgive you. I screwed up, and you screwed up in this marriage. I said, let's just move on, and everything was going pretty well. And then we had Keely, our fourth child. She's 6 now. And so then we moved to, Dyersburg, where I took the job with Lieutenant Harris and wanted to move over here because of the school system. And
how do you feel about Kathy Bowman?
How do I feel about her? I mean, I don't know that they're telling the whole truth and everything about what's been going on, what she might be involved in, who she might be seeing, or, I mean, I think.
That night you walked in that room, they were in there. I mean, you didn't get mad or nail.
Well, yeah, I was upset, but I can't say that Karen was over here and Kathy was over here. They later told me Kathy was just so drunk that she didn't go down to the hot tub, and that she's saying that Kathy was dressed. But I don't know. I guess I give them the benefit of the doubt,
Then you go to Walmart.
Yeah.
You find a car. You go into Walmart. Yeah. You go up down every aisle. You don't see her in there. You go back to your vehicle. You sit there for a period of time, and then you see Kathy bring Karen up. Nothing registered at this point.
Oh yeah, I think that she's involved in something, or she's going somewhere.
Because a while ago, you questioned. You said, "Tell me what's going on. Why?"
Yeah, and I didn't get any answers.
What makes you angry?
You can ask my coworkers. You can ask anyone.
No, I'm asking you. What makes you angry? Your dog getting poisoned like that?
Yeah, that made me angry. When my dog got poisoned, but that was.
What happened?
When
the 2 dogs got poisoned out on Orange Road? Yeah. One of them was his.
I've had a bad year.
One was ours.
Yeah, we're dealing with all that. Now, this made me upset whenever going to that night. And all that was going on. That was a Friday night. The whole time we were dealing with all that, Karen kept, when you were there, and Karen, she came out there and she said, hey, let them do their job, come on, go to bed. And I thought, well, this is kind of odd. She's never asked me to hurry up and go to bed or whatever. She hadn't ever really cared. But anyway, so finally, about 2:33 a.m., I went to bed. Well, I got up Saturday morning, and Came downstairs. The girls wasn't there, Karen wasn't there, which I thought, they just went down or whatever, kept texting her all day long. And this was over fall break. This was just recently. And so finally at 8:30, I get a response from her. There's a letter in a notebook in the top dresser drawer. And that's whenever she left a letter saying she'd taken the girls. She had filed for divorce, and after our dog got poisoned, still recovering from that. Dustin comes home that morning with Jack, and, we're just shocked, and she wouldn't tell us where she was or anything. I didn't know if the girls were okay. And she later found out she wouldn't tell her older boys, Preston and Dustin. Preston's 21, Dustin's 18, where she was. And Preston finally said, I pinged your phone, I know you're on the beach. He just shot it out there, and she said, fine, I'm at Orange Beach, Alabama. Couldn't find out she was with Bill and Kathy. And
How'd that make you feel then?
upset, just, yeah, I was angry, I was mad, I was hurt.
Did you break anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't break anything, I just,
Yeah.
not really. I mean, I deal with things that, I've never been violent, she's done a lot of things that to provoke me, but I've never laid a hand on her. I've never hurt her. She's poked me in the chest. She's broke a plate over my back once when I caught her in the affair and grabbed her cell phone and saw it was him and said, hey, why do you keep trying to hurt our marriage? And she picked up a porcelain plate once and busted my back, and I just.
Out of the 22 years you guys have known each other, have you ever put your hands on her?
Never.
But you can't say that about her, or
I can say that about her. And there's people that know when she.
If you had to use an estimated guess right now, where do you think she is?
I don't know. I'm so worried about her. She could be anywhere. With Kathy telling me that at this point in time, if she knows that there was a ping on the Mississippi River, then that's where my mind's going now. Is she somewhere?
Do you think that she may have just told you she had to throw you off? What if she's at her house?
Why would she be putting us through this in the girls?
Why have they did? That's right. Why have she done the things that she's done before and lied to you?
But what advantage or motive would that be? What?
Sometimes people get caught up in a situation like that, and they prefer to live in this until their mind get clear.
I don't know what to believe anymore. With all the lies, the deceitfulness, she went to Nashville a few weekends ago to go to her Y training to do the silver sneakers. And I thought it was kind of odd 2-day event. Karen was going to have to go for 2 days. And she left early on a Friday morning. And she came home Saturday morning about 4 p.m. She got her stuff out and she told me, said, will you go get my curling iron out of the vehicle? So I left in there, she was getting ready to go out or something. And so I went and got her curling iron and I looked down there and there was her panties were on the floorboard. I looked down, I felt like been warm, and so I just left them there and put her curling iron in. And I asked her later, I said, why are your panties in the floorboard? Oh, well, I changed before one of the classes or something. I said, why would you change in your vehicle? And she said, no, I didn't stop at the convenience store. And I said, well, why would you be in the floor? Why would you not put them in your bag and zipper side or something like that? And it's just stuff like that all the time. I found a dildo in her coat pocket, a glass dildo. Whenever I was suspicious and searching her closet, searching for things, trying to find in her coat pocket, just a glass dildo. When I first looked at it and saw it, I thought it was crack fire. I didn't know what it was at first because it had a handle and stuff. So
I don't know, and I'm not trying to be deceitful or anything. Only way I know to do this is to ask, okay? Is your wife into threesomes and stuff? Yes, no, I don't know.
And we were intimate. And we were intimate not up till that long ago. I can say the sex was never really, bad and it seemed to get more heightened when she would go over there and then come home and stuff. And she said when she got a few beers down her, she was, and I never drank. I hardly ever drink at all. You can ask anyone. I don't now. Now I did some to try to fit in to see what's going on, and that's just not me. I've never needed that.
So to get her stimulated, you let her go to these parties and things?
I didn't let her. There was no letting her.
Well, she went to these parties and things, and when she came back, you reaped the benefit of it.
Yeah. And so she would talk about Bill and Kathy while we're having sex. And she would talk about Kathy, and she feels so sorry for Kathy because Bill don't give it to her at home, and he has to take Viagra when he does, and all this, and that Kathy would really like to be with me probably, and she could talk her into all this, and I thought it was just role play. I just thought it was.
Great. What was your answer?
I guess I played along with it just to, but I wasn't. Afterwards,
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. They were just a swinging. Mm-mm-mm.
To me,
But you would, to her, you would consider, yeah, okay, if you can set it up, fine, no, not a problem. Okay,
yeah, I never
but
really
this
got to
past
that.
weekend, what do you think happened? I mean, what do you think, in your mind, what do you think is going on here?
I don't know, other than when it appears that she had a flat. I don't know if she called someone or if she started walking and someone picked her up or
Replay that part,
so.
Brenda.
Would it be normal to say she had a flat on her?
He has to take Viagra when he does and all this, and that Kathy would really like to be with me probably, and she could talk her into all this. And I thought it was just role play. I just thought it was
Great. What was your answer?
I guess I played along with it just to, but I wasn't. Afterwards, it was afterwards. I understand. To me.
But you would, to her, you would consider, yeah, okay, if you can set it up, fine, no, not a problem. Okay,
Yeah, I never
but
really
this
got to
past
that.
weekend, what do you think happened? I mean, what do you think, in your mind, what do you think is going on here?
I don't know, other than when it appears that she had a flat. I don't know if she called someone or if she started walking and someone picked
Did you catch it that time, Brenda? Or do you need me to rewind it again?
her up or so.
Would it be normal to say she had a flat on her car?
Yeah.
Would she not call somebody and say, hey, my car is out of gas, it's on a flat, I'm having car trouble?
She's pretty independent, but there's been times if you go
Okay,
the
that's my
way
question. Who
that
did she
close,
call?
she should have probably called Kathy, or she would have called. There's been other than she wouldn't have called me if she didn't want me. If she was trying to hide something, she wouldn't have called me, or she'd have been out and early and.
Okay, but common sense. If she's gonna leave a vehicle on a main thoroughfare, that everybody's traveling back and forth, they're gonna see the vehicle.
Exactly.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Unless you might have thought she could take care of it
Good
soon
deal,
enough or
Brenda.
something, or if she called somebody, or I
But
don't
from
know.
the time that they found the vehicle, you went there to see it to say, yeah, this is ours or whatever. What did you see on the inside when you first arrived?
When I first arrived,
Yeah, when you arrived, who was there?
there was no one there when I first arrived.
Okay, the vehicle was sitting on the left side, right side of the road,
Yeah, I
in
was
the field.
on the right side off the shoulder.
Okay.
Parlay.
Was it locked up?
Immediately I hit the unlock because I want to check, so I don't know if it's locked or unlocked.
Okay.
And so I opened up the door and looked to see, what was going on. And
Okay, when you unlocked the door, you approached it. The first place that you looked was in the front seat, back seat?
The front seat.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw her black boots.
Okay, on the passenger side,
On
driver's
the
side?
on the driver's side. Her black boots and there was another bag, and I didn't recall it. You remember at the time, but I guess it's the black skirt because later Alexander pulled it out and it was a black skirt.
Where was the skirt?
It was under kind of in the seat on the passenger side. I'm sorry, the driver's side.
Okay, was there any other kind of container or anything in there, in the front seat or back seat?
There was a.
See, that's twice now that he said driver's side, and he's talking about the mini skirt and the boots. Kind of makes me think, if I'm just kind of like looking and theorizing, that what if when he got in the car, they were on the passenger side. And then for whatever reason, he's like shuffling things around and they end up on the driver's side after he's drove her with a flat tire wherever it was that he ended up putting her in the woods. I don't know. Because let me ask you, how many of you all drive with things in your floorboard? On the driver's side floorboard? Other than like random, like a 3-month-old French fry that fell down there, or a empty package of something, or just random things that wind up there, but they're not things that are in your way, right? Like who would drive with a mini skirt and a pair of boots in the driver's side floorboard while you're driving? That makes no sense. And I'm still anxious to see how tall she is because the 6'2" cop, Alexander, that didn't have to push the seat back. Patricia says, I don't even have a driver's side floor mat because it kept sliding around way too close to the pedals. Yeah, see that? Oh. One thing that gets on what makes me nervous is when my like water bottle falls out of the cup holder and rolls into the driver's side floorboard. It makes me nervous because I'm always afraid or have heard things like the water bottle will get lodged underneath the gas pedal or the brake pedal and it won't, like, you can't. That makes me nervous, you know. Anyway, let's get back to it. Right, Brenda? Yeah. I mean, you're going to have stuff in your floorboards, especially when you got kids. And I'm bad about using the passenger side front floorboard as the placeholder for things, like where I put things. Oh, yeah, bottle getting jammed under the gas or the brake. Yeah, that freaks me out.
Cooler in the back, you know, when we raised the hatchback, there was a cooler that had beer in it.
Okay. Was it any of the beer unopened on any of the, was there any containers up front?
I don't believe so.
Nothing in any of the cup holders.
I don't think so. No.
Yay, welcome back, Shiraz.
Where's the keys left in?
Yeah, I didn't see her purse either. Not that I'm aware of. I've seen her smoke with Jeannie across the road once, you know, one night, and also questioned that, and then I actually saw her kiss Jeannie once, just a peck, you know, when they were partying across the road, you know. But
Where does her parents live?
Walnut Ridge, Arkansas.
Have you contacted them?
Oh yeah.
What did they tell you?
They're concerned also, but Kim's mom has talked to me a lot and been concerned about this whole ordeal. And they're aware.
When was the last time you made contact with them?
I talked with her mom about an hour ago.
Okay, the day that you found the car, did you call her?
Yes, I did.
You told her that you found the car and that she was on her way around.
Right. Yeah. She's borrowed money. I found a contract where she had borrowed money. She had a bill. Bono had loaned her money, $2,000 recently. And then she also, well, I can understand if he loaned her $2,000, why she called her Aunt Florence in Little Rock. And Aunt Florence loaned her money too. Well, Aunt Florence didn't realize what all was going on.
How much did she get?
I don't know. She didn't tell me.
How did you find out she had borrowed money from?
Well, Karen told me, said, because I questioned, because, you know, during all this, we're really not supposed to do anything financial or anything. And Karen's also being sued. Yeah, I changed bank accounts whenever I realized that, you know, she was filing whatever because of money. She couldn't manage it anymore. It was going, I didn't know where it was
So y'all
going.
have two separate accounts?
Yeah, I opened up an account with, down at First State, same bank we had our joint. And so I told Karen, I opened up a separate account for my direct deposit to go. I'll put money in our joint account to show I'm still supporting and, you know, we'll get through all this with her. So I was putting like $350 in there at a time.
Where's it at?
First State. And I've been dealing with both.
Does she have a debit card through First State?
She did, yeah, she does. But last Thursday, that joint account got levied because she was a failure to appear recently at court for Capital One. She just would not go to her court dates.
He just said she did. She does. Talking about the bank account. Catch that? She did. She does. Wow.
I'm not on these credit cards. At a time.
Where's it at?
First State. And I've been dealing with both.
Does she have a debit card through First State?
She did, yeah, she does. But last Thursday, that joint account got levied because she was a failure to appear recently
She does.
at court for Capital One. She just would not go to her court dates. I'm not on these credit cards. I didn't know anything about them.
My next question, what other credit cards should she have?
Capital One, Credit One, and Washington Mutual. She's being sued by all three. She has
maxed them out.
I mean, we would never pay him.
After one over there, I'm sorry.
Credit One, and Washington Mutual. And I was on the credit cards. I don't know where the money went. This is over a period of a couple of years, 3 years, whatever. They've gone after. Now they've garnished, or they levied.
How much is she owe Capital One?
I know she was like 2,500 on one, and 1,500 on one, and 2,000 or 2,500 on another. I think it's total of maybe 5,000 total, or 6,000.
And how did you find it? Did she borrow money from a deal?
I found a contract. I got a copy. And matter of fact, I mean, it's there still, I guess.
How old is the contract?
November 3rd, 2011. She filed on November 5th, 2011. But it says I built on
November ain't got it yet.
I'm sorry, October. Yeah, we're in October. I'm sorry, October. Yeah, it's October the 3rd, and she filed on October 5th. I picked up papers on the 10th.
Did somebody tell you, you just happened to come across
The papers. That contract, I just came across it. She left it. John left it.
What about your insurance? You have insurance on it?
No, I don't think life insurance. I don't believe so. I mean, I know I've got insurance on myself, life insurance and everything, but I don't think we ever took out any on her.
Through your work?
Don't believe so.
What about kids?
I've got, for the kids, I've got like a 5,000 each or something. It's not a major. It's something that's offered by the company that basically the company pays for it. If anything, that the company would pay, the same with her, 5,000 or whatever. But I've never had life insurance with her.
We'll go back to the morning you got up and the kids were gone. They went to Orange Beach. She just jumped in the car and drove down there.
Yeah, so they left early that morning, I guess. And she wouldn't tell me. I found out maybe, I searched the Verizon account. I looked it up and I saw, I think a 205 area code or something. I called it. It was a lobster or seafood place in Orange Beach. And I thought, okay, that's where she is. And then Preston called her and said, listen, I know you're on the beach. I pinged your phone. She said, yeah, I'm in Orange Beach. So, and I realized that she was with Bill and Kathy. And the girls, she was letting me talk to the girls finally. She said, just don't ask them any questions, blah, blah, blah. And so it was Keely's birthday, which was Friday, that same day that the dog incident, all that happened, So, Friday, I guess it was maybe Monday or Tuesday, Keely told me, said on the phone, said, Kathy finally gave me my birthday present. So I said, oh, really? What'd you get? She told me. So they told me they were all together and they all stayed in the condo together.
So let me get this straight. The Friday night that I was out there with the other incident, she was wanting you to go to bed. Yeah. Hurry up and go to bed. That Saturday morning she left?
Yeah, when I got up Saturday morning, she was gone. And she was probably packing as everything was taking place with this. What other incident are they talking about? What? Did you catch that? Did you catch that? Did I miss something? David is 5'10" and she was definitely shorter than him. Okay. What other incident are they talking about? Anybody? Bueller? I'm going to hit play and rewind it. Yeah, she was gone. That room, she's gone.
Friday night that I was.
What about here? Kathy finally gave me my birthday present. So I said, oh, really? What'd you get? She told me. So they told me they were all together and they all stayed in the condo together.
So let me get this straight. The Friday night that I was out there with the other incident, she was wanting you to go to bed. Yeah. Hurry up and go to bed.
See? What's that about? He said the Friday night when I was out there with the other incident, she was wanting you to go to bed. I don't. Oh, the dog. The dog. The dog. Okay, 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 okay. Sorry. Yeah, 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 yeah. I completely forgot about that part. Completely forgot about that part. Sherry says, plus with the crutches, he would need more room to get in the driver's seat. Bam. Well, Sherry, in my opinion, he didn't need he wasn't even using the crutches at that point. He only pulled the crutch, in my opinion, unless there's other proof and he's guilty, then he didn't need those crutches. He's only using those crutches to pretend like he wasn't able to physically hurt her in case she got caught, unless they found her body. Okay, let's go back.
That Saturday morning she left?
Yeah, when I got up Saturday morning, she was gone. And she was probably packing as everything was taking place with investigation with the dog.
How many times do you think she sneaks? I'm sorry. How many times do you think she sneaks out a week?
2, 3. I mean, I know she was going every Wednesday night, at least to Kathy's and Bill's. And there was times throughout I would just catch her. And there's another time that, when Jenny and Chad, when they moved from across the road, this Garland, they moved to Lexington. I thought, oh, thank God they finally moved. Maybe things should quit parking with them and everything, because my neighbors know that too. Marty and Jennifer, they were just like, I don't see how you put up with it. I'm blind. Because she'd be over there till 2, 3 in the morning. I'd have to go there sometimes. Say, Karen, please come home. I mean, isn't she party enough? And make sure she was safe and home. And anyways, when they moved, this is probably 7 months ago, 6 months ago. She
According to him, she parties a lot, which, whatever. Maybe it's true, but I can't wait to hear from these witnesses to prove or disprove this fact. She was 5 foot, 5.5 inches tall. Okay. She wouldn't have been able to reach, or barely would have been able to reach. Well, wait. But she wouldn't have had him on at that point. I'm thinking I don't know what kind of boots she had on, but I'm thinking if she had on like big, massive, like super tall boot, not like up the leg, but I mean like heel wise, maybe she would have had to shove the seat back to drive with depending on what kind of boots they were. But now, I mean, still, I mean, she wasn't in those whenever she was driving to wherever she went. So, mm-mm. I'm thinking somebody that's 5'5.5" is not going to be able to reach the gas pedal, or barely would be able to reach the gas pedal. According to the autopsy estimation, Shiraz says, okay, I'm slow. Jack, never a truer word. Yes, he was on today. Fascinating discussion. I listened to an analysis he did of Jen on my drive back from Austin. Worth a listen. You'll hear people differently. Ooh, cool. I need to check that out. Gonna have to check it out. That'll be on my to-do list.
It was midnight. I heard her sneaking out of the house. And I called her. And I said, where are you going at midnight? Oh, well, Jenny called me and she's going to be over at Jamie. She's at Jamie's right now. I just wanted to come over. I said, at midnight? I mean, she was already in bed and everything. I said, at midnight, you're going over there? And she said, well, yeah. I said, Jeannie's just wanted me to come over to Jamie's at Ridgely, Tennessee, and that's where Jamie lives. And so when she got there, Jeannie, or, she called, let me know she was there, and that she was with Jenny, because Jenny said, hey, Debbie, blah, blah, and then she got in about 4 o'clock that morning. I don't know.
This little group, Bill, Kathy, and Karen.
Brian, Shannon Lee, there's Mark Snyder, Allison. I mean, there's
well, I'm not gonna say there is, I have heard rumors of it, of a group in Dyersburg that's pretty much like stuff.
Poodle Club or whatever. Yes,
Exactly.
I've heard about it too, but I don't know if they're associated with that. But everything, all the signs, everything she was pointing towards that.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff that Karen would bring up. It wasn't just Kathy. She was talking about other friends about me, and she would think it'd be hot to be with me coming in and catching her with the other woman and stuff. And they went right down the dildo and all that. And I'm thinking,
So were you in this circle?
No, I wasn't. I tried to
Who
pull
was
her out of it.
the girl? There was some girl you said you and her got shunned from there.
Robin.
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 Was she part of this group?
No, she was
Robin who?
Alfred, A-L-F-O-R-D, Alfred. Robin and Paul, he owns a security business.
Security system alarms.
Yeah.
Paul, I know Paul.
And we were over there that night when all that took place. And that's when, Robin told me what happened in the living room when she was passed out naked. And so I confronted Bill, I confronted Kathy, and then they got mad at Robin, and they got mad at me for confronting it, and we were shunned. I had been back over the house since, other than thinking around back to what's going on.
You know, this was an
I'm
exclusive.
trying it, or going it, but not that I went up to get Karen whenever I found her in bed with Kathy.
Was this an I don't know, use the word exclusive. Just married, were they all married couples, or were there single people there also?
The only ones I saw were married, other than Karen, But, and I know it's not usually that way, but I don't know. I can't tell you. Now, I know that I drove by their house and saw other vehicles I wasn't aware, didn't know of. And there's no telling. Kathy's covered for Karen so much by picking her up, taking her. There's been numerous times, and I got called in to work one night. We're having a lot of issues, and I told Karen, I said, you're going to have to come get Keely and Ashley. I said, I've got to go into work. I said, we had an accident or something. And anyway, I said, I'll just worry about Kathy. No, just me and Kathy will come to you. And so they met me at Walmart or at McDonald's parking lot, and I saw a little 99 proof they'd been drinking and everything, and she was upset because she had to get the girls, and so I said, "Where's your vehicle?" Because it wasn't at Kathy's, and so she was somewhere else, and Kathy went and picked her up to cover and bring her to or something. And I don't know, there's just so much stuff that.
Take from 0 to starting at 0, going to 9. How many times do you think you participated with the group?
Participating as far as being involved, or
As far as
zero.
sexually involved?
I was 0.
Okay.
Well, I've never had any involvement. Whenever I realized what was going on, I tried to pull her out of it, and Robin did too. We confronted it. I wouldn't. It's one thing to behind closed doors to talk or whatever, but to actually do and go through with something, no. I value. And that's why.
And the reason I'm asking this because this whole thing may do a 360-degree turnaround. Instead of her having a strong sexual appetite or want to participate, when we start interviewing people, they may say it was you. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I've never had any involvement whatsoever.
What do you think would be the odds that Kathy has helped her orchestrate something? Orange Beach, gone somewhere. I mean,
why don't you do that to the girls? I just can't picture. I can't imagine. Although Kathy said, I'll take the girls if you need for me to, or whatever you need for me to do. And I don't want the girls to be around her right now. I don't trust them. I don't want her to manipulate. And I just don't trust them. And I don't trust Bill. I'm wondering if Kathy even is aware that Bill loaned her that money. Because I was told by Janie that lives next door that Karen would show up between their house, on Mondays. They get noon. Bill would be there, and then Bill would leave 45 minutes to an hour. And I even saw that once before Kathy would come home, or something. There's just some weird stuff going on. And my mother-in-law and her brother, when they came down for Dustin's graduation, they thought she acted like she was on drugs or something. And I don't know. I'm just saying that she would do anything to stay thin and to appearance. You know, I mean, she's had an addiction to diet pills, and she's had, you know, that issue before. And we got through that. And, you know, Janie next door said that she's thought that Bill and Kathy were swinging, and the pastor suspected. And she said she wouldn't put it past as far as maybe marijuana and stuff like that. But to everybody else, you know, they're business owners. They don't want this brought out. They don't want that. I mean, that's what I know.
Do you own any weapons?
Yeah, I've got a 9mm Ruger P95, which I used to reserve with when I was in Randolph County.
Why would you do that?
I did that, well, off and on, maybe a year or two. I mean, it was, you know, went to the academy for half as much as regular. And
where you said Randolph?
Randolph County in Pocahontas, Arkansas. Yeah. So I did that as a hobby and a volunteer, didn't get paid, had my own equipment and everything. I had a good friend of the state police. He's now the director. Steve Schultz, he's the director of the academy at Pocahontas. And I mean, I've had all background checks, FBI, security clearance, everything. And I also was involved in social work out of college. You know, I wanted to be a social worker. And I also wanted to be involved in law enforcement. And did that. I was part of CASA. I was court appointed special advocate for abused and neglected children.
So you just have one handgun?
Yeah.
Dustin, the boys have guns?
And I've got that a 22 that they got me for Father's Day, just a long rifle several years ago. That's the only two that I've got.
At the present time, how many people is living in the household?
Right now, including Karen, we got 4.
You, Karen, 2 daughters.
Yeah. And Dustin comes home on the weekends. So.
Will you give us permission to go back out there and look around?
Yeah. I mean, they did the other night. I don't have one issue. I don't have any issue. I mean, anything I can do to help and to.
We're just trying to cover all bases and everything.
I know it's hurtful.
And I understand.
Totally. I just ordered to come home and to.
Okay, let's take this also into consideration. What if
What's
she
hurtful?
has met with somebody?
What's hurtful? Steph says, in my opinion, the man is lying through his teeth and lips and vocal cords and chest. So you think he's a whole crap? You think he's a whole lie?
How are you gonna take that?
I just want her to come home and to you know, be a mother. If she don't want to be a wife, you know, that's her decision. I can accept that. But if there's someone else, you know, as long as they're not hurtful or harmful, but you know, to the girls or whatever, I mean, I just have to accept it. But I mean, you know, that's not something that I want or something that would be hard.
Have you filed for divorce?
She filed on the 5th. And
That's her attorney.
Creasy.
Do you have an attorney?
Yeah, I got one. Matter of fact, Tim Nathy. Yeah, he was there the night. He's the brother to the Chris Nathy, their dog. And so I didn't know any other attorney and stuff. So he's been talking with me, and we've been trying to figure stuff out. I mean, I had to do something. We came to an attorney, and he's the only one that I really knew, and I thought, well, maybe that was fake, but he was there that night.
Well, maybe.
But I don't know.
All right. Well, we
Yeah, I went back to him, and then they had, what, one or two more kids.
Obviously, it goes without saying, if you hear anything, no matter how minute, call up here, leave a message on my phone, or leave a message on.
Maybe get a card with his personal number. Has anyone talked with that hog shooter? You know, I mean, everybody's scared to death of him in the neighborhood. And then, you know, keep in mind, we've also had several break-ins out there. And I called him one night.
They were talking about hog shooter.
Miss Mary's, the old couple. She just lost her husband. And there was a truck coming by, and they were stealing, loading up her stuff off the reporters and stuff. And I was still having issues with my leg then, and I couldn't catch him, you know. And I called 911, came out there, and you know, they did investigation and everything, and then this ordeal with hog shooter. And said he's upset now. He said somebody's been throwing nails in his driveway and stuff. So he's upset over that. And,
You mind if I hang on to this?
no, that's fine. Matter of fact, I'm trying to think of where else we went.
It's a Barbie car, so it's probably got 12-month warranty on it.
Do one? Oh, Barbie cars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cars,
like
yeah,
Kiwi
yeah.
on it there. So it was all.
So we will talk to him. We're gonna cover all the bases. Anything else you can think of?
No, I mean, we went to the mall and I talked with Janie. Her dad used to be the mayor here, I believe, or grandpa. Janie.
Ravel.
Is that what it is? No, Janie. She's got a daughter, Peggy Jane. That's Peggy Jane. They live on is it Forsyth Street? Past the park in town, past the park, and the next road to the left. If you pass the park, not the first one, where you turn there, the next one.
Do you, either one, does the older girl have a cell phone?
Yeah. Numbers 3432,
What is it?
it's 731-377-3432.
Have you taken a leave of absence from work?
No, I haven't. I was supposed to go today to get a second opinion on my, I had it set up at live at 10:45. Of course, I canceled, so I could, and with the orthopedic surgeon over there, there's the issues, but
What's your address at home?
it's 65 Willie Johnson Road.
There's no one there at the present time, right?
And Dustin, my oldest, or my second son, he's there.
We can do a walk through this, okay? Fine. What are you driving, my friend?
The Volvo, the S60 Volvo.
What color?
Silver.
Do you think she would get to the point she would call her daughter? Or Dustin, or?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, she's, I've seen nights that she would speed down the drive and Ashley's chasing after and stuff, not wanting her to leave and go out at night. Which was very hurtful to her, but never where she
keeps
just wouldn't call her.
on. He just keeps on digging and digging and digging and digging to make her look like the way more worse mother. Mary Hog Shooter has a little lamb. Oh my God. Oh, Gil, I don't know. Maybe could have been premeditated if he faked the re-injury of his leg. Maybe. Yeah, definitely making her look like a neglectful mom. But he just said then that the one would cry every time she get ready to leave, because she knew it was going to be a thing.
It's prolonged.
Okay.
Very hurtful to, I've seen nights that she would speed down the drive and Ashley's chasing after and stuff, not wanting her to leave and go out at night. Which was very hurtful to her, but never where she just wouldn't call or this prolonged.
Okay.
But I can understand why people are communicating, giving information to Kathy, if that is the case, of information that I don't know.
Well, I can assure you it didn't come from us.
Unless they got someone else working, I don't know. But also, is there any way to retrieve the text messages and stuff from both phones or from?
That's being worked on. And I'm like I'm telling you, it didn't come from us, and the only reason I know it didn't is because he called me this morning to see if I was on my way in. We got a missing person. I didn't even know about this thing until this morning. So it didn't come from us. So I don't know where she got her information, and we're not the police either. So we're law enforcement, sheriff's department, we're not the police.
So that's what it's not.
Yes, you may have. I don't know. Anything you hear, no matter how minute, or if you remember something, it don't matter if it's something just minor. If you go home and flip open the phone book and there's a phone number written down with where was Florida, 250-205.
Yeah,
wasn't there? And
I'm checking and I don't care if y'all want my password and stuff in my Verizon account, I mean, that's what I was there, last night with Alexander and showing him, we were looking at, messages and texts and things. Of course, I can't read, what they say, but the timeline, we were trying to come up with something that, and,
If you mind meeting us up front so we can follow you out there, just do a walk through the house and.
yeah, so,
Okay.
Back to left.
Investigator McCray, would you make that interview and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
75. I do have more questions to ask the investigator. However, at some point, there's a second interview with this investigator where he interviews the defendant. We want to play that. I think that would take us well into.
We'll wait on the second interview until after our lunch break. First, you go ahead for a few minutes. If you have some other questions, go ahead.
I do. I can.
I'm sorry. If you have some other questions,
I do, Your Honor. I can skip ahead and then come back to the interview.
that's fine.
So, Detective McCray, Investigator McCray, when initial procedures used to locate a missing person, like trying to contact them on the phone, are unsuccessful, do you change tactics? In this case, did you try other means to find Ms. Swift?
Yeah, like I said, we introduced documents to Verizon to start pulling phone records. We, again, talked to family members.
Did you contact the news media?
Yes, we contacted news media. We did Facebook. We did everything we could to get her name out there to let everybody know that she was missing.
Did you ever organize any searches for Ms. Swift?
Sheriff Box did,
Okay.
along with us.
Did you participate in those?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, just describe to the jury what those searches consisted of and where you searched, that type of thing.
We focused there on Willie Johnson Road near home. We acquired the assistance of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, Dyersburg Police Department, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Dyer County Rescue Squad, various agencies that helped assist in trying to locate her.
And where were those searches of?
In the area of Willie Johnson Road, the Obion River, on the west end of the Mississippi area river.
No, that's what I was going to ask next. You've heard this ping described several times. Did you guys go to that location?
Yes, we went to that location.
Where is that?
That's going to be west of the Swift residence, and it's an estimated guess, maybe 5 to 6 miles, maybe.
And this is the Mississippi River?
Yes.
Ping? Okay. Is that area known by a name? Is there any?
Near the Great River Road.
Okay. And did y'all go down there and search?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any evidence while you were down there?
We found items, but they were not usable for evidence.
Okay. Did you ever enlist, for lack of a better term, a cadaver dog to find?
Yes. We went back to the Obion River, which is on 78 Highway. I asked the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, they had cadaver dogs. So we began to drag that river there on right off Highway 78.
And were those searches successful?
It appeared that one of the dogs, being a cadaver dog, jumped in the water. We had people to go in the water to see if we could find anything. We didn't recover anything, so I asked for another dog to come in and get in the boat with us, another cadaver dog, and that dog alerted the same way the first dog did. And we realized, of course, later, those dogs are cadaver dogs. They can smell decomp that we can't smell. So we think that was coming off the area near the cross area where the kudzu was.
When you say decomp, explain that word.
It's where the body has gone into decomp and started deteriorating.
Okay. Did you ever enlist any type of aircraft to search for Karen's body?
Yes, sir. We asked for the Tennessee Highway Patrol to come with a helicopter. They were not able to fly that area because they have an obstacle thing to fly. But it's in a computer that tells them they're too close to power lines or obstacles. So they couldn't exactly fly the area where the cross was due to the power lines.
Okay. I'm getting out of order here because we're jumping ahead. Other than the walkthrough that Deputy Alexander and Sergeant Walker, was the Swift home ever formally searched?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Later, we got search warrant went out with the TBI crime lab to go to the residence to see if there was any usable evidence there.
Okay, and describe that process.
The agents, he submitted a search warrant. It was granted. We met the crime lab team that came from Middle and West Tennessee there to search the property.
Okay. Did you discover any relevant pieces of evidence while you were searching?
We were there. I noticed bleach, bottles of bleach outside near the home. They own the property.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
And could you tell the jury what that is of?
That's bleach, several gallons of bleach that's sitting there in the yard.
Okay. Say would ask that to be marked for identification only at this time.
All right, that'll be number 6 for identification only.
Were there any other evidence obtained during the search?
There were some issues inside the garage that we suspected might have been blood, but it was later tested, and it didn't show any signs of blood.
Did the officers use luminol?
Yes, they did.
Would you describe for the jury what luminol is?
It's a product that they spray, and then in darkness, we had to close the garage to see if we could illuminate anything that may appear to might have been blood.
And you're saying that the luminol test was negative?
Yes.
Okay. Were any phones or computers at the house taken into evidence?
Yes, that day they did recover phones, computers, cameras, recording device, things of that nature.
Okay, what happened to those items, if you know?
Those items were collected and went to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay, did you ever enter Miss Swift's bedroom during the search?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you recognize any evidence in Miss Swift's bedroom that you would consider significant?
Well, there on the nightstand, there was a bottle of some type of sleep aid, cough drops or cough medicine that was there. I don't remember the exact name of that sleep aid that was on.
Did y'all take that into evidence that day?
No, sir, we did not.
Is there a reason why you didn't?
We didn't think it had any bearing on her disappearance.
Did you later change your mind?
Yes, after the autopsy report.
Thank you. Did you locate any court filings related to the Swift's divorce during your search?
Yes, in Mr. Swift's Volvo, in the trunk, underneath a spare tire, were the divorce papers. And I thought that was kind of strange too. If you're getting a divorce, why would you hide them under a spare tire?
The objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to disregard the last statement. You may not refer to it in your later deliberations.
Investigator McCarty, who was John Hogshuter?
He was a guy that lived down the road from the Swifts.
Had you had any involvement with him prior to Ms. Swift going missing?
No, I haven't. I didn't.
Do you know whether or not the Dyer County Sheriff's Office had an involvement with him?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe that?
There was a report where dogs had been poisoned out in the area near the Swifts' home. In my recollection, Mr. Nafy dog died from the poisoning. Mr. Swift dog did not die from the poisoning.
Okay. Going from the dogs to Ms. Swift's disappearance, was John Hogshuter ever considered a suspect in her disappearance?
Yes, we looked at him.
Did you get a search warrant for his home or his
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes.
One or both?
Both.
Okay. What happened with that search?
There was no usable evidence there. Mr. Hogshuter was willing to assist us any way he could in the investigation.
Did you ask him to give a DNA sample?
Yes, we did.
Did he do that willingly or did you need a search warrant?
Yes.
Yes, to which?
He did volunteer to give a
Okay.
DNA sample.
To your knowledge, Mr. Hogshuter's DNA match any of the evidence collected?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office take plaster casts of tire tracks on Willie Johnson Road?
No.
Is it unusual to look at a person as maybe as a person of interest in a homicide case or a missing persons case and later rule them out?
It happens all the time.
Okay. My next line of questioning is a little bit more lengthy.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I think we're close to having lunch for you all there. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the lunch break, do not discuss the case with each other at all. Do not form or express an opinion about the case at this time because, you know, we've just begun the proof in the matter there. Also, I don't think you'll have the opportunity, but avoid any conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys. And if you are approached or if there are discussions, I will need to know about that after lunch. We're gonna
Oh,
knock off now.
good.
Let's look
That's a
at the
nice
clock
find, Steph.
for our target time.
She had
to restart.
diphenhydramine,
So have a good
Benadryl,
lunch.
in her
We'll see you in a
toxicology.
little while.
Shiraz says, how long was she missing before they found her? QB said went missing end of October, found in December. Yeah, I think they said it was about 40 some days later they found her body, like just a little ways up the road from where they lived. Um, in the woods somewhere. Uh, no, the crazy thing is they found her just the 40 days and 40 some days later after she went missing, but it took them from 2011 until 2022 for them to arrest him in a cemetery. I thought so, QB, but that's uh I was thinking that I was remembering that little boy that was found near that cemetery. The mama left him there, remember? And he had Benadryl and like cold medicine in his system. Remember that? And that was a very cold case. That was like 20 some years later. Oh my God. But that little dude, he was found near a cemetery too. All right, let's zoom through this lunch. They took them a nice lunchy lunch and they're back. That was a quick zoom. She also had caffeine and alcohol. I would assume alcohol because apparently, um, you know, yeah, I don't know what it is that made them finally arrest him and prosecute. I don't know what it was that was their like final piece of the puzzle or whatever. Why on earth did it take them this long to prosecute? Was there new evidence that came out or something? I don't know. Steph says they took a second look at it. I don't know, but I love this judge so much. Mics are not on in the courtroom. Mics are not on in the courtroom. Turn on your mics. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, they're on now. I just saw the mic turn green. I like this judge because he's a page licker. I'm a page licker. You know what I mean by page licker, right? A page licker, not a lint licker. Steph says a PI took it upon herself to dig for info without payment or being hired. And the more she dug, the more she found, turned it over to the police. Amazing. Well, did she just stumble upon it or like the case? Or did somebody like ask her to look into it but didn't like hire her officially? Or I just told my boss she's not allowed to lick pages. We study germs where I work. You'd think they'd know that, right? You would think that they would know that, but I definitely am a page licker. Can't help it. Can't help it. Yeah, send the article, Steph. That'd be cool. Shiraz says I was a page licker before the pandemic. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Lazy River. Steph. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to go over that. We'll have to go over that. We'll have to go over that. All right. Let's get back to it.
Were you there when the bleach bottles were photographed?
Yes,
Did you ask the defendant about those bleach bottles?
I did.
And did he give you any response?
He told me that came from because the dog had vomited in the garage and he used that to clean up the vomit.
Okay. Let's fast forward to, we just finished playing the interview that Investigator Gregory and Investigator Johnson conducted. Did you watch that video?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you watched it?
I was actually present in the audio room when they did the interview.
Okay. Did watch that video?
Oh,
affect your
God,
investigation in
Shiraz,
any
I
way?
can imagine.
Yes.
Okay, tell us how, please.
I told them that we needed to get Mr. Swift back in for a second interview.
Okay, and did you do
Thank
that?
you, Steph.
Okay, and who conducted that interview?
And TBI agent Nathan Bishop and I did.
Okay, and did you also bring a copy of that with you today?
Yes, sir.
Ask to play the video.
All right.
Hey, Bill. This is I'm Nathan Bishop. Special Agent TBI. How are you? Surviving. Have you heard from her today, this morning, or anything? Is anything military from Karen at all?
I talked to her mom. I talked to her cousin. Those encroaches on. And you don't know one.
You know the cousin's name?
Angie Constance. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think she was on the list earlier, but she had been, so that she talked with Karen, some that recently that she talked about her drinking more often and all that. But
Karen drinks?
Karen?
Yeah. She drinks quite a bit.
It turned out to be, she used to never drink. I mean, up until we moved here, we've never ever, drink. I mean, her dad was an alcoholic and she grew up in, a pretty bad situation. And so she really don't have a really good close relationship with her mom and dad because for one, her mom didn't take her out of that situation. Their dad was always abusive towards her mom and all that. So we always vowed never to drink, but when when we moved here, she became friends with the girl across the road, Jenny, which you all got her number, Jenny talked on. Garen, and that's when she started really drinking. At first she told Jenny that, you still have fun without drinking, Next thing I know, she's drinking with them, the parties and the 2, 3 a.m., going over there to get her. And my neighbors and all, seeing that Marty and Jennifer Lamb. And
When was the last time Angie talked to her?
I didn't ask, but
You have a number for her?
Yeah, it's probably a week or so ago. Her number is 573-724-7657.
And that's her niece?
That's her cousin.
Cousin, okay.
And my son.
Has any of the kids talked to her? Have any of them tried to text her?
Yeah, we tried to text. I call. Just go straight to her voice message. I haven't checked her messages today, but I know the passcode on it, so I'm retrieving. I'm hearing the messages that people are leaving. But
you might give me her passcode?
It's 5. It's certainly the last 4 digits of her phone, 5549. So,
And everybody that you listen to on there, pretty much you know who they are.
yeah. And that's what I've been listening for, to see if there's any unusual calls or numbers. But yesterday when they were out at the house, we listened to all of them. It was, I guess it was Gregory and
Johnson.
So, but now I haven't listened to him today.
Has she ever run off before and not contact you or the kids before?
I mean, she's been gone a lot, but never this long, not without the kids.
So I was gonna say, did she ever make contact while she was gone and not call you or the kids and say, hey, you hadn't heard from her or anything like that?
No, not like this. I mean, she'd kind of go a lot, at all hours, and she would sneak out of the house, at midnight or whatever, and several encounters. And Jenny Gurin, she went to her house at midnight one night, or Jamie Gurin at Ridgely. And whenever I realized she was going out of the house, I called her, and it was like midnight. And I said, where are you going at midnight? And she said, oh, Jenny's over at Jamie's, and she just wanted me to come over for a while. And, she got in. I don't know.
Does she have a full-time job?
No.
Just part-time? You don't.
She doesn't work up until a couple weeks ago. I mean, she started cleaning Bill and Kathy's house on Mondays for a month or so. And, being over there from 12:31 till 8:30 at night or whatever on Mondays, she was doing landscaping stuff for them. She was, always over there. She would go, a lot of times get the girls in bed. She'd take out on, Tuesday night or Wednesday night, get in at, 12, 1, whatever time. A lot of times, reek the smell of alcohol. There was a lot of concerns there. There were several weekends that someone had to go get her. Or Shannon and Brian Lee brought her home one night from a party over at Bill and Kathy's where she couldn't drive. And then I had to go get her a time or two. The next door neighbor, Janie, the next door neighbor to Bill and Kathy, her daughter had to bring her home one night.
Did you see her Saturday night when she came in the house?
Saturday or Sunday morning when they came in.
Early.
Yeah.
Sunday
All I
morning.
did was pop my head down to make sure that she had Ashley and Ashley was okay. And, that they were home.
Did you
go
go
back upstairs?
Oh, so you slept upstairs?
Yeah, I always slept upstairs.
But wait a minute, didn't he say in that last interview, whenever they asked him if she was drunk, he said, yeah, like he said something about being close enough to her to know he could tell she was drunk. Like, I don't know if he said he could smell it or what, but I don't know.
Did you actually physically see her?
Yeah.
What part of the house did you see her in?
It was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Did y'all have a conversation?
It was very, very limited. She said, Ashley met me, and that was briefly it.
You remember what clothing she had on?
She had, they were blue jeans, I believe they had holes in them, and then a gray coat. It was like a tight coat. I didn't know what kind of shirt or anything she had on, but it was a gray coat.
Did she indicate that she was going anywhere else?
No.
Did she tell you if she was going to bed or?
No, I assumed she was going to bed because she said she was going to actually bed with her. But Ashley vaguely remembers that she kind of put her in bed with Keely. The next bedroom over.
When did you notice her? When did you find out the car wasn't there?
I found out whenever I called the neighbor, because whenever I got up, it was about 10 or so, and that's when the girls got up, and they went in the bedroom, and she wasn't there, so which wasn't uncommon. So about 10 or so, I texted her and asked if she was bringing breakfast home for the girls or if I need to cook, and I didn't get a response, so which wasn't unusual because a lot of times she wouldn't answer my phone or text or whatever. And so I waited a while, and I texted her again, and then I called her, and then it was about 12:30 or so, and I probably called again. I waited until about 1, and I told the girls, let's go look for her. I was starting to get worried, and so I called Jennifer Lamb, the next door neighbor, because Keely didn't want to go. She wanted to stay there. So I called Jennifer. I said, are you back home from church? I said, Keely's, want to stay with you. Me and Ashley's going to go look for Karen. She's probably over at Kathy's or something, but she won't answer her phone. And whenever I, Jennifer said, was that not her vehicle up on Millsfield? And I said, Hello? Did I call you? Oh, I probably did earlier. Did Preston show up for Ashley to eat, or do you know? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll call you in a little bit, okay? No, I haven't. Okay. Well, I'll call you in a little bit. And so whenever Jennifer told me that she thought that was her vehicle up there and had a flat, I said, well, I'm going up there. So I got the girls' vehicle and I went up there and it was her vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and said, Kathy, have you seen Karen? Her vehicle is up here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. And Kathy said, no, but we're really worried. We've been trying to get a hold of her. Said, Bill's calling police right now. And so immediately when I got off the phone with her, I called the sheriff and said that something's wrong, or if she had Bill and Kathy, if they had known about her, and that Bill was on the phone. And then,
So Bill and Kathy sold the car first?
No, they didn't have. Whenever I told them that her vehicle was on Millsfield, that's when they reported it on Millsfield. And
Who told you it was up there?
Jennifer Lamb.
Your neighbor?
Yeah. When she went out to church, she saw it at 9:30, but she didn't think he came out, I guess. And so nobody called me. And but it wasn't unusual for her to be gone in the morning, especially on the weekend, and go to the wire or something to be gone, and she.
If she'd have had a flat, would she have called you to get it changed, or?
She's run out of gas before it called other people. If she didn't want me to know she was out, because everything was so secretive, everything was so, she didn't want me to know things, and she was sneaking out at night and stuff, and.
The night that you saw her in the kitchen, who was all there?
It was
you, your daughter?
Yeah, my 9-year-old.
Your 9-year-old? Where was the 6-year-old at?
She was in bed.
She was in bed. So it was just 4 y'all in the house?
And Dustin was going to come home. We weren't certain if he was coming home, or not. He had gone to the Halloween party at UT Martin, so he thought he was going to come home. And I guess he decided not to.
So did Bill and Kathy ever come to your house Sunday? They never came to your house?
Not that I'm aware of.
But they called you and told you that they were looking for her?
No, I called Kathy.
Okay. And so I'm getting confused. I didn't know if they called the sheriff's office first or you called the sheriff's office.
Well, whenever I was on the phone with Kathy, she said, Bill's calling right now. I was the one that reported to Kathy there were vehicles, and I'm worried their vehicles got a flat.
Right.
And that's when she said, well, Bill's calling right now. Well, when I realized that Karen wasn't with Kathy, or that she hadn't heard from her all morning.
Was Bill calling you on the cell phone or landline?
No, Bill called direct to the sheriff's or police department, I guess.
Oh, so what you're saying, you and him never had a
No,
conversation?
we never had a conversation. I didn't talk to Bill at all, which is with Kathy.
And how did you find out that he was on the line? That's when you talked to Kathy?
Yeah, when I was on the phone.
She called you?
No, I called
Them, Kathy?
Yeah.
And asked, where is Karen?
Yeah. I asked if she'd seen Karen, that her vehicle has got a flat. Jennifer told me about it, and I'm worried. And she said, well, Bill's on the phone. I guess he was on his cell phone at that time when Kathy said, well, they found her vehicle's got flat on Millsfield.
And you don't have any idea that where she may have gone or anybody she may have, has she ever went off? Somebody we don't know about that we can call and say,
well, I found a number yesterday. I reported to that guy. I didn't know. Something just seemed odd about that. I called Jamie that, I felt in the past that she had a cell phone with, a year ago or so that I found. I wasn't aware of this cell phone, so I don't know what her activity is on her other cell phone that Bill and Kathy gave her.
So how many phones does she actually have that you're aware of?
Well, 2 now. The one that,
This one Bill then gave her?
The one that Bill.
And then your phone? The family phones that y'all have?
She has.
That she called her mother?
No.
Mother hadn't talked to her? Does she have any other sisters or brothers?
She has a sister, Lisa, and she called me. I've been talking to her. She called last night. I called her today, I believe, and they're not really close. So she went and called her for,
Hypothetically, if y'all had a disagreement or something, where would she go to kind of just
Bill and Kathy, or she's going probably Tiffany Glass, or one of her friends there, or she.
And you talked to all her friends?
Yeah. You know, of course, Bill and Kathy's not talking with them now because they're pointing fingers. My son just went over there to talk to them, and the neighbor gave Bill's number, and Bill talked to Preston on the phone and saying that I didn't seem concerned or, all this, and I'm worried.
Well, let's say in a week's time, how much time does she spend at Bill and Kathy's house?
A lot.
A week?
In a week's time?
Yeah.
3-4 times
a week.
At least. She's usually over there on Mondays, then Wednesday nights. But I don't know. I'm at work, so for the day, I'm sure she's seeing them.
You work across the river?
Yeah, I work near Blytheville.
Newcourt.
Tenaris.
You said that she never started the drinking or anything until you moved here. Where'd you move from?
From Pocahontas, Arkansas.
Pocahontas, Arkansas?
Yeah.
Was she born and raised there?
No, she's born in Illinois, but most, as a baby, and then she, most of growing up was Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, and we lived in Pocahontas.
Does any of her friends from Pocahontas or Walnut Ridge call you?
Oh, yeah, and they're planning on coming down here, and they're being very supportive, and, everyone's just really concerned. And
did she ever indicate to you at any time that she's had some problem with somebody?
Well, not long ago, she at Kathy's dance a few weeks ago. She got into it with a parent and grabbed her and shoved her up against the brick wall.
Who was that?
That was Amanda McCarthy.
Did you tell the investigators that yesterday?
I don't know if I did or not. And she's had several. At Pocahontas, there was several people.
This is Amanda McCarthy. Where does she live?
She lives out on Crown Point. I'm remembering, but she teaches dance or something at Dyersburg. But
I'm just now coming on, but I just found out about this last night. Help me if you just tell me a little bit about her.
About
your wife. Just describe her personality to me. But
her personality is, she's usually outgoing. She just recently started working at the YMCA. And, she's going to be a trainer. She, at home, it hadn't been the best, it was, she would, when she got angry, she was somewhat hostile, a lot of times. My boy's, my 18-year-old now, he, witnessed, when she wanted something, she wanted it right then and there, she one day was on the cell phone in the bathroom, upstairs in the bathroom, and she needed cell phone. She was in some of the Verizon account. He wouldn't give it to her. He said, I'm using the restroom. You're going to have to wait. She said, no. And in front of our daughter, she picked up a suitcase, I guess, and started beating the door in. And put holes all in the door. I didn't know anything about it until about 3 days later. I was in Dustin's room. I opened up his closet door, and there was holes all on the closet door. And I asked him, I said, what did you do here? What happened? He said, you need to talk to Mom. Well, come to find out, she, after she did all that, she didn't want me to find out about it, I guess, and she made him help her change the bathroom door to the closet door so it would be on the inside instead of the outside. And, it's just, she could be loving and caring, and then she, it was just always up and down.
She had been suicide, anything? Do you know?
Not to my knowledge. But I don't know what the alcohol has done. There's Jennifer told me, I found out recently that Jennifer, Rob and Alfred was over at our house one day, while I was at work, and Jennifer said she got a phone call and said Robin was going to have to leave with her kids to go somewhere, and that Robin called her and said, I need you up here because Karen's so intoxicated that I need you to help me get her undressed, get her in bed. And so Jennifer Lamb, our neighbor, went up there and helped get her in bed. The girls and mom was sick or whatever, and then they were, and then Jennifer took the girls to her house, so Karen could sleep it off or something. And another time Dustin witnessed, she was with Holly Jones one day, and I came home that day a little bit early from work, and they both had been drinking. Holly had her little boy there, and Ashley Keeley was there. I didn't realize Dustin was there at the time, but later told me he was. He was upstairs, but Karen was on the front porch of our house, and she was so drunk that, and this is probably maybe 3:30 afternoon, and she started throwing up on the porch, and she was down, almost face down in her vomit, and couldn't get up, and Dustin told me later, he saw her, he went down there and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. And then we had to get her around and get her, you know, in the house, give her something to drink, clean off the vomit.
Did Bill indicate to you or Kathy on the night of the party if she'd been drinking?
No, I didn't try to talk to him. I mean,
They didn't question who, you didn't have any questions to them about who she may have been with at the
I
party?
did. I mean, I asked if there was any, they said it wasn't anyone unusual or whatever. And, you know, we found a cooler in the back that had beer in it in the back of Murano. And then it smelled like liquor when we opened up the door in the front, but, you know, so.
Was anything in the car that you may have touched while you were out there?
Well, actually, me and Alexander, you know, when I first went there, you know, I just unlocked it. I thought it was just, you know, got flat. I opened it up. I moved to see if there was anything missing, her purse, or, you know, if the keys might have been in it or whatever. And you know, I opened up the trunk or the hatchback to see and looked in the cooler and stuff. But other than that, that's all I did immediately. You know, shut it, called, and then Alexander came out, deputy, and, you know, I think he was the first to arrive. Certainly, of course, he touched a lot of stuff, but, you know, he didn't touch or remove anything or anything like that.
You know why it would have been on that side of the roadway?
What, that don't situation like this, unfortunately, I gotta ask this, what was the source of you and her problems? Was it alcohol? Was it?
Well, it was that. It was the, you know, we were trying to pull her out of that situation. She was involved with Bill and Kathy. You know, I saw a lot of stuff. She was.
When you say involved, what do you mean? I mean, I don't know Bill and Kathy.
I caught her over there several times, and when she was missing or not where she was supposed to be. And I would park my vehicle down the road, and I'd come up there, and I'd just run back, and she'd, you know, take it in a hot tub with them. With Bill and Kathy, and also another couple, Brian and Shannon Lee, they're teachers at Dyersburg. And when I confronted her about that, she said she'd never do that again. And we were over there one night, and it was after Kathy's birthday party. And when I saw and realized what was going on, that was the night that we all got in a hot tub. But I didn't think anything of it at first. I mean, we'd been at the country club, and we'd all been, you know, kind of drinking, but Karen was totally naked, and there were several others, and I kept trying to get her, and she finally was going to go in, we thought, to get dressed. Well, shortly after that, Bill followed her in. And then Robin Alford said, I'm going to check on Karen. It was probably 5, 10 minutes later. I can't remember exactly. So, and she went in there, and we all got out. It was ready to go home. And Karen was so drunk, she was passed out in the living room, kind of halfway on the couch. She had a towel over her, but she was just totally naked. And, you know, we left. Robin said that she encountered Bill. She prevented Bill from raping her that night, is what Robin told me. And so, whenever I realized what was going on, everything was going on, I tried to pull Karen out of that. And I confronted Bill about it, or Kathy. And Kathy said, oh, it was just bad judgment. It'll never happen again. Okay? And so, then I didn't really talk to Robin about that after that. But then it was a week or 2 or 2 weeks ago, or after that, it was about, Karen said she was going to the country club to a birthday party. And she promised she'd be back by 11:30 or 12. And she never showed up. Well, Dustin was home. And I told him, I said, you know, girls are here. I said, I'm going to go check her tomorrow. And I went over there at 1:30 in the morning. And I heard some people in the hot tub. It was Brian and Shannon Lee. They were naked. Looked like they were having sex or something. Bill had just gotten out, but I heard Shannon say, where'd Karen go? I thought, oh my God, you know, thought she would never do this again. So I went to the door, and Bill was standing there. I said, Bill, I said, where's Karen? It's almost 1:30. I'm worried about her.
For just a minute.
Oh, she's just upstairs talking to Kathy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I just walked over there.
Can you pause it? Yeah, it's tough after lunch to sit here and watch that. Let's just stand up for a second and stretch, and that way we'll all get refreshed.
Uh-oh. Judge must be seeing people yawning. They got their bellies full. Now they're sitting here listening to this, and no doubt they probably got the lights turned off a little bit, right?
I'll tell them
I don't know who Lundy Bancroft is, Shiraz. Who is that?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, well, let's sit back down. Let me make a suggestion. if you notice that somebody next to you is having a tough time, and that's just part of human nature. If you notice that, if you'll give them a bump, what we do in Dyer County, I say, cough or clear your throat, and the person next to you will wake up. Okay, sorry to interrupt.
Steph, I'm assuming you're still here, ma'am. I don't know. But did you just hear that? The judge said bump somebody. I don't know if Steph is caught up, but that's totally a part of that TV show, Jury Duty. Oh my God. He's like, if you just bump somebody, help them out, cough, something. That's exactly what's happened. Somebody's dozed off, somebody's fell asleep. One of the jurors is snoozing like Susan. Look at that prosecutor right there's face. Look at the prosecutor's face. Here, hold on. Look, he's smiling right there. He's probably the one that's alerted the judge to look at a juror. And yeah, so funny. All right, let's get back to it. It's good Southern food, right? Good Southern food will put you in a food coma and you just, oh my God. Steph, you'll get here. Steph, you'll get here. Can't wait for you to hear it.
Let's go.
I saw Karen was in bed with Kathy, and I asked her, I said, I listened to the conversation just a little while. Kathy said, oh, I think my husband coming back up here or something, Bill. Here's how off he wants to get in bed and kick me out or something. Anyway, so I finally said, Karen, what are you doing? Why are you in bed with Kathy? And she said, oh, just go home. I'm just talking to Kathy over there a little bit. I said, no, get up. Come here. I want to talk to you. And she never get up. And so I went over there and she started passing at me and everything. She was upset because she was drunk. And when I pulled the cover back, she was naked. She just had a little bit of wet towel over her. And I asked her, I said, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And anyway, that's the night that I just left. And went home. And Brian and Sharon Lee broke home that night. She wasn't able to. And so,
Are y'all separated?
Well, and then I confronted all this. Well, then I talked with Robin about her being in bed. I think seen all that. She said, I can't believe that. She said, well, let me tell you what I encountered that night. She said, I prevented Bill from raping her that night. Why does she keep going over there and put herself in these situations? And so when Robin told me that, I confronted Bill and Kathy both about it. Of course, Bill denied it. Bill told Karen, my wife, and Kathy, his wife, that Robin was trying to fondle him in the hot tub. I don't know if that was to ruin her credibility or whatever. So when I told Robin that, Robin was furious and Paul, and they wanted to confront Bill about it because she said, "No, you're not going to say that about me because I didn't do that or anything." And so Robin went over there and confronted Karen and Kathy about all that, what was said, and then from that point on, it was just really bad. Karen withdrew even more, and then probably about 3 months later, 4 that's when she, I guess it was the 7th, October 7th was whenever, that Friday night, her dog got poisoned, and the sheriff, everybody was out there, and we were dealing with all that ordeal. She kept telling him back in the house, that I said, well, I'm dealing with this. It got to be 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I thought it was kind of odd that she wanted me to, come in the house and go to bed because normally she's not worried about it. But anyways, and so I did, went to bed, got up probably 8:30 or 9 in the morning. She wasn't home, the girls weren't there Saturday morning. And all day long I was texting and calling and worried about her and no response. So this here wasn't uncommon, And finally at 8:30 p.m. she sent me a text that there's a letter and a notebook in the top dresser drawer. And I got it, read it, and said this for a while. And she filed for divorce, picked up the papers, and she wouldn't tell me where she was or anything. I texted her, I said, I want to make sure the girl's okay. Because there's been times that she would leave them at the babysitting and take off, and I didn't like that because I was available or whatever, but she didn't want me to know where she was.
When was this?
When she would leave the kids to babysit.
No, when she took off.
That was I believe the 7th, October 7th. It was on Saturday.
This month or last month?
Yeah. And
did you ever find out where she was?
Well, I did. I went on Verizon account and I saw a number that she called, and I called, and it was a restaurant in Orange Beach, Alabama. And so I figured, okay, that's where she is. So Preston and Dustin, she wouldn't tell them, my boys, where she was. And they were worried and concerned. And so finally, my son said, I know you're on the beach. He finally said, yeah, I'm on Orange Beach. So what? Basically. And so they were really upset and said, Mom, you're drinking, heavy drinking, and everything. And they tried to do an intervention over the phone with what she was doing to make sure that's what she wanted to do. And she, we had a friend at Pocahontas that kind of did the same thing. And she said, remember when you told me when I was little that if I ever acted like Melissa, to let you know, he said, you're acting just like Melissa with everything you're doing. And so she cried at first and it turned to anger. And the boys really hadn't talked to her since. They just, Holly, upset with her. She was stealing money from Dustin all summer. She was taking money from his, he worked at the animal clinic. We claimed Preston on our taxes. He was supposed to get like $900 back, but she never gave him all the money. It was just, I didn't know what she was doing. Our account, the bank account was going down every month, overdrawn. It was just constant. Didn't know where the money was going.
Did you ever find out?
I mean, everybody was telling me, family and even her mom. I was talking to her mom that you got to close your own account. You got to know, what's going on with it. But I was still trying to trust her. And then, so that morning, when she did that, the bank account was totally overdrawn. I had $20, for all week. And
she went to Orange Beach and left. Did she just come back, or?
Well, finally, Keely, I talked to my youngest daughter, I talked to the girls, finally, a day or two, Keely said, well, Kathy gave me my birthday present finally. Or Keely's birthday was that past Friday. And so I said, really, I had issues with Bill and Kathy. And taking her. And anyways, they came back on Thursday night.
So when did she come back to the house where you live?
Thursday night. I mean,
Okay.
we had never been apart, separated. I mean, finally, I didn't have any finances or anything to really retain with attorneys. It just so happened that the night that the dog incident happened, my neighbor's brother's an attorney. He was there, Jim Navy, and so I got to talk with him, tell him the situation, and so I don't know where it happened. So got him to be started to be my attorney, and I still care about her. I love her. I want her safe and return home, and I don't know what I can do. I mean,
So you said that she became friends with a girl across the street or whatever, and that's when the erratic behavior started?
Yeah, really extreme. She got a tattoo. She's always thought tattoos were. She got a tattoo. She started listening to different kind of music all the time, just partying. She didn't work. The boys always wanted to go to work because we were struggling financially to keep everything going, and the account was always something going on. And she was, and that's in senior year. We really struggled, and it felt like we took away from senior year, and she wouldn't work. She wouldn't, And her mom and brother, when they came down for graduation, they brought this up. I hadn't even really thought about that. I thought surely not, but they were thinking that she was acting like she was on something, And she didn't have addictions to diet pills and stuff in the past, which several people in Gulf County are aware of that. And she's kind of got an addictive personality. You asked earlier what I would say that she's either, if there's something that she's involved in, she's really gung-ho. That's all it's about, and she would do anything to stay thin. And
would she voluntarily leave her children?
Voluntarily?
Like, she just wanted to disappear, would she do that?
No, I can't see that.
You can't see that?
No, I mean, I know she cares about them. She hadn't always made her best judgment. I've seen her, poor Ashley and Keely running down the drive, chasing her, that she wanted to get to Bill and Kathy's or something. And then there was one time I thought she was almost going to hit Ashley, getting away from her. So, I think she's just had some lack of judgments, but I can't see her just leaving and disappearing. I mean, I just, somebody had to have seen something. Somebody, I mean, they're just, it was Halloween weekend. It was just.
And when she came home, was it Sunday morning early? At what time was it?
I believe it's about 1:30 or 1:45, something like that.
And you said you got up about 10.
Yeah. Got up about 9:30 or 10.
Have a great day, Gail.
Where does she normally sleep? He says you sleep upstairs.
Downstairs.
Does she sleep with the girls or?
Yeah, well, sometimes, I mean, it just depends, you know.
Something just.
And I asked Ashley, I said, well, did you go to bed with mommy? Do you remember her getting up? She said, I kind of remember her taking me and putting me in bed with Keely. So, but it was not uncommon for her to get up and go. And I just, so many times she would, I was so worried about her, if you want to call that controlling or whatever, but I was just always trying to protect her.
Oh my God. Do you know who he just put me in the mind of? J.P. Miller. His crying right there reminds me of J.P. Miller crying. Have you guys saw his sermon that he gave? Or not his sermon, his eulogy that he gave for Micah at the church? J.P. Miller. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right. Okay, let's get back to it.
I was worried. I was, when she'd get up and, leave at night, and I would see it, and one night she asked where she was going, and she said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. And I said, this
Yes,
lady,
Jeff.
and I said, no, I said, you're probably really going to Kathy's, aren't you? And she said, no, I'm not. And she said, fine, you don't trust me? You go to Walmart. And I said, well, okay. She got mad. I said, fine, I trust you. Well, she didn't show up for, 10:30, 11. And I kept, texting. I said, I need to go to bed. This was like a Thursday night, so I need to go work in the morning. And she said, no, it's peaceful and quiet in here. Just let me be. I'll be home in a little bit. I said, okay. But yeah, later, and I finally told Dustin, I said, Dustin, I'm going to go check on your mom, make sure she's okay. So I went to Walmart. I saw her vehicle, and I went to Walmart, nowhere to be found. And so I thought, well, I'm going to find out, she having an affair, what she's doing. And anyway, I went and I sat in the back of the vehicle. I sat there, and it was hot, and finally about 12:30, here came Kathy. Drop her off. And I got out of the vehicle, and I tapped on the glass, and I said, Kathy, what are you doing? I went over to Karen's side, and of course, Karen was angry and upset. And I said, why did you lie? Why are you? I asked Kathy, I said, why are you taking her places, or what are you doing? I said, where are you taking her and going and picking her up? Because I'd seen that, if she was doing stuff like that, because I've witnessed it before. And Kathy owns a dance studio where girls go, and they've only been friends for really close for probably less than a year, to be so. And Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she doesn't practice that or whatever. But I told Kathy, I said, you're enabling her. And I know you know what that means to, it's just hurting our family. I said, why are you doing this? And Karen got very angry and upset. Everything's just so secret, Why? I mean, I'm on half away. Why don't you just drive to Kathy's if you want to go there or whatever, And she went to Nashville a few weekends ago for training and for her to start her silver sneakers class or whatever. And I didn't think it was Friday and Saturday. She said it was. So I said, okay, she withdrew like $1,000. I didn't think it's gonna be that much to go to this training. But she came home Friday at 4 p.m. I'm sorry, Saturday. She left 4 in the morning, she said, on Friday to get to Nashville. And she said she had to go back Saturday, so she went back and spent the night with Jenny in Lexington, Tennessee, supposedly, to save a motel room. But, that was quite a ride back to Lexington, I thought. But anyway, she got back Friday about 4 p.m. On Saturday, about 4 p.m. And she got her bag out and stuff. She said, I forgot my curling iron in the vehicle to get it. She was getting ready to go somewhere. And I said, yeah. So I did. I looked down, I noticed her panties were on the floorboard under her seat on the driver's side. I thought that's odd. I looked down, I killed, they'd been worn. I put them back down there into her curl iron unit. Later on, I said, Karen, I said, where's your panties in the floorboard? She said, oh, I had to change. Or I said, you changed in the vehicle? And she said, no, I changed it at the convenience station before class or something. I said, well, why would you put them in your floorboard? Why would you not put them back in your bag and or something? Why would they be in the floorboard? So just stuff like that all the time. Then I found stuff, around the house. I found
He is telling the exact same story over, almost verbatim.
and say and bring stuff like you said. I found a glass dildo in her coat pocket, you know, and I took it out and I thought, you know, first I didn't know what it was. It was a glass handle. And at first I thought it was a crank pipe. I didn't know what it was. And I realized, no, it's a dildo. And so I took it out and, you know, hid it. And then about a week later, she says, I want it back. And I said, what are you talking about? You know, she said, you know what I'm talking about. And I said, well, where'd you get that? Why would you have that? I said, why, you know, why are you involved in it? You know, and you know, what's going on?
Let me see if Terry needs anything else. I appreciate your help. I really do.
I mean,
and
I've been cooperative. I mean, you know, I had my attorney from Door. He's worried about all this. He don't want, and he probably wouldn't like all this here right now. But I'm trying to be cooperative. But he's saying, you know, you've been very cooperative. He said just to protect you and your girls. That, you know, but I just want her, you know, home and found, and I don't, you know, we're all hurting, and I still love her.
Still love her.
You know. You know, regardless of whatever other situations, we can all deal with that.
Let me see if Terry needs anything before we get here.
If you hear anything, please give us a call.
I will, I promise. I just don't have much more. Hey, I'm trying to be strong for the girls. Yeah. And for my boys.
Right.
I just, you know, it's just really hurtful that, you know, I don't really have any family here or anything. People are coming in from Pocahontas and stuff that knows us better and knows us more. And you know, they're willing to talk and help out whatever and you know, past situations or so I mean, if you need anything, let me know. And I told him that you know, that, you know, my attorney that I had, you know, for for the divorce, you know, he's concerned about, you know, me talking and stuff. But I told him I don't have anything to hide. I've been fully cooperative, but you know, it's not like I've lawyered up or anything. But he said, you know, just be real careful and that you know, we talked with the sheriff last night, but I'm not. You know, I don't want you to think I'm trying to hide or do anything like that. It's just I just want to protect, you know, my daughters and be here for them, and I mean, I'm willing to do whatever.
Okay.
So,
All right, well, I appreciate you coming by.
Okay. Well, can you tell me the status right now? What's going on?
We're just still trying to follow leads, talk to everybody.
Investigator McCray, would you make that second interview exhibit your testimony?
Yes, sir.
It's not. Number is that? Steel.
Number 7.
Yeah, the glass thing.
Investigator McCray, when was Karen's body discovered?
It was in, maybe around December. Can't remember the exact date.
Sound familiar?
Yes, yes.
Where was she discovered?
She was discovered off of Harness Road there, near the Bledsoe Cemetery.
Is there any significant landmarks around that area?
It's a cross is on top of the hill there, near a cross that stay lit at night.
Okay, describe the terrain.
It's a hilly area where her body was found. It was all kudzu. There's a Ville road next to where her body is found. There's a gravel road that goes down into the Bledsoe Cemetery.
Bill's can hand you some photographs, like if you would examine them for me.
Yes, sir. This is accurate.
Okay. Do you know who took those photos?
I did.
Okay. So obviously you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they a true and accurate representation of the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you publish those to the jury? You're asking me to make exhibit to his testimony number 8 and publish them to the jury. Out of respect for the decedent, we're not putting them up on the board.
All right, that'll be number 8, collective. You want the jury to see those now?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a minute and let them go ahead.
I'm just going to do a little skippy skip through.
Sure. Where was the autopsy performed, if you know?
It was performed at the Forensic Center in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, and who was responsible for securing the body and getting it transported there?
TBI.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the panties that we saw in the picture there?
They were collected as evidence.
Were they sent to the TBI?
They were sent to the TBI for analysis.
Okay, to your knowledge, was any usable DNA obtained from them?
No usable evidence.
Okay, was there any other evidence that was obtained from the body at the crime lab that you know of that was sent to the?
Fingernail clippings, those were obtained. There were no usable evidence there.
Okay. There are some names that are going to come up during the rest of the state's case. I was going to see if you can identify some people for us. Do you know the name Wyman Brasfield?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me who he is?
He was the tow truck driver that towed the car to the TBI lab at Nashville.
Okay, how about Virgil Wingard?
Yes, sir.
How was Virgil Wingard fit?
Virgil Wingard was a guy that had located a hammer there in that area of the cemetery.
Okay. Do you remember when he located that hammer?
Not the exact date.
Was it?
It was after we had discovered the body.
Was it days after, months after?
I would say maybe a month after.
Okay. How about Alejandro Hernandez?
He was a worker that was Mr. Wingard.
Okay, and did all these people agree to give DNA samples?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. Well, Karen's Murano was in the impound lot there at the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. Did anything out of the ordinary occur to it?
Yes, there was an inmate that was out on trusted detail. That was a mechanic, had broken into the car.
Okay, was he arrested?
Yes,
Was he confronted?
he was.
Did he confess?
He did.
Was he charged with a crime?
Yes, he was.
And was he convicted?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain his motive in breaking into the car?
He broke into the car to get a set of, I think they were headphones that were inside the car.
Yes, sir. Did you have the occasion to investigate a man named Thomas Hayes?
I did not personally, but I know the TBI did.
Okay. Was he ever considered a suspect in this case?
He was.
And was he ever cleared?
Yes, he was.
Why was he considered a suspect?
Apparently, he had met Karen at some concert or spoke to her somehow or another at a concert, and they had text messages.
And do you know where Mr. Hayes is now?
I believe he's deceased.
Absolutely.
You're the lead investigator in this case,
Yes, sir.
and you have been involved in this case since October the 30th of 2011.
Actually, I wasn't there on the 30th, but I came back on Monday and started on it.
The two interviews that we saw, the first one was October the 30th of 2011. You did not attend that.
The first interview?
Yes.
Yes, I did. I was in the audio room when that video was being recorded.
And Mr. Swift voluntarily came in and answered a lot of questions.
Yes, he did.
All right. And the video shows what it shows. He had crutches.
Yes.
All right. The second interview, was that the next day?
Yes, the next day.
And that was at your request?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Swift again came in and cooperated and answered
That's
a bunch
correct.
of questions.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. The officers, you've been in the courtroom the whole time. So the officers that have already testified today, if you can't hear me, let me know. All right. The officers that have testified today, you had talked to them. I guess, you had knowledge of what their reports were or what they had to say.
Yeah, I read their reports, and I had spoken to Sergeant Walker on the day of the event.
Okay. And the first time you went to the Swift house was what day?
I believe it was on that Monday, I believe.
Okay. It was the day after she was missing.
Yes.
All right. And you went in the house.
I think several of us went there that day.
Right. You and other officers went in the house and the property. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the point, sir. And were there dogs involved in either day or at the time that you were there on the property or in the house?
Oh, you saying was dogs involved?
Yes. Cadaver dogs or dogs about scents
I don't recall us taking any dogs to the house.
or the property around the house?
I don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, the next day, you and others are at the house. You're there for a period of time.
Yes.
All right. You go in the house.
I think all of us went in the house.
Yes, all of you. And you look around wherever you want to look at.
Yes.
And you didn't have a search warrant, did you?
No, he volunteered
Right.
to let us in.
Right. And you looked wherever you wanted to go.
Well, sure.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And did you come back the next day?
I don't recall coming back the next day.
All right. And then after that, you went back to the house several times, you and other officers.
Yes.
All right. You requested the assistance of the TBI.
Yes.
All right. In fact, quite a team came and assisted you at the house, didn't they?
That's with the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And And in fact, detailed notes and examinations were made by the TBI team and your team of the house while you're there.
The TBI conducted the examination.
And this went on for a number of days, didn't it?
I don't know. No, they didn't do that a number of days. They conducted their investigation that day that they did the search warrant.
Okay. And are you familiar with some diagrams and charts that were made of the house?
The TBI would have had those charts.
Right. But you also are the lead investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
And so you're talking to them, aren't you?
I'm talking to the agent that's on our area and assigned to our area.
Right. And you're there when they're there, aren't you?
I'm there when they're conducting the search.
Right. And you're familiar that detailed drawings are made of different things and parts of the house?
I didn't have their drawings, no.
Okay. Just one second. So you didn't examine those or anything?
No.
All right. And so, but the TBI did extensive swabs and testing in the house when they were there,
Yes, they did swatting.
wherever they chose to do it.
That's correct.
And you're with them while they're doing it.
Well, I'm there on the scene. I'm not on the heels every minute, but I'm there on the
Right.
scene.
You can see them going around and doing a lot of different things in the house and outside the house.
That's correct.
All right. And this goes on for hours, you say, that day?
I think they were there several hours.
All right. And that was the TBI. Who was the agent in charge?
Nathan Bishop.
Okay.
Now,
And
Brenda, have a great day. You guys, I just got a notification from an account on Twitter that I follow, the docket, and he posted this. This was on Crime Online, which is Nancy Grace, or she's with them, but says funeral home discovers woman breathing 2 hours after pronounced dead. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Crazy pants, right? Crazy pants. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. All right. And y'all can think I'm nuts if you want to, okay? I'm just saying, y'all can think I'm nuts if you want to. But how many of those times was it actually a God thing versus a accidental thing? Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Shiraz says, was that in Kentucky? I remember coming across one where the woman was sent from a hospice to the morgue, still breathing. Wow. Whoa. All right.
You say Mr. Swift was there?
Yes, he was at the residence.
All right. And so from that, the TBI, whatever swabs or tests they did, samples, they took those and submitted things for testing at the lab, didn't they?
That's correct.
And as lead investigating officer, you're familiar with that.
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about some of them.
Yes.
Okay. And all the things that they tested that were in the house, whether it be in the garage, whether it be in different rooms of the house, the results came back. You talked to the TBI about it.
Yes.
All right. And there was nothing of
It
evidence.
may be the same story,
There was
Shiraz.
some evidentiary value, and there was, as it relates to blood, there was not.
Okay. All right. And numerous things were sent to the lab for testing, swabs and things.
That's correct.
And also, Karen's Morano was, you said it was processed, since the TBI processed.
TBI processed it. That's
Right.
correct.
And there was no evidence of any blood or anything out of the ordinary in her car.
That's correct.
All right. And you said earlier the same thing about the house.
As it relates to blood, there was no blood.
and forensic evidence.
There were other evidence that was obtained by TDI.
Right. And you got those reports back
Yes,
and you had access to them. Okay. Things like beer cans, swabs from the garage floor, swabs from any stain that was in the house. Those were all taken.
yes,
All right. Swabs from the molding in different rooms.
out in the garage.
Right. Handkerchiefs, carpet, anything that had a stain.
There was no usable evidence.
But those things were
There was
swabbed
items
and tested.
taken. Yes, things was taken.
Okay. And the things from the car could have been any sunglasses, toothbrushes, or cell phones that were recovered
Out of the car?
out of the car. Yes.
Yes,
All right. Any jackets or clothing that you found around the car or down near the Mississippi River was tested?
some clothing was found down near the Mississippi River. It was tested.
Right. The cell phones that were found her cell phones that were found were tested.
That's correct.
They were tested for DNA.
That's correct.
They were tested for blood or any DNA type evidence.
We sent them to the lab for analysis.
Right. And David Swift's blood or DNA was not obtained from any of those.
Not to my recollection.
All right. David Swift's car was on his property, I guess, when you and law enforcement were there.
Yes,
And that was looked at and searched too.
that's correct.
All right. And there's no evidence of any blood or DNA evidence of Karen Swift.
That's correct.
All right. They indicated a struggle or a body had been transported.
No, we didn't detect that.
And same thing with Karen's Murano.
That's correct.
All right. Any physical item, if it be clothing or boots or anything, was checked.
Physical items that we collected, yes, was checked.
That were anywhere near where the car was or her body was later found.
Items that we checked,
Yes.
there wasn't any items near her body other than what she had on.
All right. But any clothing near the Mississippi River and all that?
That was,
Your standard procedure was to check anything that was close by if there was anything.
we submitted those clothes for evidentiary for DNA purposes.
All right. On the Swift property, there was a pool.
Yes, it was.
All right. The bleach bottles that you talked about in that earlier,
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Those were tested also.
I'm not sure if they were or not.
All right. But those were things that you thought might possibly be evidence.
Well, after he had told us what he had done with them, that he had used the bleach to clean up the vomit in the garage.
But were they swabbed or tested?
Not that I recall.
All right, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure, but I don't ever remember us collecting that.
All right. They weren't collected?
No,
All right. You didn't deem it important to collect at that time?
no,
All right. You're looking for anything that's important.
correct.
All right. You didn't stand over the officers while they're swabbing everything, did you though?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hogshooter, the prosecutor asked you about. You recall that?
Yes,
All right, let me just ask you a few things. He was a possible suspect or person of interest.
he was looked at. That's correct.
In fact, the application was taken out by you about him, wasn't it?
Beg your pardon?
Was an application for a detailed records and a pen rester and trap and trace device taken out for him by you?
I'd have to see that to remember, sir.
If I can approach or ask, can I ask you just to look at this in a minute, see if it refreshes the memory?
Yes,
All right. Is your memory refreshed?
I remember doing that.
Okay. Can I have that back if you don't mind? Is this an application that you took out, sir?
Yes.
And what was it for?
It was a phone record to see if we could locate anything that might have been evidentiary, in this case.
Who was it for? Or what number was it for?
I think it's Ms. Hawkshooter's number.
You think? Did you put him, list him as a person of interest in this?
Say that again now.
Did you list him as a person of interest?
I thought that he might have been involved, so we thought he might have been a person of interest.
And this was dated November the 4th, 2011?
Yes,
Okay. And this is something that you signed and filled out the application?
that's correct.
All right. And you were trying to locate him?
We did locate him.
Okay. But you took this application out
Yes.
because you deemed it important enough to look at?
Well, in light of what had happened in the
Yes.
past, yeah.
All right. Now, you were aware of the poison dog incident.
Yes,
You were here when the officers testified, and Mr. Hawkshooter was charged with that.
that's correct.
All right. And that occurred before this incident,
That's
October the 30th,
That's correct.
like a month before.
Something like that.
Okay. And Mr. Hogshooter's house was searched and photographed,
That's correct.
and he was employed as a contractor,
He was a contractor, yes, construction contractor.
and pictures were taken of his house which showed equipments, hammers, and screws.
There were photographs taken of the
Yeah.
house.
It included, if he's a contractor, some of the materials that you saw in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Had a new roof on the house.
I think he was in the process of building that residence that he was living in or remodeling or something there. I can't recall the.
Okay. And his vehicle was searched and pictures were taken of his tires.
Yes,
Okay. Anything around his property was photographed?
yes,
All right. If there were some roofing shingles or building material located near his property or close to it, that would have been photographed?
yes,
All right. The cell phones of Karen Swift that were recovered, his house is close to that location, isn't it?
that's correct.
All right. And Mr. Hogshooter, he was interviewed.
He was interviewed.
You interviewed him,
I sat in on the interview with Investigator Gregory.
right? And he indicated he was present at his house on October the 30th, that weekend,
And
2011.
you're talking about interviewing for the dog poison, or you're talking about?
I'm talking about, you interviewed him when you found him about the Karen Swift case.
He was interviewed, yes.
Yes. And isn't it true that he indicated to you and the other officers that he was at home during that weekend?
If my memory serves me correct, that he was at some type of camp church meeting or something like that.
Right. He indicated he was at home that weekend. Yes or no?
I don't recall him saying that he was at home.
Okay. All right. He was interviewed. There was audio done.
Okay.
Was there?
I can't remember his audio or video, but it was recorded, the best I can remember.
Right. Would that have been November the 6th of 2011?
That may be accurate.
All right. If I pass you something to refresh your memory, would that help?
Sure,
All right. Can I ask you just to look at it?
sure. Are you asking me, is this an interview of Mr. Hallshooter?
Yes. Does it refresh your memory?
It appears it may be an interview of his wife.
Can you pass me that back? Yes, excuse me, that is my mistake.
Oh, that's what I was thinking about, Morgana. Sorry, I got behind in the chat because I've been sitting here stitching my little heart out on my cross stitch, working on a little tree. I'll show you guys. Here, look. Take a look. Hold on, let me move my needle. So I got the whole house done. Hold on, let me hold on. Hold on. Look. So I got the door done and the wreath on the top up here. And now I'm working on a little pine tree. Isn't it the cutest? Yeah. So cute, so cute. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about was the little bells that they used to put in the graves with in case, or the bells with the string attached. Yeah. Crazy, right? Lord. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I love it. I love it very much. All right, let's get back to it. Shiraz says, I suspect a lot of smaller facilities are just doing away with redundancies. That's what Hub saw in some of the smaller hospitals in Katy where he had privileges. Wow. Could you imagine, QB? Oh my God. She says, not just nursing homes, there have been numerous where people have been pronounced on scene to be brought to the hospital, or ME shows up and they aren't. Elderly patients' breathing can be so shallow and vitals so faint, it can be very hard to tell. If I can't get vitals, I ask someone else to do it. I can't imagine. Oh, the coin looking thing. It's a magnet. So here I've got it on the back side too, and it holds my needle. It's just a little needle minder. That's what I'm using it for. A little needle minder. Keeps my needle. You ordered you some too, Henny? Nice. Nicey nice. All right, let's go. I went and got me some iced coffee too. Yeah. You guys notice that this officer on the stand? Oh, wait a minute. It would be nice if I shared my screen with you guys, right? So sorry. I was going to say, oh, the cop that's on the stand, or the investigator or detective, I don't know what his title is now, but you notice he's fine whenever the prosecution was questioning him during the direct, but now in the cross, he's like nose breathing heavy, like it's funny.
Page 43, when you have a chance to get there, to refresh page 43.
While he's looking at that, let me see counsel for just a second.
Excuse me. I just coffee burped. All right, let's zoom.
2011.
Okay.
Thank you, Investigator Calvin Johnson.
There we go.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I found in there where he did say this was by Investigator Calvin Johnson.
Right. But you're the lead investigator, and you.
Yes, I saw where he said he was at home.
All right, and that was on November the 6th, 2011?
Yes.
And that was that Saturday night until October the 30th of
Lead
2011?
investigator.
If I could have that back.
Lead investigator.
You've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, I guess, since that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this case has become an issue in the sheriff's race and the district attorney's office during this time?
Right, sure has.
Well, this seems like a good time to take an afternoon break. Why don't we why don't we do that? As you all can see, we've got a couple of things we need to do for just a few minutes. So you all take a break and we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Let's take a little break. Okay. I love this judge. Love him so much.
Okay, since we have the jury out, sounds like to me needs to go ahead and let's see what the questions and the testimony is going to be, and then you can tell me whether you object or not to that. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Investigator, you've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department in all the years since then.
That's correct.
All right. There's been a lot of media attention and scrutiny about this case over the years.
Yes, there's a lot of media attention.
Right. In fact, signs were printed up and used in elections during this time at different times.
I'm not aware that I did that.
I'm not saying you did it, but those things have happened in Dyer County. You've seen that.
I saw signs in people's yards. Says justice for Karen.
All right. What about during the sheriff's race and the district attorney's race?
I wasn't involved in either of those races.
I know you weren't, but did those become issues, signs, and during the campaign?
Mr. Taylor, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. If he's not aware, then I'll stop there.
Yeah,
I don't think that should even be asked for the jury. Your Honor, basically what that is he's insinuating prosecutorial misconduct by me by saying that I brought this case and indicted this case for political purposes, for my own political gain. Your Honor, I had gone through 2 elections. I was elected in 2018, and I did not prosecute this case or bring it in. I was elected in 2022. I did not bring this case before the election. As a matter of fact, if you look at the indictment, you'll see I intentionally waited until the election was over before I brought these charges to specifically keep from something like this happening. I would never use a case for political gain, and I think it's a slap in the face for Mr. Taylor to even think that he can come up here and tell a jury that I indicted Mr. Swift specifically for my own political gain.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir. Please do.
The fact that this case became an election issue, I think, is relevant to show pressure, to show that there's pressure on to solve this case. I'm not saying he committed anything misconduct. That's the whole reason why I'm bringing it up. I think it's proper to ask that question.
Seems awful prejudicial to
This
me.
witness has indicated he doesn't.
Especially considering he said he didn't prosecute him at that time or something. They need Aunt Bev to instruct them on mic use. They definitely do. They definitely do. They need to threaten. And they're in Tennessee. They need to threaten to turn the AC off if they don't learn how to speak in their microphones. Just saying.
Having knowledge.
So then what's the point of asking the question if he says he doesn't know?
I just answered that, Judge. I said if he doesn't have any knowledge, then that's it. I'm not going to ask it in front of the jury.
You're what?
I'm not going to follow up on it in front of the jury.
But you're going to ask the threshold question that you did ask, and that is, Were there signs up? Tell me again exactly.
Was this case brought up in the elections of the sheriff and the district attorney during this time frame?
Okay.
That's what I asked.
Okay.
I think it's,
And it's just not wrong. He brought it up in opening, and I thought he brought it up in opening. I didn't object at that time. But Your Honor, there is no way that something like that can be appropriate in a murder case to say that the only reason we did it was because of political pressure. There's no proof of that. There's no witnesses. The only one testifying is Mr. Taylor.
it's to show pressure to do something. I'm not saying it's inappropriate, but it became an election issue in both cases, in both races.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Taylor, is if we know that the jury, if we know that the witness doesn't have any knowledge about the subject matter, what you're doing is asking the jury to make a wild guess about something that there's not going to be any evidence of. And to me, it seems unfairly prejudicial there.
Judge, I asked the question
100%.
in front of the jury, and the prosecutor objected.
100%.
And the investigator may have said something, and then the jury went out, and then Your Honor allowed me to follow up with my line of questioning. He doesn't have the knowledge, so obviously he says he doesn't have the knowledge, so I'm not going to follow up.
I think you're finished then.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what you're
I'm not saying I'm not on this witness. Yes, sir.
No, I mean, you're finished with that line of questioning.
Yes, sir.
We're not going back to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What do you think I need to do, if anything? I mean, he's saying there are no more questions about that.
There are no more questions. He actually did ask questions.
He did. There was not an answer given, so there's nothing for the jury to consider about the matter. Okay. All right. That's what we're going to do then. All right. Let's take a 10-minute break.
So yeah, the point for me is if they know that the witness's answer is going to be, I don't know, then the only reason the defense would want that still to be questioned, even though he already knows the answer is going to be an I don't know, and then it ends, then that leaves the jury to just, like he said, wildly speculate. Oh, they were under pressure to get this done, yada, yada, yada. So they had to find somebody to pin it on. Let's pin it on the husband. He asked the question in front of the jury. Oh. Oh, okay. Took the jury out, and then he answered. Then defense said he wasn't going to pursue it. Daggone it. Hold on a minute.
You interviewed him.
How far back was that? Should be right about here.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I found in there where he did say this was by Investigator Calvin Johnson.
Right. But you're the lead investigator, and you.
Yes, I saw where he said he was at home.
All right. And that was on November the 6th, 2011?
Yes.
And that was that Saturday night until October the 30th of 2011?
Yes.
All right. If I could have that back. been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, I guess, since that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this case has become an issue in the sheriff's race and the district attorney's office during this time?
Oh, okay.
Well, this seems like a good time to take an afternoon break. Why don't we
Okay.
why don't we do that? As you all can see, we've got a couple of things we need to do for just a few minutes. So you all take a break and we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay.
Okay. Okay. That was dirty. Mm-mm-mm. He's standing there waiting to get a nice little tongue lashing.
Okay, since we have the jury out, sounds like to me he needs to go ahead and let's see what the questions and the testimony is going to be, and then you can tell me whether you object or not to that. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Investigator, you've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department in all the years since then.
That's correct.
All right. There's been a lot of media attention and scrutiny about this case over the years.
Yes, there's a lot of media attention.
Right. In fact, signs were printed up and used in elections during this time at different times.
I'm not aware that I did that.
I'm not saying you did it, but those things have happened in Dyer County. You've seen that.
I saw signs in people's yards. Says justice for Karen.
All right. What about during the sheriff's race and the district attorney's race?
I wasn't involved in either of those races.
I know you weren't, but did those become issues, signs, and during the campaign?
Mr. Taylor, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. All right. If he's not aware, then I'll stop there.
Yeah,
I don't think that should even be asked in front of the jury. Your Honor, basically what that is he's insinuating prosecutorial misconduct by me by saying that I brought this case and indicted this case for political purposes, my own political gain. And Your Honor, I had gone through 2 elections. I was elected in 2018, and I did not prosecute this case or bring it in. I was elected in 2022. I did not bring this case before the election. As a matter of fact, if you look at the indictment, you'll see I intentionally waited until the election was over before I brought these charges to specifically keep from something like this happening. I would never use a case for political gain, and I think it's a slap in the face for Mr. Taylor to even think that he can come up here and tell a jury that I indicted Mr. Swift specifically for my own political gain.
Can I respond?
yes, sir. Please do.
The fact that this case became an election issue, I think is relevant to show pressure, to show that there's pressure on to solve this case. I'm not saying he committed anything misconduct. That's the whole reason why I'm bringing it up. I think it's proper to ask that question and leave it at that. This witness has indicated he doesn't have any knowledge. So
then what's the point in asking the question if he says he doesn't know?
I've just answered that, Judge. I said if he doesn't have any knowledge, then that's it. I'm not going to ask it in front of the jury.
You're what?
I'm not going to follow up on it in front of the jury.
But you're going to ask the threshold question that you did ask, and that is, were there signs up? Tell me again exactly.
Was this case brought up in the elections of the sheriff and the district attorney during this time frame?
Okay.
That's what I asked.
Okay.
I think it's.
And it's just not proper. He brought it up in opening, and I called him. We brought it up in opening. I didn't reject it that time. But Your Honor, there is no way that something like that can be appropriate in a murder case to say that the only reason we did it was because of political pressure. There's no proof of that. There's no witnesses. The only one testifying is Mr. Taylor.
It's to show pressure to do something. I'm not saying it's inappropriate, but it became an election issue in both cases, in both races.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Taylor, is if we know that if we know that the witness doesn't have any knowledge about the subject matter, what you're doing is asking the jury to make a wild guess about something that there's not going to be any evidence of. And to me, it seems unfairly prejudicial there.
Judge, I asked the question in front of the jury, and the prosecutor objected, and the investigator may have said something, and then the jury went out, and then Your Honor allowed me to follow up with my line of questioning. He doesn't have the knowledge, so obviously he says he doesn't have the knowledge, so I'm not going to follow up.
I think you're finished then.
Yes, sir. I'm not saying I'm not on this witness. Yes, sir.
No, I mean, you're finished with that line of questioning.
Yes, sir.
We're not going back to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
But my point is how are they going to fix that? How are they going to fix it? Because he's done said it. He's done asked it. You know? I mean, even the fact that he said he wasn't going to pursue it still to me is like, oh, of course you don't need to pursue it. They done heard it. If the prosecutor would have let the man answer, then it would have been clear he had no knowledge. Yeah, but I would have been like, objection too. I don't know. That's just messy, messy, messy. But, I mean, as a defense, I would have brought that up too. The jury was out of the room for that little bit, but they did. I didn't realize that they heard the question either until QB mentioned it. But they did hear him say the question about the sheriff's race, DA, all that stuff. But he said that the charges were brought, but that he said that he didn't prosecute until after the election was already over. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's touchy, touchy. And also, he said he could have, brought charges in 2018 and in 2022. I guess. When were the charges actually brought? Do we know? All right, let's get back to it. I want to see what they end up saying. What about you guys? Ooh.
What do you think I need to do, if anything?
What, if
I mean,
anything?
he's saying he's not going, there are no more questions about that. He did. There was not an answer given, so there's nothing for the jury to consider about the matter. Okay. All right, that's what we're going to do then. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
Da, 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 da. All right, let's get through this break. Okay. Okay.
Trying to get you where you could be heard. All right, let's be seated. Officer, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Most importantly, can y'all hear me? Have y'all been able to hear me this whole time? I'll try to speak louder if not, okay?
We can hear you,
Officer,
Jay.
let me go back. Just a few more questions. Was any chemical testing done at Mr. Hogshooter's house?
Well, I can't wait for Hog Shooter.
Okay. And
Is
the
he going to
Hogshooter
be on
residence, was
today,
it in
QB,
close
or do we know?
proximity to the Swift house?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, in fact, you played the interviews from these 2 days.
Of Mr. Swift?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And he was asked a lot of questions and things, a lot of discussion about where he had been Saturday. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He indicated he was at the skating rink with his daughter and another girl. Is that correct?
Yes, I recall that.
And did you seek to verify and find proof of that?
I believe my investigators followed up on that. I directly didn't.
And was that confirmed?
Yes,
All right. And he also indicated that he went to Walmart with his daughter.
yes,
All right. And was that confirmed?
yes,
In fact, wasn't a videotape obtained of that?
yes,
All right. And it did show Mr. Swift and his daughter at Walmart?
that's correct.
All right. And it showed him with his crutches walking different places in the store?
Well, the video I recall seeing him at the cash register with his crutches.
Okay. And what about at the mall?
I don't recall seeing a video of him being at the mall.
Right. But was it verified? Do you know whether or not it was verified he was at the
I
mall?
think they did follow up with it.
And it was confirmed or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, there was never any introduction or proof of any marks or scratches on David Swift from October the 30th or the 31st, was there?
No,
All right. He was interviewed both days.
that's correct.
He was interviewed, that afternoon after the car was reported.
The officers did, yes.
Yeah. In fact, he testified and he verified that there were no marks or
I didn't
scratches.
see anything like that on his body.
But you're an investigator.
That's correct.
All right. You indicated when the prosecutor asked you that there were swabs from her body and fingernail clippings.
That's correct.
All right. And the fingernail clippings, is that done to indicate
K3 or 4?
DNA or tissue underneath her fingernails?
That's correct.
All right. And there was no evidence of any of David Swift's DNA or blood?
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned the bleach, and you didn't think enough on the interview to even ask him about that, did you, in the video interviews?
No, I did not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
You call when the pictures of the bleach were taken?
I think it's during the first search warrant.
And that was November 7th?
Yes.
And when did you interview Mr. Swift?
I had to refer back counsel to the date, but it was,
Was it prior to the
Yes.
TPS search warrant?
yes, sir.
All right, sir, you can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bach, tell me again what the name is. Thank you.
She solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Afternoon, sir.
So you're Jason Page?
I am.
You're a trooper with the Highway Patrol?
Yes,
Were you employed as a trooper with the Highway Patrol on October 30th, in October, November of 2011?
I was.
Okay, were you asked to participate in a search for Karen Swift?
Yes, I was sent to Dyer County. for
Okay,
search.
were you in what they called the strike team back then?
At that time, I was, yes, sir.
Okay, and when you were helping perform these searches, did you come across any evidence while you were searching through the fields?
I found 2 cell phones in a abandoned lot that I thought were odd.
Okay, and what did you do when you saw those cell phones?
I just contacted the sheriff's department, who was head of the investigation, and they came down and
They took it from there?
they took it from there because we were searching for a missing person at that point.
Okay, pass the witness.
Just briefly. We've met before, Mr. Page.
Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
All right. You were assisting along with other officers.
Yes, there were multiple troopers there and deputies and yes.
All right. And y'all did things like form a line to see what could be found.
I was there multiple days, but as the strike team searching, we would just show up at a certain time and they would give us a grid. I don't know who set those. It was above me, and
Right.
we would just get in viewing distance of each other and walk pretty much.
And how many officers you think were involved with you, just roughly?
I mean, there's 2 strike teams for the Highway Patrol in West Tennessee, the Jackson and Memphis, and there's 10 to 15 people on each team. I don't know the exact number of that day because we were there. I don't even know how many days I went.
Was it more than one day?
I believe so.
And could it have been 3 or 4 days?
It could have been because we did some searching, if I remember correctly, around the Great River Road, Lake Dark County line in that area.
All right. And, and your involvement is you happen to be the one in line that found the cell phones.
Basically, that's it, yes.
And basically you alerted somebody and they took photographs. You didn't take photos.
I did not, no.
And then they retrieved them and did what else?
I mean, I would guess somebody would retrieve them and take them as evidence.
All right. Were dogs involved any of the times you were there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And was the team there for several hours each day?
Yes, it would have been all day long, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So you are Sergeant Jason Gossley,
Yes,
and you were with the Tennessee Highway Patrol?
that's right.
How long have you been with Highway Patrol?
That was quick, huh?
Over 20 years, about, whatever, 20 years, 5 months.
Okay. So you were with Highway Patrol in November of 2011, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you on duty on November 7th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what unit you were assigned to then?
I was assigned to our critical incident response team. It's a unit that's within our Special Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And could you tell us what the critical incident response team does?
So critical incident response team is available to help all troopers and other agencies with crash reconstruction mainly, but we also do crime scene investigation documentation.
Okay. Did you have the occasion on November 7th of 2011 to travel to Dyer County, Tennessee?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that trip?
That trip was made to document the scene where the vehicle was located on Millsfield Highway and the location of the cell phones that were found and also the property, the Swift's property.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived in Dyer County that day?
I believe we met with Investigator McCright at the site on Millsfield Highway and reviewed that area with Mr. McCright, and he took us and showed us where the cell phones were found, and then ultimately we made our way down to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you map all these areas that day?
We did. Initially, it was requested that we map the areas individually to document where these items were located. Once we arrived on the scene and saw the close proximity of everything, we made the decision to just go ahead and tie the roadway into all of that. So Millsfield Highway, down Harness Road to where the phones were located, and back down Harness Road to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you use some sort of equipment or computer program to do this mapping?
Yeah, so it's basically survey equipment, what you would see at a job site or when they're building a roadway. It's called a total station, and it's a very accurate way of measuring. It's a laser-based measuring system.
Okay. Asking the bailiff to hand you a map. That's not it. Not it. Not it. Not it. That's it. That's it. You recognize that, sir?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So this is a scale diagram created in AutoSketch software, and this is accomplished through the use of the total station and a data collector. So we go out to the scene and set the total station up and take multiple shots with the total station to different points. Those points are depicted on here now as a line drawing, but all the data that's collected is imported into the AutoSketch system and used to complete the line diagram and complete it to scale.
Okay. It has some distances included in the little inset box there. Do those have a margin of error?
They do. The device is, like I said, it's a survey grade device, so it's within an inch of accuracy.
Okay. And you said that this is to scale. So is there the little inset box on the bottom right? Does that have any significance when you're telling the jury it's to scale?
Yes, it's hard to see, but there's a scale bar located there, and if you take that scale bar, transfer it anywhere in the diagram, that's what the measurement would be.
So is the map that you created a true and accurate map of the area and the items that you were pointed out to that day?
That is correct.
Ask that it be made an exhibit to your testimony.
I'm gonna say number 9, Helen, what do you say?
Okay. Same question, Your Honor, or excuse me, Mr. Sergeant Gossley. Did you have the occasion to again visit Dyer County in August 2012?
Yes.
Okay, and were you requested to return, or why were you requested to return then?
We were requested to return to an area there, I believe that's also on Harness Road, where Ms. Swift's remains were located.
Bailiff's handing you another map. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell the jury what the status of the map of.
Okay, so the same thing is an auto sketch diagram, same principles. We use a total station to map different points around the property. Then those points are imported into the auto sketch software to complete the line diagram.
Okay. Would you also make that an exhibit to your testimony today? And is that also to scale?
That is to scale, yes.
Then number 10.
And Your Honor, if we could publish those for the jury.
Well, number 9 and 10. Go to
Yes.
the jury.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Taylor, let's wait a second and let the 2 exhibits be passed to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Could you imagine having to wear that uniform all the time? Ugh. I would suffocate. I had to find my place on my stitchy stitch. And I sped it up to 1.5. They're taking their time.
Yes, sir.
To hand to the officer. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Located, is that where the
Okay.
Exhibit 9 is, I guess, the evidence where you have it marked on there, area where evidence was located. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that referred to the cell phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that on your diagram where there's sort of a trees drawn in near the abandoned driveway?
That's correct.
All right. I know you have like a little arrow, but would you mark an X at the bottom?
Certainly.
Do you have a pen?
I do not.
And let me just ask you a few more questions. You refer to Exhibit 9. Willie Johnson Road sort of runs into Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind moving closer to the microphone just a little bit? I'm not one to say people need to be louder, but I don't know. And then the area where the trees are, where the cell phones were found, you characterize it as an abandoned driveway.
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't draw like structures that were close to that end, did you?
No, sir.
Do you recall a structure being next to those trees?
There was.
Like a house?
I believe it was. Yes, sir.
Right. Was that near the trees?
It was. Yes, sir.
All right. And did you take photographs of this area to assist with this?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, did you review your photographs?
Yes, as part of the drawing process.
All right. Do you know what the address was that was the area near where the evidence was located?
I do not.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer?
You finished with Exhibit 9?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, sorry.
I will give it back.
No problem.
You still have Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize that photograph?
I didn't take the photograph. I recognize where it is.
Okay. Now, the area near the trees, do you see that structure or house on that photograph?
No.
You're not sure?
No, it's not there.
Okay. Do you see the area where the abandoned driveway is?
No.
All right. Do you see the Swift residence on there?
I do.
Okay. And,
He said it's not there.
okay. All right. If you can hand me back my photograph. But you didn't write down the address of the structure that is near the trees.
It was abandoned.
Okay. It was a house.
Yes.
It looked like it was not completed, or?
I do not recall.
Okay, that's fair. Now, let me see if there's anything else. Okay. Thank you, officer. Now, what you've drawn on there, I don't know. We can hold it up in front of the jury, or they can look at it again if they want to. Okay. I'm fine with just walking in front of the jury if anybody wants to look at it. The area where the cell phones were found, so. And before I do sit down, can I pass you one more photograph?
Yes, sir.
Ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the abandoned roadway on there, driveway on there?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind taking the officer's pen and marking that on there?
Certainly.
Yes, just how about an X on that one?
Yes, sir.
And would you draw an O on the,
What's your marker with that, officer, so we can see?
Yes, sir.
an X where you see the abandoned driveway on the actual photograph? And that's a true and accurate picture of that area from what you recall?
That is correct.
All right. Do you also see the structure that's near the abandoned driveway?
I can't make it out in the picture, sir.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer to see if it refreshes his recollection? The structure near the abandoned driveway?
I I can't make out a structure in the picture. I know the area where it, you know,
Do you see that area on the map, on the photograph, excuse me?
yes, sir.
Would you mark that where you believe it is? Okay. And is what you marked your true and accurate recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you mind passing it to me? Where you mark the X is where you recall the structure being?
It appears to be in that area. Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's on both maps that you mark the X?
Yes, that area is in both photographs.
Okay.
The first photo you asked me to identify the driveway.
Right. And you marked that with the X?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that, Your Honor, I would request that this one here be exhibit number 11.
Okay, why don't you hand it to the officer? We'll go ahead and get it marked.
I hand you this, and this is the area where you mark the abandoned driveway. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I asked if that be exhibit 11.
All right, let's go ahead and mark it.
And if I could pass this to the officer, we can pass both of them at the same time, I guess, to the jury if they want to. Where you marked on this one, which will be exhibit 12. Is that X mark where the house, you believe the house was?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked that be the next exhibit.
Any objection? We'll go ahead and admit it as number 12. You want to pass those to the jury now?
Yes.
You take them to the jury.
You guys can't hear my stitches, can you? Or can you? Like when I do that? Because if you can, I am so, so sorry. Okay, good. Good. I would be mortified. Just completely mortified. They take forever.
Give it to the court reporter. Yes. That's all the questions I had.
Sir Guxley, did you take those pictures?
I did not.
Do you have any way of knowing when they were taken?
I do not.
You stated they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you saw.
They're true and accurate depictions of the area. Yes.
Anything else? Trevor, you can step down. Thank you. Trevor, release.
Yes.
Good. She's big and pregnant.
Ma'am, you are Carla Rexing.
Yes,
Okay, would you please state your employment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI's Memphis division.
See her big
the
belly
National
bump?
Resident Agency, which is a satellite office out of our Memphis office.
And what unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to what's called the CAST unit. I've been in that program since
Oh, nice,
2015,
Sherry,
and as
nice.
well as my regular duties of a special agent. I work violent crimes and cyber intrusions.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic accounting and a master of engineering in civil engineering and geographic information systems.
What does your day-to-day duties consist of in the Bureau?
So primarily as a special agent, I'm assigned to a cyber squad currently, so working network intrusions. But as a collateral duty, as part of the CAST unit, I look at cell phone records on a pretty weekly basis, I would say.
Okay, and what do you do what's the purpose of looking at those cell phone records?
So the CAST unit specializes in historical cell site analysis. And so those records that I look at are typically for trying to give a general geographic area where a cell phone was. I utilize this in a historical manner as far as placing devices near a crime scene, for example, or utilize these records during Amber Alerts or to find missing hikers in national park areas as an example.
Okay, and do you have training in cellular record analysis?
I do. So as I mentioned before, I started with the CAST program, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I started that in 2015. As part of that certification process, you have to go through certain courses and take tests and pass those tests in order to become certified to conduct historical cell site analysis. So I received several hundred hours of training in radio frequency theory, cellular networks, as well as phone records themselves from both private and government contractors.
Okay. Are you certified in those types of areas?
I am, yes.
Okay, tell us what you're certified in, just so I...
Oh, sorry, I didn't
So
mean to hit
the
the mic.
certification
So sorry.
is to conduct historical cell site analysis. And as part of the CAST unit, we utilize that analysis for three primary purposes. One being to locate missing people through real-time or historical analysis, to provide training to our state and local law enforcement partners, and then to provide expert witness testimony.
Yeah, that was my next question. You provide training to others in this area?
I do. I teach courses primarily in the Southeast region.
In your job, do you utilize these CDRs? Okay, you already answered that, I'm sorry. How many times do you think you've performed real-time CDR analysis? Or real-time historical cell site analysis, I misspoke.
So since 2015, I've processed and analyzed in excess of 1 million phone records and have found hundreds of devices utilizing this technique.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert witness before?
I have, yes.
Okay, were you declared an expert in the field of historical cellular report analysis in those courts?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall how many times?
About 10 or 11 times so far.
Okay. You want to ask the witness, or is defense, what's the word, the witness? Okay, I ask that you be declared an expert in the field of historical cellular record analysis.
I'm writing it down so I don't forget it. Mr. Taylor, would you like to examine the witness with respect to qualifications?
No, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept the witness as an expert in the area of historical cellular
Record
analysis. Couldn't read my own writing, sorry.
Okay. It's kind of a confusing topic, so let's start with the basics. Please tell us, what is a cell phone?
So cell phones are radios and they communicate with cell phone towers via radio frequency. And so your phone is programmed to listen to those frequencies. So it's very similar to the radio in your car. You have stations or frequencies like 99.5 or 102.5 if you wanted to change the station. The only difference is your phone can talk back. And so your phone is constantly scanning the towers in the area. That way, when a phone call or text message, for example, is made, a record is generated with the cell phone company.
Okay, and you mentioned cell tower. Describe what a cell tower is for us.
So a cell tower is a location where electronic communications equipment and antennas are mounted in order to allow for the use of wireless communication devices.
And how does a cell phone engage a tower?
So the very simplistic way that I explain this is your cell phone is either in a single mode or a married mode. So in single mode, your phone is, you're not making a call or text, it's scanning the available cell towers in the area, trying to figure out which one has the best and clearest signal. So when you're ready to make a call or a text message, for example, and your phone enters into married mode because it knows which one, based on scanning the network, has the best and clearest signal.
Okay. What is historical cell site analysis?
So by law, the cell phone providers have to maintain records of users on their network. And so historical cell site analysis is just analyzing those records that are maintained by the providers.
Okay. What kind of records do you look at?
So I look at what are called call detail records or CDRs and other engineering type reports, which will be referred to later on as time in advance records.
In layman's terms, what are CDRs, call detail records?
So CDRs are very similar to the old paper billing statements that we used to receive in the mail for our phone calls. It would tell us the who, what, and when. It would tell you if you made a phone call, at what time you made that phone call, and the duration. The only difference in those billing statements versus CDRs is the when. So the call detail records provide us the tower and the side of the tower that phone connected to when an event happens, such as a phone call or text.
Okay, what do you do with those records when you have them?
So in addition to the CDRs, the providers also maintain a list of all the tower locations of the towers in their network. And so historical cell site analysis is simply acting as a Google translator by taking those CDRs, marrying them up with the tower list, and providing a geographical representation of where a phone could be at a given date and time.
Were you asked to examine some phone records in this case?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you recall the numbers that you were asked to examine?
They ended in 1577 and 5549.
Okay, for clarity, I'll tell you that it's been established, not to be the 5549 number was the victim, Karen Swift's, and the 1577 number was the defendant. Were you asked to review records for a particular time period?
Yes, for October of 2011.
Okay, and did you prepare a report on your findings?
I did, yes.
Actually, either look up there or there. You recognize? Is that the first page of your report?
I do, yes.
Okay, good. Page 2. All right, would you tell us about your introduction?
So this slide just goes over a little bit of background about the request. So in this particular case, I was asked to analyze 2 particular phone numbers in a given time period. It also goes into the methodology that I briefly explained before on marrying up those call detail records.
Oh, welcome back,
to
Steph.
provide a general geographic area of where a cell phone could be at a given
Yep, we're still going.
And can you
Hey,
tell us
Miss
about this slide,
King.
explain how sectors and orientation come into play with your analysis?
So this slide on the left-hand side of the page, there are 2 graphics. The top graphic is what a typical cell tower would look like. It's on a large pole. Sometimes cell towers can have antennas affixed to sides of buildings, and so that's also considered a cell tower. On the right side of the screen, you'll see another graphic with a circle divided into 3 pie wedges. And so that's a top-down view of a typical cell tower. A typical cell tower is broken up into 3 different sectors. And so typically the sector 1 faces in the north direction and covers about 120 degrees of a 360-degree circle. Sector 2, which is the blue shaded area, typically faces in the south-southeast direction, while Sector 3, the green shaded area, typically faces in the south-southwest direction. And in addition to the tower location and the side of the tower that's utilized in a transaction, our phone records will give us what is called an azimuth, which splits each of those sectors down the middle. So for example, Sector 1, if the azimuth on the records indicated 0 degrees, we know that you go 60 degrees to the right and to the left to give you your 120-degree wedge of coverage.
Okay, and was some records submitted to you to help you prepare your report?
Yes.
Okay, would you describe what kind of records were submitted to you?
There were call detail records, some of which did not have cell site information associated with them, some data session records, as well as time in advance records.
Okay, do you recall what company they were from?
Verizon.
Okay, and what format were they submitted to you in?
They were given to me in Excel format, which is typical of Verizon.
Is that for the RTT?
Yes, so RTT is also referred to as a time in advance records, yes.
Okay, and did you also examine a 3G record?
I did. 3G is a type of technology. In this particular case, they were 3G data sessions.
Okay, was 3G common back in 2011 when this event occurred?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you go to 4. Okay, can you explain this slide for us and tell us how you make your maps for your illustrations?
So this slide is going to refer to the graphics that you'll see later in the report. So you can see that in the 3 graphics on the top, you have the 2 arms that extend out with a small shaded area in between those. So that just indicates that that was the particular tower and side or sector of the tower that was utilized in the transaction. And the shaded area in between those 2 extended arms doesn't indicate the covered area of that cell tower. It's just telling you what direction that it's facing. You'll see the graphic in the middle has something that looks similar to a rainbow or hot dog looking arc. So what those records will represent are RTT or time in advance records. And so what I mean by time in advance records are a special engineering type report that contains data that is collected independent of you actually using your phone for a call or text message as an example. So the RTT is a distance measurement from the tower that the network thinks that your phone is located at. And how that distance is derived is the time that it takes from the signal from the cell tower to get to your phone and back. So what these records tell us is they can narrow down the area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time. And so these records are necessary in order for a cell phone network to function properly. It allows each of your phones to have a certain time slot on the network to avoid collisions or dropped calls. So if there was a fire alarm that went off right now and everybody tried to exit the courtroom at the same time, there would be collisions, people would get hurt. If I gave each of you a number and you exited the courtroom in that number order, everybody would get out in that order in a more safe and efficient manner. So that's very similar to how the phone network works. Everybody has to have a certain time slot on the network. So the last part of this slide at the bottom is just a call out box that gives you information about the particular record.
Okay, and it says it gives you the date and the time, and it says distance from the tower. How is that distance from the tower ascertained?
That's the distance that the network believes that the device is located at, and it is
I'm
collected
sorry,
based on
ma'am.
those
If
time
that
in
room
advance
was on
measurements
fire,
from the time it takes for
I
the
would not
signal
be
to get from the
waiting
tower
if
to the
I was
phone.
like number 199. I'd be like, nope,
You have some
I'm
locations,
out
times of
now.
interest.
I don't care if I have
How
to
did you
climb over your
how were you
head
able to ascertain
and
those?
get out of this building.
These were provided to me by another law enforcement agent.
And they include the victim's residence, the intersection of Millsfield Harness where we know the victim's car was found. You have Alexa.
I would ask if you would not leave and ask questions.
Okay.
Objections sustained.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I was trying to move quickly. The locations of interest you said were provided from another law enforcement agency, and I guess the jury has a second. Let them read them for themselves instead of me reading them for them. All right, can we go to page 6? Get a chance. Okay, can you explain the map that we see here?
This is a geographic overview of the area of interest with the locations of interest, as well as the cell towers of the Verizon network during the time frame of review, which are
Right,
indicated by the
Patricia?
red circles.
Just out of curiosity, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
See ya.
10 cell phone towers in this entire, or approximately 10. I may have missed one. If we looked at the similar map today, would there be more towers on? Would you expect to see more towers on the map?
Not necessarily. There are more densely populated areas of cell towers as you would get to maybe Memphis or Jackson, but cell tower networks are designed to provide some overlapping coverage area based on the users in their network. So there hasn't been a ton of changes to this particular network over the last 10 years as far as new constructed towers.
Okay, go to page 7. First, can you tell us what this slide is telling us about?
So these are the cell site activations for the red phone ending in 1577 on October 29th, 2011 from 9:59 to 11:16 a.m. These are all time in advance records. So these are the signal measurements that are independent of whether or not your phone is making a call or text. So you can see there you have those hot dog looking arcs between that time frame, which is an indication that the device is somewhere within those rainbow hot dog arcs.
Do the different colors of red and pink, do they have a significance?
No, it's just indicating the distance variance. So the distances there range from 0.02 miles to 0.24 miles.
Okay. So that would indicate that between 9:59 a.m. and 11:16 a.m. that morning of the 29th, the defendant's device was in this area.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a distinction that you like to make between those two things? As far as, I guess what I'm asking is, can you tell if a person is in a certain area, or are you only able to tell if their device is in a certain area?
This is only for the device.
Okay. So if someone leaves their phone at home, perhaps their device might still be connected to towers, and it would appear that they were at home, but when they possibly could not be.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to page 8? Okay. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
These are cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th of October from 12:04 p.m. to 1:48 p.m. So again, these are your signaling measurements or the time in advance records.
Thank you.
And so from 12:04, so that's your red box in the middle of the screen towards the bottom, you can see that it's using a tower near the Dyersburg area. Then at 1:31 p.m., you have a measurement that has a hot dog looking arc several miles away that goes over some of the locations of interest. And from there, from that 1:31 timeframe till 1:45, you can see that the phone begins to travel in a north-northeast direction based on those time in advance measurements that were collected.
Okay. And then between the top left box where you say that the 1557 has no cell site records from 1:49 to 8:18, does that mean the phone was turned off, or?
So there weren't any call detail records that contain cell site information for the 29th. So I only had RTT measurements during this time frame. Doesn't necessarily mean that the phone was off, just there were no signaling measurements collected or not enough data was provided for me to analyze at the time.
Okay, and the top arc there, or the rainbow, does the defendant's home appear on that?
Yes, the residence is close to the time in advance band. Yes.
Is that your yellow?
That is the yellow flag. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So you say that, I'm sorry, I hate to ask that again. You said that it's not necessarily that the phone was off. Do you know of any reason why, if the defendant was home, that his phone would not be connecting to any cell towers?
It could be off. It could be connected to Wi-Fi, for an example.
Okay. Can you tell us what a network extender is?
So a network extender is something that you can utilize in a home or office setting to enhance your voice and data capability. And it's something that has a relatively small range to it.
Okay, and if someone's using
We
their
need
cell phone in
to
their home,
be on the witness
is their
stand
phone
right
gonna
now.
connect to the network and they have a network extender in the home, is the phone going to connect to the network extender or to a tower?
QB, they need
So
your
again, the phone is going to
assistant.
connect to the best and clearest signal, but the purpose of the network extender is to provide a coverage area, stronger coverage area in places that you may not get good coverage. And so theoretically, you should connect to the network extender as long as the load capacity hasn't been reached. So for example, if your network extender limits you to 5 users and you've reached that 5 user
QB
capacity,
needs a bigger
you may
one.
then connect to a standard cell phone tower. Or if your internet was down at the time and your network extender wasn't available, you would then connect to the nearest cell tower with the best and clearest signal.
Is a network extender designed to be your best and clearest signal in your home?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, now we're moving to the evening of, I believe your slide says 10:29 from 8:19 to
QB
9
needs an
p.m.
extender for her extender.
Yes. May I refer to my report so I can see the timestamps?
Yes. I assume, Your Honor, you have a problem with looking at the report?
Sorry, it was a little small. Okay, so these are the cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th from 8:19 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. Does that show any sites of interest on there?
So from 8:19 to 8:23, there were some time in advance measurements collected in the Dyersburg area where it does encompass two of the locations of interest, the Dyersburg Mall and the Walmart area.
Okay.
At 9 p.m., then you can see that the phone has moved in a northern direction based on the 9 o'clock time in advance measurement collected about 12.54 miles away from that tower that's at the farthest north of the graphic.
Okay, so tell us something about that. That's a pretty wide arc. Do you have any indication where, is there any way of telling where on that wide arc the defendant's phone was at 9 o'clock?
So without any other overlapping hot dog or rainbow looking arcs, we can just say that the phone was somewhere along that arc or slightly closer to the tower to account for any obstructions in the way. So the two hot dog arcs at the bottom of the graphic, those have an overlapping area where we can narrow it down. But the time in advance measurement at the top of the graphic, since it's so far away from the tower, it could in theory be anywhere along that arc.
Let's go on to page 10. Before we get started on the 3775549, I noticed there's a little box at the bottom left of this slide. Can you tell us what that means?
So on the 30th of October, for the red phone, there were no cell site records captured prior to 2:26 p.m. Again, the call detail records didn't have cell site locations within them. And so the only records that I had to rely on were the time in advance records, which didn't start till 2:26.
And you say 2:26, that was on the 30th?
On the 30th, correct.
Okay, so tell us what we're seeing here for the 5549 phone.
So
In the early morning hours, this is the early morning hours of October 30th?
Yes, so for 5549, the gray phone, from 1:28 a.m. to 1:45 a.m., you can see there were cell site activations in the Dyersburg area. And based on those time in advance measurements, distances as well as the time stamps, you can see beginning at 1:37, the phone begins to move from a west to east direction.
Okay, and then the second slide, the second slide, is that what you're, I'm having trouble following you. Okay, we'll start with the upper left box at 1:28 is the first one time-wise. Can you tell us what you see with that? Let's go with that.
Sure, so at 1:28, which is the far left cell site that's on this graphic, it's pointing in the southwest direction. And we can tell that by the azimuth of 240. So 240 faces in the southwest direction. And with that measurement collection, the network believes that the device is approximately 0.98 miles away from the tower.
And that's in Dyersburg.
And that's in the Dyersburg area, correct.
Okay, so then let's move down and to the right to the 1030 at 137 box. What does that tell us?
So about 10 minutes later, you can see there was a cell site activation on cell tower 225. And the azimuth is indicated as 240. So again, facing in the south-southwest direction at a distance of 1.4 miles away. So between 128 and 137, you can see that that phone is moving in a south or a southeast direction. So from west to east. And then as you move from 137 to 1:40 a.m., you can see that now the device is utilizing sector 2, which is indicated by the 120-degree azimuth. And so it starts with measurements collected at 1.7 miles, 1.93, and 2.08. So what that indicates from the time period of 1:28 to 1:45 a.m. is that phone is moving in a west to east direction away from Dyersburg.
Okay, can you explain why, like in the first two boxes to the left, there's only one notation, whereas in the box to the far right, there's 5 different indications? Is there a reason why it appears to be hitting more towers at some time rather than the others?
It's just that the network had collected more measurements on the tower that's closest to the right side of the graphic, or the time frame of 1:40 to 1:45.
Okay, the next one. Okay, and this is now at 1:52 to 1:53 a.m.
So for the gray phone from 1:52 to 1:53, now you can see that the time in advance measurements are utilizing a tower back towards the west direction from the last time in advance measurement that was collected at 1:45 on the previous slide.
So it appears it has gone to the east and now it's moving back towards the Dyersburg area?
Yes, so at 1:52:51, you can see that the measurement collected was 1.05 miles away from the tower. And then another measurement was collected about 30 seconds later with a distance of 0.73 miles, which indicates that that phone is getting now closer to the tower and moving in an east to west direction.
Okay, and then number 12. Okay, and tell us what we're seeing here.
So this slide indicates the same time in advance measurements that were on the previous slide, but now includes activity from the network extender records related to this particular device.
So you're saying, or excuse me, please explain. You said it looks like it says approximately 15-minute drive. What does that mean on there?
So if your device was in the time in advance measurement collected at 1:53:26 a.m., which was 0.73 miles away from that cell tower that's indicated there, it would take you on a drive in normal driving conditions approximately 15 minutes if you were going back to the residence as an example, which is consistent with what the network extender activity indicates, that phone was connected to the network extender at 2:08 a.m.
Okay. And your yellow box, you're indicating that it was connected to the network extender from 2:08 a.m. to 4:38 a.m.?
Yes, there was a very long duration data session that was captured during this time frame, beginning at 2:08 until 4:38 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to examine. Now, I'm handing you a printout of a document that's already been admitted, part of Exhibit, I believe, 3 is that our thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are 3G data session records associated with the gray phone ending in 5549.
Okay. And would you walk us through what you're able to tell from that 3G session report?
So these data sessions for this device, there are 5 entries that cover data sessions from 2:08 a.m. on October 30th to 5:09 a.m. on October 30th.
Okay, and the one at the bottom is, I think, is where you got your information for that yellow box, the network extender activity. Can you tell us what it means for that? You said it's on the network extender from 2:08 to 4:38. What does it mean when 4:38 arrives?
So at 4:38, that particular data session was terminated, at least utilizing the network extender. So the network extender is a mini cell tower in essence.
Okay, and what's the most common explanation of why a network extender session was terminated?
You would leave the coverage area of that network extender, which is extremely small. They're not made to expand coverage outside of maybe a 50-foot radius.
Okay, layman's terms, she left the house?
If somebody left the house and this particular device was the device they were holding, then yes, you would no longer be within the coverage area of that network extender, which would cause you to utilize a standard cell tower.
I misspoke. The device left the house. Would that be the most common explanation?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what the other, I believe it's 4 lines of the 3G report show.
So after 4:38 a.m., which was the end of that data session on the network extender, there are 4 other records that happened after that, which were data sessions utilizing your typical standard cell tower.
Okay, and this is the 5549 phone that we have already identified as being the victim, Karen Swiss phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious why, can you go to the next one? Okay. When was the next tower, I've lost track of, since I gave you my record, I forget, but was it at 5 o'clock or so, the next tower connection? Will you tell me, or tell the jury?
Your Honor, I would object to leading. You can ask questions.
When is the next tower connection after the network extender that leaves the network
Objection's
extender?
overruled. I don't think it's legal. Go ahead.
Can you tell us when the next tower connection, if there is one, after the network extender is disconnected?
Yes, there was a data session connection at 4:57 a.m.
Okay, and walk us through the rest of them, please.
So again, we had time in advance measurements and data session records. So the data session record was the network extender. There were subsequent data session records at 4:57 a.m. on a tower south of the residence, which is one that I typically saw in other time in advance measurements that would service the residence, for example. At 5 a.m., I saw another data session on another standard tower that is located closer to the Dyersburg area. Again, that has provided coverage area as far north as the residence, for example. And then another data session at 5:04 a.m. and 5:09 a.m.
Okay. Now, you said that you've seen this particular tower connection before. Tell us, do you have any information as to where you think the device was on this big arc?
So on this particular RTT measurement or time in advance measurement, this was the last one that was collected on the 5549 device. And so this was at 5:04 a.m. This particular time in advance measurement was captured a duration of about 15 seconds. And on that RTT record, there are also additional columns in that report that may indicate additional connections during that 15-second time frame. And so there were additional connections made with corresponding distances. So generally, I would say the device is located anywhere along that arc. But based on the other signal measurements that were collected during the 15-second duration here, the phone is most likely in the southeast part of that hot dog rainbow looking arc, which encompasses the area of some of the locations of interest.
Okay. And you specified that the last connection to make to the tower was at 509. And then there were no more connections, is that correct?
Yes, so the 509 AM tower, which was a data session hit, didn't indicate the side of the tower, so we only know which tower was utilized. This graphic here represents the last, at least time in advance measurement, where it had a direction on the tower that can give you a better idea of where a phone could be located.
Given the number of towers from the time it left the network extender until the last one at 509, given the relatively few number of towers that it connected to, does that tell you anything about whether or not that device was possessed by someone on foot or in a car or some other scenario?
Based on some of the additional measurements collected, at least on the 504 AM, is that this device is more likely in the area where all the locations of interest are, instead of, say, for example, on the Missouri side of the river or near the river, as you know, some of the drive times, like if a device, for example, were at a residence to be able to get over to the river, doesn't account based on some of the measurements that we do have collected and captured.
I guess my question is this: if someone had put that, when it went off the network extender at 438, if somebody had put that device in a vehicle and say we're driving south towards Memphis, would you expect to have seen more towers connected?
Yes, I would. If it was heading in that direction and away from the coverage area of this particular tower, yes, I would expect to see other connections.
Towers in that direction?
Yes.
Consequently, if it headed north, you would expect to see towers in that direction?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, more than you see on the RTT reports that you have?
Yes, like for example, the tower that's just on the Missouri side of the river, if somebody were closer to the river, I would expect to see an activation on that particular tower, which you can see indicated by the red dot on the left-hand side.
Okay. The last tower connections at 509, what are some of the reasons that you can think of why a device would stop connecting with towers?
So there are a couple examples. One could be that the phone is turned off. One could be that it's connected to Wi-Fi. There were numerous attempts to collect measurements after the 504 time in advance measurement that just didn't register any cell tower or corresponding distance. So which is an indication to me that the phone is likely off the network and it can't be found.
Would a phone being destroyed cause it to stop connecting with towers?
Yes.
That's the litmus. Excuse me. Would you make your, I'm passing you, see if I have you look through this. Rexy, is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I actually make it an exhibit to her testimony.
Exhibit 13.
Judge, are they?
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, these are basically just locations and charts for different times for the two cell phones.
That's correct.
All right, these do not contain anything about the computer times or about anything other than the two cell phones.
Yes, just the cell phones.
All right. And the network extender, that's something to boost the signal in a house in layman's terms. Would that be like an accurate assessment?
Yes.
All right. Would it necessarily mean that someone left the house, or could it also mean that they walked to a different part of the house and the network extender got disengaged or picked up?
So typically a 3G network extender, which was what the records indicated it was used for, you may have about a 50-foot radius from the actual network extender device that you could travel within before you would drop your connection with the extender.
So let me just make sure I understand. If I have a network extender in my house located somewhere, and typically how are they, is it like is located in a central room or a location where you don't have good coverage?
I would typically put it, if I had a network extender, probably by a window or somewhere where the connection could be established the best, but you could put it theoretically anywhere in your home or office.
Okay. And if you walk up to a different part, the other end of the house, you could either get disengaged from the extender just by doing that.
If you were far enough away from it, yes, it's possible.
It doesn't necessarily mean that you're leaving the house.
Not necessarily, no.
It could, but it's not a guarantee. It could be just walking to a different part of the house.
If your network extender, if you go beyond the coverage, which again is about 50 feet radius, which I think is about 7,500 square feet.
Okay. So you've gone through and at different times tried to chart as best you can direction or locations, in essence.
From looking at the records, yes.
Okay. And How is it different? And was it different in 2011 than it is now? Now, is there more detailed information that could give you more precise locations?
No, we typically see the same call detail records and timing advance measurements. These records were on a 3G network, and typically we see more 4G and 5G nowadays, but you get the same types of information in the reports.
So you wouldn't have a more precise or accurate GPS now than you did back in 2011?
Not compared to what we have today. It's the same types of records.
It's not any more detailed now than it was back in 2011?
Nope.
Okay, just a couple of other things. So basically what you have is just different, and some of these are wide locations that you can't say exactly, other than they're in these wide areas where their locations are.
That's correct. Without overlapping arcs, for example, these towers are spread out because it's more of a rural area.
And if I'm in my house and I set my phone down to charge it, or it could still possibly, if I'm getting emails or downloads that are coming to my phone, there would still be some activity showing.
Yes, because time in advance measurements are collected independent of what you're doing on your phone. As long as it's on, a measurement can be collected.
But in the middle of the night, there could possibly be less activity.
Sometimes RTT measurements, there could be gaps in the records collected because the network sees that the phone is slightly stationary. And so it may not, for example, continue to collect measurements throughout the middle of the night.
So there wouldn't necessarily be any data?
Yes, so you may have a record collected at 9 p.m., for example, and not another one until 2 a.m. as an example.
What is the central time conversion?
We are typically in UTC -5 or 6, depending on daylight savings time.
Okay. And I guess you take that into account when you make this conversion?
I do typically with most records. However, Verizon is providing their records in the local time.
Okay. So they make that distinction or calculation for you?
For these records, yes.
Okay. Just 1 second. If you're using Wi-Fi for communication, you may not be on the extender.
There would be no record that I would look at that would have cell site information if you were on Wi-Fi.
Okay. And it's because it's picking up the Wi-Fi. You couldn't measure any data.
You'd have to be utilizing the network to call, text, or a data session. So if you're on Wi-Fi, there are no records that would indicate that would collect a cell site.
I guess with the cell phone signal, would it collect the best signal, or is that a true statement or an untrue statement?
The phone, when it's scanning the network, is going to use the best and the clearest signal.
Okay. So if there's two, it'll go to the best or clearest signal.
Correct.
I guess, can the insides of houses be barriers or affect these?
Sure, the best signal would be you standing out in the middle of the field with your phone on top of your head with direct line of sight to the tower. And there's going to be obviously times when you're in a car in a house, but it doesn't affect, it's very negligible effect on the signal. It still travels through walls. When you make a call from your bedroom or bathroom, your phone still works.
All right. I believe that's all I have.
Ma'am, you're excused. Thank you. Witness release. Mr. Taylor. Yes. All right. We call your next witness.
John Hawkshooter.
I think this will be the last witness we'll try to get to today.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Beg pardon?
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm back. What's going on? Where's the judge? Where's the judge? Oh, what is the judge doing? What is he doing? Yeah, sorry. I went to the bathroom and then Jolie followed me into the bathroom and then she wants to do all the bathroom thingies in there too, and that's when she wants to brush her hair and fix her hair and try to put on makeup and all the things. And so, yeah. What's going on? Are they just taking a little breaky break or what? No, looks like they got about 1 hour left. Let's get through this.
Brief witnesses after this that need to testify today. So we'll take care of that and then we'll knock off. Brief witnesses after this that need to testify today. So we'll take care of that and then we'll knock off for the day. Okay, just want to let you know where we are with things. All right. General? He's not been sworn yet. He's not been sworn.
Good afternoon. You're John Hawkshooter?
Yes, sir.
Please spell your name.
JOHNHOGSHOOTER.
This is Mr. Hog Shooter. This is Mr. Hog Shooter. You guys, this is him. Hold on. I got to have him say his name again. Hog Shooter. Hold on.
Just like it sounds.
Just like it sounds.
All right. Mr. Hawkshooter, do you know David?
Just like it sounds. He says, well, no, I mean, depends on who says it, sir. Sometimes it sounds like hog shitter. All right, I got to put this back on normal speed for just a minute to hear him say his and spell his name. Okay, hold on.
Swift.
G.
Would you please?
We have had fun with his name all day long.
Good afternoon. You're John Hawkshooter?
Yes, sir.
Would you please spell your name?
JOHNHOGSHOOTER.
Okay. Just like it sounds.
Just like it sounds.
All right. Mr. Hawkshooter, do you know David Swift?
No.
Hog Shooter.
Have you ever known him? Did you know him previously?
No.
Okay. What about Karen Swift? Did you know Karen Swift?
No.
Did you ever live near them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me where you lived on October 30th of 2011.
I lived on Harness Road. I don't remember.
Margaret, yes, it's his name. John Hog Shooter. Right, QB? This can't be the first time he's ever heard people call him that, right? I mean, sir, if you ever land upon this YouTube video here, I'm so sorry. And I mean that respectfully. It's pretty cool last name. I'm not even gonna lie, but I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want it. Margaret said I'd be heading down to the courthouse as soon as I turned 18 and change that, right? QB says, nah, homie, your name is a lot. It is a lot. It's a whole lot. It's a whole hog shooter. Lord love a duck. All right. Lord love a hug. Lord love a hog. All right.
The address to,
I'm going to put it
directly
back on
across,
1.5 or
probably
1. Yeah.
2 football fields from them.
You live 2 football fields from Mr. and Ms. Swift's house? Okay.
Maybe for, I don't know.
Okay. Did you have an incident concerning dogs on October 7th of 2011?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was building a house right there, and Mr. Nafee's dog had come over to my property and was tearing up some of my property, and I went over to try to see if he could keep his dogs in his yard and everything. And I didn't actually talk to him. I talked to his daughter, and she said that he would tell them, and
Would tell who?
her parents.
Okay. Not Mr. and Ms. Swift.
No.
Mr. Nafee.
Nafee.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And they just was tearing up my yard, so I just kept going, you know.
Okay. So after you asked them to keep the dogs in the yard, did they do that?
They did not.
Okay. So what'd you do next?
I was having a bad fly problem in my house because of the dirt being hauled in, because I was building a house there, and they was building a new school at Fifth Consolidated. And I asked them if they could dump all their concrete, dirt, and debris there at my place, and they said, yeah, well, the dirt attracted the flies and the dogs, I guess. And so I put out some fly bait to try to kill off all the flies, and the Nafee's dogs got into the fly poison.
Okay. And where did you put that fly bait?
Outside by my front door.
Okay. Did Mr. and Ms. Swift's dog also get into that poison?
I was told that they did. I wouldn't know what their dog looked like.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. and Ms. Swift about that?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever have words with them or any discussion about the dogs being poisoned?
No, I did not. I know it was the Nafee's dogs because they went to their house. It was just 2 big dogs, and that's all I ever seen was their dogs.
Okay. All right. Did the police department or the sheriff's department come out and talk to you about that?
Exactly,
They come
QB.
out and
There's the
keep on going
hog
and let
shooter
me
right
know.
there.
Okay. Were you eventually arrested and charged with cruelty to animals?
Yes, I was.
And did you plead guilty to that offense?
Yes, I did.
Now,
Oof.
were you arrested on November 5th of 2000?
Well, for him to have been charged and pled guilty for that, animal cruelty or whatever, there had to have been a little bit more to it than just I put out fly poison to get rid of the flies. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. He's basically saying, yo, if y'all don't keep your daggone dogs out of my yard, I'm going to poison them. And that's what's happened, apparently, allegedly, and in my opinion. I mean, I'm not going to lie. You know, when you have people keep your animals in your own yard. It's one thing when one gets out and okay. When you live in the country and you have a bunch of stray animals, it can be very annoying, right? But that's when you call animal control. I had a dog one time that got into antifreeze, and it broke my heart. It broke my heart. Yo, YouTube is auto modding me. Oh no, what are they do? What do you mean they ate your comment? I see your comment that says, mm-hmm. If he has a son, I hope his son's name is Scooter. Scooter Hog Shooter. Hi, my name's Scooter. Scooter Hog Shooter, son of John Hog Shooter. Oh, okay. I didn't see that, QB. It did eat your comment. QB said, I said hog shooter ain't a dog shooter. He's just a dog poisoner. And YouTube ate her comment. Okay. Well, to be fair, I don't know if he did it on purpose or not. However, he was charged and found guilty of that. So, there we go. There we go. There we go.
11.
I'm going to hear it again,
Kicked my
though.
door in and left me in,
Police department or the sheriff's department come.
I guess. And so I put out some fly bait to try to kill off all the flies, and the Nathan's dogs got into the fly poison.
Okay. And where did you put that fly bait?
Outside by my front door.
Okay. Did Mr. and Mrs. Swift's dog also get into that poison?
I was told that they did. I wouldn't know what their dog looked like.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. and Mrs. Swift about that?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever have words with them or any discussion about the dogs being poisoned?
No, I did not. I know it was the Nathan's dogs because they went to their house. It was just two big dogs, and that's all I ever seen was their dogs.
Okay. Did the police department or the sheriff's department come out and talk to you about that?
They come out and kicked my door in and left me a note.
Okay. Were you eventually arrested and charged with cruelty to animals?
Yes, I was.
And did you plead guilty to that offense?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, were you arrested on November 5th of 2011?
I don't recall the date, but I was arrested the day that they did a big search for Miss Swift.
Okay.
The whole community was out there looking.
Okay. So you were taken to the sheriff's department, I assume?
Yes, sir.
When you were there, were you questioned?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who you talked to, which officer?
I think it was this officer right here. I'm not really for sure.
Okay. All right. Did they ask you to, if they could search your truck?
Yes, they did.
What'd you tell them?
Absolutely.
You gave consent?
Yes, sir.
No problem with that?
No problem at all.
Okay. Did they ask you to give a DNA sample?
Yes, they did.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you make them go get a search warrant first?
No, sir.
You just voluntarily gave it to them?
Yes, sir.
Did you cooperate with their investigation?
100%.
Did they ask you anything about Karen Swift and about her being missing?
I don't really recall what questions it were, but I'm sure they did. And it's been so long ago, I can't remember the questions they did ask me. I'm sure they asked me something about it.
Okay.
I remember talking about it, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, all right, that's fair. It's been a long time ago.
It was a long time.
All right, Mr. Hogshooter, do you remember the weekend of October 29th and 30th of 2011?
The Halloween weekend?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what you were doing on October, well, let's go back to the day before, October 28th, to Friday?
Friday? I don't remember what I did that day per se, but that night, the whole entire church, we went to Bolivar to a judgment house to see a theatrical play Friday night. We didn't get back till late, had some fellowship and stuff there, we didn't get back till late. I don't know what time it was.
Okay. And that was the Friday night before Halloween?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, let's go to the next day, which would have been October 29th. That would be Saturday. Do you recall where you were that day?
Saturday, I got up fairly early because I tried to get some applications put in. I didn't have a way of doing it on my computer. For some reason, it wouldn't let me do it on mine, so I did it at the library. So I did that, and then we had a thing at the park where we were serving hot dogs and fellowship and witnessing to people, and, to try to talk them to get to God,
Okay, so when you said we, are you talking about the church?
Church, yes.
Okay, and which park was that?
Okino?
In Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how long you stayed there?
No.
Okay. Was it late?
It was late.
Okay. Any idea what time you got home?
It was after dark, I'd say.
Okay. Once you got home on the 29th, did you leave the house again for any reason?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to the next day, October 30th. That would have been a Sunday.
Sunday, I got up, went to church, and that's Sunday night. I come home after church to try to get a nap in because we was going to have a hayride at the pastor's house. So tried to get a nap in and went to a hayride at the pastor's house Sunday night.
Okay. Did you ever see Karen Swift on any of those dates?
I did not.
Did you know what she drove?
No.
Did you know what Mr. Swift drove?
Not really. I mean, you see vehicles, you just don't pay attention to things. I could have been driving a truck. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Did you know that Miss Swift at some point went missing on October 30th? Did you hear that?
I did not.
Did you hear it in the news, or
I didn't have no way, I had no TV.
Okay, all right. So you had no idea about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see, after that weekend, the October 30th weekend, did you ever see Mr. Swift out in his yard or out in the neighbor's yard at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about him? Do you know if did he appear to be injured in any way?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that. Was he using crutches or tell me about it?
He was on crutches talking with the Nafies outside, and it was kind of around, I don't know, dusk, maybe a little after, I don't know. Can't remember. It was right at dark. And he was talking to him, and you could see him using his crutches while he was talking about it. After he got done talking and they went in the house, he just walked like he didn't need crutches anymore. I thought that was strange. I just didn't think nothing about it at the time, but I was like, well, maybe his leg ain't hurt no more. I don't know.
Yeah. And that was after everyone else went inside?
Yes.
Do you remember the TBI showing up at Mr. Swift's house and doing a big search?
Yes, sir.
Was you at home at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think they was actually there twice.
Okay. Did you notice anything strange about Mr. Swift's house before the search happened?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
If it had just been ordinary routine run of the day, just seeing somebody on crutches, I probably wouldn't remember. But he was carrying a 5-gallon bucket of something. I don't know what it was. Just carrying a 5-gallon bucket into his house.
Okay. Did you notice anything else that day?
No, I just thought that was strange. Somebody on crutches trying to carry a 5-gallon bucket.
Do you know what was in the bucket or what he was doing?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Did you notice anything that day?
Later that night, I went outside and noticed a industrial chemical smell in the air. Thought it was really super weird. And so weird, I went over to my friend's house that David lived that way, and he lived right over this way. I went over and got him and said, man, can I smell this? And it was just a real odd smell. I've never smelled before. And it was after dark. And the wind was, David's house right here, my house right here, the wind was blowing that way. So that's the only reason I smelled it. It was a light breeze.
Okay. Any idea what it was?
Never smelled that smell before.
Okay. In 2011, were you married?
Yes, sir.
What was your wife's name?
Bronwyn Hogshooter.
Okay. And I'm sorry.
I love that name.
maiden name?
Bronwyn.
That's
That's
fine.
such a pretty name.
And I don't mean to get personal, but I need to ask about this. Were the two of you having any marital issues?
Oh, it was volatile at best.
Okay. Would you mind telling me about that?
She was an opiate addict, and it was terrible. I don't know if anybody's ever seen opiate addicts, but they tend to get to the point where they overdose. And she was at that stage I had to take all the checkbooks away from her. I had to take every finance we had and lock it up so she couldn't go get the money and go spend it on dope.
Were you using drugs at that time?
No, sir. I was using the Lord, I assure you.
Are you still married?
No, sir.
I assume you were divorced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
I know it's been over 3 years.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you lived on Harness Road. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Willie Johnson Road connect into Harness Road?
I lived kind of in a curve. Well, in that curve, Willie Johnson went that way.
Okay.
So I kind of lived in that curve right there.
Okay. So Harness would have gone around?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have a reason to be on Willie Johnson Road or to be driving to the opposite end of the road?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Charlie Whitnell was selling dirt, and I was going to buy some dirt from him, and he kind of told me about where it is. So I tried to find it. I wanted to see what kind of dirt that it was because I had all that construction debris. I needed dirt to kind of help fill it, and I wanted to buy some dirt. He was going to sell it to me cheap, but I wanted to see what kind it was.
Right.
So I went down that way to see if I could see where he was digging at.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle did you have?
Why does it matter what kind of dirt it is?
F-250.
If you're just
Diesel
using it
truck.
to backfill stuff,
All right.
dirt's dirt, right?
I'm going to ask you two very important questions. Did you kidnap Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you kill Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, pass witness.
I have a feeling that this defense attorney is going to tear this hog shooter dude up.
Mr. Hogshooter, let me ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You lived on the Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
You lived there on the weekend of October the 30th of 2011.
Yes, sir.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
All right. You lived there with your wife.
Yes, sir.
All right. You say you were home that weekend.
Yes, sir.
You were there Saturday night till you left sometime Sunday morning around 9:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Your wife was with you.
I don't recall if she was with me or not.
All right. that Saturday night, October the 29th into October the 30th, you didn't say that you heard or saw anything strange or out of the ordinary, did you?
No, sir.
All right. In fact, the officers interviewed you for quite a long period of time on November the 6th, didn't they?
I don't think so.
They interviewed you sometime after that weekend, didn't they?
I don't remember how much, but it was after that weekend, yes, sir.
Okay. They brought you in and asked you questions, officers.
It was started out the dog event, and then briefly at the end of it, got asked a few questions about Karen. I don't recall what they were, but it was mostly about the dog event.
But they read you your rights and had you sign a rights waiver, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. Now, there's two different incidents. There's the dog poisoning that is earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just one second. Which is October the 7th of 2021. And you got arrested or approached by law enforcement after that.
You're saying 21?
Excuse me, 2011.
He's like, wait a minute, it wasn't
December
that.
the 7th of 2011.
December?
No, October the 7th of 2011, excuse me.
Okay, yes, sir. That sounds about the right time
It was
frame.
about a month before the others.
That sounds about the right time frame.
This printing's pretty small. And you were approached about cruelty or poisoning of animals.
I was arrested on the day that they did I don't know what day it was. There was a big search. I mean, 1,000 people or better was out there. They had roads blocked off. I pulled in to my house and the deputies approached me and arrested me.
Okay. And then after they arrested you, at some period after that, they interviewed you.
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was a long interview, wasn't it?
I don't recall. I don't think it was.
Okay. If I could, can I pass this to the witness?
We're going to watch this interview, reckon?
Would you look at that and see, just look at it and see if it refreshes your recollection?
Just the front page or?
Just look at the front page and look into it.
You want me to keep going after the first page?
Yeah. Does that refresh your memory about the date?
No, sir, it doesn't.
All right. Is the date November the 6th, 2011?
That's what it says.
All right. And does it appear to be an interview of you?
I mean, it's got my name in it.
And Calvin Johnson and Glenn Cook, were they the two officers that talked with you?
Sir, I don't recall. I don't remember. I thought it was this young man right here. I can't remember.
Okay. And you're saying they asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes, sir.
They asked you about the dog poisoning.
Yes, sir.
All right. You want to look through this and see if it jogs your memory?
I remember.
Okay. And you're saying they asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes, sir.
They asked you about the dog poisoning.
Yes, sir.
All right. You want to look through this and see if it jogs your memory?
Hog shooter, the fluter. Oh my God, you're killing me, Margaret. He has a favorite color. I hope it's pewter. She's killing me. Oh my God. I can't with you, Margaret. Margaret. Any word, Margaret, from your mother-in-law? Any updates that you can share? Hold on, let me speed through this. Got to put my seeing eye glasses back on. Hold on a minute. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay.
Does that refresh your memory at all?
No, sir, not really.
Okay. And
All right, update. Margaret says she's out of surgery, doing okay. We'll know more about what and why in the next day. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. QP said if they could get their mics to work as well as their white noise machine, that would be great. Right?
let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So you don't
I want to read that like
recognize any of
Tony
the
the
information
Tiger.
that you were asked questions by the officer?
Great.
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And when you testified earlier, you're saying that the dates that you saw David Swift talking to Mr. Davey on his crutches was when? This weekend?
Way after the incident.
Okay. You're talking way after October the 30th.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if it was several months or not?
I don't recall that neither. I don't recall the time frames of things. I just know it was after. That's all I know.
Okay. And when you saw him walking out, you're saying with a bucket. You don't know how long after October the 30th of 2011 that was?
Them two things kind of happened in the same, really close together.
Right. And you don't know if it was weeks or months later, do you?
It could have been weeks. It could have been a week later. I don't know. I don't remember. I just know it was after that day. A week, 2 weeks. I don't know.
It could have been a month?
No, I don't think it was monthlies.
You're not sure of the exact time frame. How long after October the 30th, 2011 are you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, the night of October 29th through October 30th, you're not saying you heard any strange noises or screams or anything like that, did you?
Sir, it was a busy weekend for me, and I was exhausted, so I didn't hear nothing.
All right.
I was in bed. I just didn't hear anything.
All right. You didn't hear any noises like a flat tire going by or anything?
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have.
When you saw Mr. Swift carrying the 5-gallon buckets, was it prior to the search by the TBI?
Yes,
Okay, so if the search by the TBI was on November 10th of 2011, it would have been before that date?
it would have been.
Thank you.
Well, that clears it up a little bit, but still, daggone. I mean, he says weeks. Then
Did you
he's like,
indicate you were
well, it could have
employed in
been.
construction?
Sir?
You were employed at this time in construction?
Employed in construction, remodeling.
Okay. And you had construction material near your house or tools and things of that nature?
Debris from the Fifth Consolidated School that was being built.
Okay. You had that on or near your property?
It was on my property, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Archie, is it witness release?
Yes, about to say.
Mr. Taylor's witness release?
Judge, I'm just asking.
Mr. Hawkshaw, you need to be back upstairs on Monday morning.
Monday morning?
Yes, sir. In the witness room. For your next witness.
In other words, you're not done yet, Mr. Hog Shooter. He's like, good gravy, just let me go home. So I can play my pewter fluter with my cousin Hooter and Shooter. While I'm being a recruiter. Oh, God.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth?
Would you raise your hand, please? Thank you.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give.
So, right, Kel, I mean, if he doesn't even know when it happened, then it may not even be relevant, right? But here's the thing. He says, oh, it could have been weeks. It could have been weeks. It could have been weeks. I don't think it was a month, but it could have been a week, could have been weeks. And then the other guy gets up there and says, was it before the TBI came and done their investigation on November the 5th? And he says, yeah. Well, that's like 5 days, sir. That's not weeks. 6 days. Good night, Henny. Good night. Good night. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. It's 1:15 for Henny a.m. So she's going to bed. Sir, what do you do on the side? I sell computers. Hi, my name is John Hog Shooter, and I sell computers. Can I sell you a computer? Yeah. Okay, let's get through this. Let's get through this. Let's get through this. It's been an 8-hour live stream. Let's go.
To be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You might listen to it.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please?
Stephen Brian Lee.
Hey, Lee, do you know David Swift?
I know who he is, and I've met him once, and this is the second time I've ever seen him in person. So we had one meeting.
Do you recognize him?
I do. Yes, sir.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
He is.
Would you point him out, please?
He's right there.
Could we just make a record of the fact that he's identified the defendant?
Mr. Lee has identified Mr. Swift in the courtroom.
Mr. Lee, did you know Karen Swift?
I knew Karen.
Okay. How did you know Mr. and Miss Swift?
I knew Karen through the bonus, Bill and Kathy. Bill and I were friends, and we hung out a lot, and that's how I came to know Karen.
Okay.
Did they ask you if you liked pineapples? QB says, but wait, hold on, wait. What happened today? I bought a computer from Mr. Hog Shooter. Isn't he a recruiter? Yes, with his brother Hooter. I can't. Margaret, you need to write a whole book. Write a whole story, please, and then come up here on the panel and read it to us one day this week. You need to write an entire book about our friend Mr. Hog Shooter here. Promise you will. Promise. Promise. QB says, but if that's the case and he was suspicious, why didn't they arrest him then? Well, I mean, true. Oh, you used to get A's in poetry. I can see that. She used to swing with us, said QB. Oh my God. I will write a big old poem for y'all and read it this week. Thank you. Oh, Lord. It's funny when I read it out loud. Yeah, it is funny, right? It's funny when you see it, but then when you read it out loud, it's funny. Here, let me say it in my best Southern accent. What happened today? I bought a computer from Mr. Hog Shooter. Well, isn't he a recruiter? Yes, with his brother Hooter. Oh, my word. All right, let's go.
Were you around Karen very often?
Not very often.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with her?
Oh, sure. We had some social events where we talked.
Okay. Do you know if there were
What
any
kind of social events?
Let me strike that. Do you know what type of relationship Mr. and Ms. Swift were having in late 2011?
When I first met her, I didn't know she was having any kind of problems. Later on, I found out she was going through a divorce.
Okay. And what type of person did you observe Ms. Swift to be?
She was very nice, and she was had things together. I was surprised to find out she was going through a divorce because she was such a pleasant person and always seemed happy and smiling.
Did you ever see her around her children?
Just once, but not very often. The one time we went over, and she hadn't have her kids there with the Bona kids.
Were you able to get an idea of what type of mother she was?
I did not, because we were just there to hang out on the back deck, and I didn't see her interact very much with the kids because her kids were with the other kids. And
I'm getting weird vibes,
Right,
y'all.
I got you. Thank you. Were you present at a birthday party for Kathy Bona? I think it might have been her 40th birthday party.
When you asked me that, I tried to remember when it was, but I don't remember it being Kathy's birthday party.
Well,
But-
let's just, were you present at a social event?
We were present at a social event.
Okay, and where was that?
I think at the farms, but
That's funny,
I
Margaret.
don't remember us being at a birthday party with Kathy at the farms. So
All right. So what was it in 2011 or was it another year?
I can't, I don't remember it being a birthday party for Kathy at the farms.
He's apparently a friend of the Bonos.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. But do you recall being at a social event in which it was the Bonas and Miss Swift was present?
At the farms?
Yes, sir.
No, vaguely. I don't know. We had, we would hang out at the farms a lot. And I can't remember the time that we were there, and it was Kathy's birthday party.
Okay.
He seems really
Let me
nervous.
just move on from that then. Do you recall a time that all of you ended up at the Bonus house and some folks ended up in the hot tub?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
All right. So all I know is we were at the farms for some function, and we ended up at the bonus after the function at the farms.
Okay.
Hmm.
And
We were just hanging out.
was Mr. Swift there?
Not when we first got there.
Okay. Was Miss Swift there?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if she got in the hot tub?
she did.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift show up later?
I was told that. I never saw him.
Yes, sir.
I did not see him.
Okay. You never saw Mr. Swift there?
Okay. Wait. Stop. Hold up. Hold. Let's hold the pineapples. Let's hold our pineapples. Hold on. Wait. I gotta find which tab. Is this the right? Yes, this is the right tab. Hold our hog shooter pineapples. Let me start a poll. I'm gonna make a poll. Let me write a poll. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get my iPad out of the way. I have my iPad here in front of me. Wait, hold on. Let me turn my camera on. I got to move my iPad out of the way because it's got my pattern to my cross stitch on it. So hold the phone. Wait a minute. Wait. We need a poll. Let's get a poll. Let's get a poll. Okay, the poll question is going to be, I'm not telling you yet, but hold on a minute. Morgana. Hold on, let me think of the right question, the way I want to ask it. Um, All right, I'm starting the poll. You guys, before we hit play and finish the rest of this dude's testimony, you have to answer. There are 9 people in here. Really? What happened to all of the crew? Where did you all go to? Everybody's like, "Yeah, it's 7:30 Eastern. I'm out of here." But the 9 people that are in here right now, I need you to go vote in the poll before I click to play the rest of this because I need to know. I need to know right now. Uh, well, hurry up and vote, Margaret. I'm waiting for 9 votes. I got 6. I think I can probably settle for 8 because I think it might be considering me as number 9. We got 7. Come on, one more vote. One more vote. One more vote. One more vote. Who has not voted yet? Who has not voted yet? We need a vote. Oh, come on. We need a vote. Hold on, I gotta refresh this chat. Hold on, I gotta refresh my chat. Gotta refresh the whole page. I need to know right now. QB said he ain't gonna say it. He was naked and jumped out when David showed up. Is it Steph? Is Steph the one holding out? Now it says there's 10 people watching. My chat is not showing back up. It probably yanked, YouTube probably yanked my whole chat down because I said naked in the thing. Oh, there we go. There we go. We still only have 7 votes. It says 10 are watching, but I'm going to go ahead and end the poll because I'm ready to get through this. In the poll. Poll result. Does this guy on the stand say they were naked or not? 57% said yes, they were naked. 42% says no, they were not naked. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it.
No, sir.
Okay. Were you at the Halloween party on October 29, 2011 at the Farms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift there?
Miss Swift?
Yes.
She was there.
Did they
Was
not
Mr.
even
Swift
talk
there?
about whether
I never
anybody
saw
had clothes on or not?
What'd you see Miss
Swift?
Let me rewind this a bit. I don't think he
Did
says
Mr. Swift
anything.
show up later? You know, if she got in the hot tub?
She did.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift show up later?
I was told that. I never saw him.
Yes.
I did not see him.
Okay. You never saw Mr. Swift there?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you at the Halloween party on October 29, 2011 at the Farms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift there?
Miss Swift?
Yes.
She was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift there?
I never saw him.
Okay. What'd you see Miss Swift doing when she was at the party?
She was just having a good time like everybody else and mingling and dancing and
okay.
Yeah.
Did anything seem out of ordinary that
Well, they're
night?
not going to talk about
I saw
whether
nothing.
they were
It was
naked
just-
or not.
No, nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you see her arguing with anyone that night or having any problems with anyone?
I never noticed anything. No arguments, no anything.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
He passes the witness. Guaranteed this dude's going to ask if they had clothes on.
You indicated you were at Kathy's house at a party.
Yes, sir.
There was a hot tub in operation.
Yes, sir. It was.
All right. Just a few questions. You remember there were people in the hot tub that had bras and panties on?
Yes, sir. We did not have bathing suits, so we just boxers and bras and panties and yeah.
Was anyone naked?
I cannot tell you what they were wearing because I can't even remember who was at the party other than Kathy and Bill and me and my wife and Karen. And that's all. I can't remember what anyone had on.
They were naked.
Just 1 second. The only time I guess you saw David was at the 5K run.
That's where I met him. Yes, sir. The 5K run.
He was watching the girls and assisting while Kathy was there.
It was a fundraiser, a 5K fundraiser. I think it might have been for the girls in the dance club. And Kathy was there because she runs the dance place. And my wife and I were also running. And I think Karen was running also. So
Right. Was Karen helping Kathy at that event?
I believe so. I believe she was assistant. Yeah.
And did you see David with his children?
I saw David and I
That's
remember
so
he did have
funny.
some kind of injury at that time, but I can't remember what it was.
Right. Did you see him with his children though?
I didn't pay attention because I just met him that one time and I didn't really pay attention to what I just said, hey.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you can step down. Witness release? Yes.
Thank you.
Tyler, witness release? Yes.
They call Shannon Lee.
They were so naked. They were so naked. Lord, Lord, Lord.
It's Shannon Lee.
Now, let me tell you all something. Here's what I know. Here's what I do know. If I'm going to a friend's house and they have a hot tub and I'm planning on getting in that hot tub, I'm going to bring a bathing suit. Right? The only time I wouldn't even worry about bringing a bathing suit is if I know that I'm going to get in the hot tub naked. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Oh, my wife who tells me I can't hear all the time, so I'm used to it.
Now, who's this chick? Yeah, I get that if it wasn't planned, but I mean, it sounds like they went to her house a lot. Like that was the place where the people would go. And the dude on the stand was like, "Yeah, we were hanging out on the back patio." Blah, blah, blah. I mean, if you're going to go and you're going to drink and it's a thing where you just get in the hot tub, that's what you do. You're going to bring a bathing suit. You're going to always be like, "Oh, I'm going to Kathy and Bill's house. Got to grab my bathing suit." Or not, because we're going to jump in naked. Hmm. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Shannon Lee.
Okay. And Ms. Lee, do you know David Swift?
I know of him.
Okay. Do you know him when you see him?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
And how did you know Mr. and Mrs. Swift?
I met Karen through Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay.
I had never.
But Kel, would you do it? I can understand doing that if it's just you and your sister or you and your daughter. But when there's people you don't know, you would still do that? I mean, maybe don't answer that. But I'm just saying, you know. Mm. And I mean, it would be one thing if it was all girls or all guys and you were a guy, but a co-ed underwear hot tub party? Oh, no. Especially when your husband's not there. Oof. Mm. I want to know who this girl is, though. Let's find out who she is, shall we? I wonder if she was one of them that happened to be in the hot tub with underwear on.
Met David with in their presence.
Okay.
I mean, not at any gatherings or anything.
Okay. Were you friends with Karen Swift?
We had
Not
just
at
sort
a
of begun
gathering.
friendship before all this happened. I had met her through Bill and Kathy Bona. We had been at their house when she was in our presence.
Okay. So more of an acquaintance, I guess.
Yeah, I would say it was more of an acquaintance.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to see Miss Swift with her children?
I can't wait to meet these Bono
I think
people.
on one occasion we were at the Bonas, and her two younger daughters were with us or with her there.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of mother she appeared to be?
She seemed like a very caring, loving mother.
Okay.
Concerned about her children. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mix
Did
and
you have
match
an
hot
opportunity
tub,
to
no?
observe what type of person Miss Swift was?
The times I was around her, she seemed like a very nice person, good character, caring, loving.
Okay. Do you remember a time that there was either a party or some kind of social gathering at the Bonas and some people ended up getting into a hot tub?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if Miss Swift was present?
She was.
Do you know if Mr. Swift was present at that time?
The only time I can recall seeing him was we were leaving that night and he came through the door, either coming from the house out to the back porch or the opposite. I'm not sure which way that worked, but we ran into each other.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Swift approaching, had he been there earlier in the night? Had he been a part of the social gathering?
No, he had not.
Was this at about the time the party was breaking up, or were you the only ones leaving, or how did that happen?
Yeah, things were breaking up and my husband and I were heading home. And I was going into the house to get my belongings and we kind of ran into each other.
What did you see Mr. Swift do at that time?
He just seemed upset. He didn't do anything. I didn't see him do anything. I think he went on out to the back porch and I was going in the house to get my purse and my things and we left. So I don't know what happened after that.
She's like, this ain't the kind of party I want to be at.
Physically?
Like he brushed up against my shoulder as I was coming in and I think he was going out. We just sort of bumped into each other.
Do you apologize for that or make any statements?
I don't remember any exchange verbally. I just know his expression on his face, he looked like he might have been upset.
And that was my next question was, what did his demeanor appear to be? He appeared to be upset that night?
He didn't look like he was in a friendly mood, no.
Did you stay around after that?
I did not.
We move on to the evening of October 29th of 2011. Were you present at a Halloween party at the Farms?
I was.
Okay. And were you a host or were you just present?
No, my husband and I were both hosts. We helped decorate and get it set up.
Okay. Did you see Kathy and Bill Bona there that night?
Yes.
Did you see Karen Swift there?
Yes.
What about David Swift?
I did not see him there.
Okay. While Miss Swift was at the party, did you see her throughout the night?
Yeah, she was there. I mean, we ran into each other some and maybe we visited some.
Okay. Did she sit at
Well,
the
I
table
mean,
with you?
about 12
I believe that
years
at some point in time, we all kind of sat at the same table.
Okay.
prior,
Did you see anything
Morgana.
out of the ordinary with her that night?
I did not.
Did you see her arguing with anyone?
I did not.
Did you see her dancing with anyone that night?
Not anyone in particular. We all kind of danced as a group, just a social event type thing.
Okay. But not just one individual, two people dancing.
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's a witness.
All right, he's going to talk about the hot tub party too.
Ms. Lee, let me briefly ask you some questions. Did you, you were interviewed by officers after that
Yes.
and they asked you a bunch of questions?
Yes,
All right. This was after Karen Swift went missing?
that's correct.
All right. And you answered their questions?
Yes,
All right. You went into I guess, did you go into the station and do an interview?
I did.
Okay. And you answered several questions about what you're testifying about and what you recall back then.
That's correct.
Right. And that, when you gave that statement, that was closer in time to when you remembered it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Just a few things. You never indicated you saw David and Karen arguing.
I have never seen that, no.
All right. And you do recall that you were asked questions about I guess, Kathy Bona's party. Was it her birthday party?
I think that's what I can't recall what brought us to that night of being on their back deck, but
Was it her 40th birthday party or do you remember?
I've been told that I went, but I don't recall going, but
Okay. Was that when you talked about the hot tub, being over at the Bonas and seeing people around the hot tub?
there was an occasion where I was at the Bonas and some people did get in the hot tub, but what brought us there before that, I really can't recall. I don't know.
All right. And you said there were several people there and you saw people in the hot tub?
Yes.
All right. And is that when you indicate that David Swift, you were leaving
Why do
or
you keep
you
saying
went by
Smith,
each other?
man?
Is that when you're saying that occurred and you brushed each other?
Yes.
All right. And let's see, Karen Swift was there
Yes.
and the Bonas were there and several other couples.
Yes.
All right. You recall seeing people in the hot tub with panties and bras?
No.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Karen Swift in the hot tub in her panties and bra and then remove her bra and throw it?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Hmm.
If I can, at the interview you did, you answered a bunch of questions. I know it's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
I want to pass you a document to have you look at this to see if it refreshes your recollection, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cameras in this courtroom are pretty decent, right?
You know what? You know what? We can't pick you up without the microphone. So it's okay.
Trying to get back. That's why you don't need to let us move, I guess. Let me just say it
Do
again.
I need to come out there? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I was trying to save trouble. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Would you just take a moment, Ms. Lee, and read that, and then when you're through, just let me know.
How long is the document? Daggone.
Have that back.
Oh,
Just
sure.
1 second, ma'am. I know it's been a long time. Does looking at this doc, these 2 pages, refresh your memory?
Honestly, I don't remember all those details at this point, but if that's what I said happened after, then I can't dispute that. I don't.
All right. And do you recall responding that you did see people in the hot tub with their bra and panties?
I don't recall it now, but it might have happened.
Okay.
But
And do you recall saying that you saw Karen Swift in her panties with a bra on, and then she removed her bra and threw it?
I don't remember that. But if that's what they said I said, then I can't dispute that.
That was November the 3rd, is a lot closer to when you were interviewed, or at the time you were interviewed.
That's correct.
All right.
Mm.
Just 1 second, I'll be through. Do you recall saying that Karen was up in Kathy's bedroom?
Yeah, I don't know.
During Kathy Bona's party?
She might have gone up there.
You see in the statement where you talk about brushing, you and David brushing past each other?
Yes.
All right. You indicated that Karen was upstairs in Kathy's house in her bedroom.
People were
Yay,
nibbling in and out
Margaret.
of the house, and I never even went up into Kathy's upstairs to know if that was a bedroom or a bathroom. To be honest with you, I don't know.
But you recall answering questions, and you've reviewed the statement that you were interviewed,
Yes.
and that's in your statement.
Okay. Then she might have been up in her bedroom.
Yeah, QB, that's kind of where my mind is going. Back then, it was cute, right? But now, 10, 12 years later, when you are more grown, more adult, not that they weren't adults then, because they were, they had children, I mean, but these years later, they're like, I don't really want to admit that I was at that kind of party. Mm. Sidebar City. So I'm going to admit, I thought that he was full of poo poo in that part of the interview about the hot tub, naked, and all that kind of
You read
stuff.
Rick?
And maybe he did, make it bigger than it was or give more inaccuracies to make it look worse than it really was, you know? But, I mean, we weren't a fly on the hot tub walls, were we?
Lee, do you ever recall being at a party where you were in a hot tub along with your husband and Mr. Swift was present?
No, he was not part of the party. I recall bumping into him when we were leaving.
Okay, I'm talking about a previous party.
No, I do not.
So if there was an interview of Mr. Swift played earlier today, and he made a statement that you and your husband were having sex in the hot tub, would that be true?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, you can sit down. Witness released. Mr. Taylor's witness released. Ma'am, you're excused. Free to go.
She sure ain't gonna admit that. Even if she was.
Okay, I think we'll stop there for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go home for the afternoon and the evening.
Thank
I hope
God.
you all have a good evening. Remember this, do not discuss the case with anyone.
This judge is like, good gravy. Here I am, the judge over this big pineapple hot tub fiasco. Lord have mercy.
Certainly not with each other. Do not speak with any of the attorneys, the defendant, anybody in the courtroom, or anybody who approaches you about the case. Do not form or express any opinion about the case. Again, as I told you yesterday, there are many media reports, and as you know, the trial is being streamed. You are not permitted to read, watch, listen to, interact
I've
with
almost
any
said
media
Pineapple
reports
Express
or
100 times,
streaming
Morgana.
of this case. You're not permitted to post anything
Choo
on
choo.
social media or any other internet site about this trial or your service as a juror. Again, I'm asking you, help me preserve the integrity and the fairness of this trial. Don't do any research
Help me preserve the
whatsoever.
integrity.
And we'll talk again in the morning. We're going to start again at 8:30 in the morning. If you'll be here by 8:15 a.m., we'll try to get started on time and cover as much ground as we have today. Thank you for the day. All right.
Come on, ride the train. I'm on it. Come on, ride the train. I'm on it.
All right, let's be seated a minute.
See what his parting words are here.
Is there anything else we need to do this afternoon before we adjourn for the evening?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
We're going to start again at 8:30 in the morning. If y'all will be here, then we'll get going on time and get going. You have witnesses lined up for tomorrow. One of the things I was trying to suggest earlier was if you want to get somebody to stage your next witness outside in the hallway, it might reduce our turnaround time. Well, the last several were quick, and okay. Okay, all right, very good. All right, we'll see you in the morning then. We'll stand adjourned.
Wow. You guys, I'm glad we decided on this one. Aren't you? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. However, I'm going to scooch on out of here because then I'm going on 9 hours. And you guys are going on 9 hours with me. So get up, go do your things. I'm going to go see what we can get into with the family. But I'll be back tomorrow for Karen Reed. So Margaret, if you want to hang on to your hog shooter ode, maybe have you come on when you're available to read it on when we need to do this again. We finished day 2, so we're going to be on day 3 the next time we stream it, which will be wait a minute, I'm trying to think. So they have Karen Reed tomorrow all day or no? I'm thinking they have Karen Reed all day tomorrow till noon on Thursday. Okay, full day tomorrow till noon on Thursday and then none on Friday, right? Okay. So, looks like Thursday then, afternoon. Because we'll be in Reed all day tomorrow. So, all right. Sounds like a plan, man. All right. All right. All right. Please make sure that you guys give the video a thumbs up before you leave. Margaret, be safe on your way home. Continued prayers for your mother-in-law for a speedy healing and good updates. And thank you guys for joining me all day. It's been a long day, but we've had a fun day. Today was a fun day. Fun day. But thank you for joining me. I love you guys. And you guys are what makes it the Crime Cafe over here. I love you and I appreciate you. Alls of yous. Alls of yous. And we'll see you back in the morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for Karen Reed. Okay? I love you guys. And we'll see you in tomorrow. Bye.